Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just letting the people know that are in the chambers here looking at our agenda, we have a couple timed items. So the 7.2 and 7.3 probably will not be, or I will not take that up till at least 10:30. So if you want to find something else to do, you're welcome to stay, but just letting you know, I will not take those two items up till 10:30, just because looking at the rest of the agenda.
Johanna, can we do a sound check?
I'm here.
Thank you, Johanna.
And I was told that there's been some traffic out there, so we're missing a couple supervisors, so we're going to give it a couple more minutes before we start the meeting this morning.
They cleared the accident. Everybody's coming.
Oh, everybody's coming. Okay, as soon as we see, we have one more, and then we'll get our meeting going.
Chair Scott, thank you for taking over the duties for me today. Just to let the public know, I'm not only am I on quarantine, I'm not positive COVID or anything like that. I was sick all weekend, and so I'm staying home to be safe. And so, yeah, thank you very much, Supervisor Scott.
Not a problem. You didn't see Bruner running in, did you?
There was an accident just happened on 75. He probably
He called and told me that he'd be a little late as well.
Yeah.
Just let us know when you're ready, Supervisor Sabatier. We'll get this meeting going. You're good? Okay. Not a problem. Good morning and welcome to the January 25th Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 9:02. Does any of the supervisors have any moments of silence this morning?
I do.
Yep.
And I do
Okay.
too.
Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
We have a lot of sick people in our community today, and I really want to recognize what, the effect that this new surge is having on all of us.
Supervisor.
I have 2 moments of silence for 2 long-term residents of South County. We lost Teresa Sanders, who was a long-term resident, and also a one-time owner of the Times Star, and also Bob Brennan, just another long-term resident of South County. So I just wanted to give a moment of silence for both those folks
Okay,
that we've lost since the last meeting.
We could please stand.
And I have some as well, Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, I'd like to acknowledge Covita Miller of Upper Lake, an elder. We recently lost her last week, and then 3 people that lost their lives in car accidents: Benjamin Britton, I think it's Kevin Jones, and Justin Dale of Upper Lake. And I just also want to highlight what Supervisor Pyska said about folks during this pandemic, people that can't be with their families in the ICU rooms. The ICU beds are full. It's having a big effect on people not being able to tell their medical history or be there for moral support. And so just anyone that's dealing with that, I really want to reach out to you.
Thank you. Carol, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 4, consideration of extra items on the agenda. Is there any extra items that need to be posted onto the agenda? Not seeing any. Approval of consent agenda. Consent agenda items are seen as non-controversial, but they can be pulled for further clarification or questions. Does any of the supervisors wish to pull any of the items? Supervisor Sabatier.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull items 5.3, 5.4, and 5.5.
Any others?
Madam Chair, I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to pull 5.2. We'll bring that back another day. I assume that 5.3, 5.4, and 5.5, the supervisor wishes to discuss, but later today.
Okay.
And if you want to give me a approximate time, I could tell that department to be ready at that time.
We'll go ahead and take those pulled items after our cannabis, so I have no idea.
Okay, so I'll just stay in touch with that department, but if that department is present and listening,
Probably,
they can rest assured I'll contact them.
Yeah,
I'm
11:30,
thinking
12
maybe
o'clock.
early afternoon?
yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Thank you.
Is there any other items? Open up to public. Is there any public that wishes to pull an item for further clarification or questions? I don't see any hands raised. Actually, there are hands.
Bruno.
So, thank you. Actually never chaired during Zoom. Nick Hind. Is there an item you wish to pull?
I have a comment on your COVID policies.
Okay, so there's no items on the consent agenda you wish to pull?
No.
Okay. And Julia, is there any items you wish to pull on the consent agenda?
I have a question regarding it. I would like to know if this is the appropriate time to bring up a question to the Board of Supervisors, whether they've received correspondence that I sent to them last week.
This is not, no. This is, we're looking at consent agenda and pulling items for further clarification.
All right, so when would it be the appropriate time for me to bring that up?
Public comment.
And that is at what time?
During the COVID update.
Or, yeah, during the COVID update, probably, yes. So that is at,
This is, it's not COVID related though.
then at the public comment then at 9:05.
9:05, thank you, ma'am.
Seeing no other hands raised or anybody in the chambers, I will bring it back to the board for action. Pulling 5.2, 5.3, 4, and 5.
Madam Chair, I move to approve items 5.1 and items 5.6 through 5.15, through 5.15 from the consent agenda.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our 6.1 item, our 9:05 a.m. item, public input. These are items for public. You have 3 minutes to talk about any items that are not on our agenda. So these are items that you have questions or comments on that are not on our agenda. Does anybody in the boardroom have any comments, public comments that are not on the agenda? Not seeing any. I will go to the Zoom. Nick Hind, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Nicky Hind. I'm a Lake County resident and property taxpayer. First, I want to make clear that I fully endorse, both in content and urgency, all statements to the Board of Supervisors made by Dr. Will Tuttle. And I thank him for his initiative. After 2 years of nonsensical,
I believe that this would fit under the
guidelines,
COVID item.
Yeah, I think
of
this,
logic-defying explanations, of conflated statistics, distorted,
we have a
cherry-picked data.
Nikki, we have a
and other
COVID
data.
item on our agenda that's going to be taken up next. This sounds like an item that needs to be taken up with our COVID. So these are items that are, that you want to speak on that are not on our agenda. So COVID is on our agenda, we'll take that up after public input. So if there's anybody else who would like to give public comment on items that are not on the agenda. We'll go to Betsy Kahn. Betsy, we can't hear you. All right, we're going to skip Betsy, and hopefully she can figure out. Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. I was having trouble being unmuted by the host. I apologize for the delay. I would like to request that the Board of Supervisors put an item on the next agenda as soon as possible to discuss the tree mortality issues and the potential disaster for the entire county from the risk, which I know that Supervisor Pyska is working on diligently, but I do not see any discussion by the Board of Supervisors. I just would like to ask you, please, to have that item discussed for the public. Thank you.
Okay. And we'll go to Julia, if this is an item that is not on the agenda, so this is not a COVID time yet.
That is correct, Madam Chairman. It is not a COVID-related item. I am speaking here today to find out if the Lake County Board of Supervisors had received my communications via email and certified mail dated January 15th, 2022. And I would also like to talk about what was contained in that communication. Since the Lake County Board of Supervisors has a supervisory role when it comes to the Municipal Advisory Council known as the Middletown Area Town Hall, or MATH, I have written to inform you of the formal complaint that was sent on January 15th pursuant to Article 4, Section 5 of the MATH bylaws to the MATH chairperson, vice chairperson. I received notification that it was in fact received by Monica Rosenthal via certified mail. As detailed in my complaint, which I also sent to the Board of Supervisors, I have asked, among other things, that MATH board member Monica Rosenthal be censured for the especially egregious nature of the offenses she deliberately committed against our democracy, my constitutionally protected freedom of speech and common decency that prevented a free and fair election at the MATH board at the MATH meeting on January 13th, 2022. I also asked that the unjust election issue be immediately rectified as specified in my complaint. I've noted that the MATH bylaws mentioned a 1-month time frame to respond to a complaint. However, time is of the essence in this matter. The next board meeting is on, next MATH meeting is on January 10th. I requested a faster response within 14 calendar days of the date of the complaint. I still have not heard back from either the MATH or the Lake County Board of Supervisors on this, and I would like to know if there is in fact plans to respond to me promptly so that the February 10th meeting can include an election that includes myself as a candidate. I asked the Board of Supervisors if they can do anything within their supervisory powers to facilitate quickly rectifying these issues specified in my complaint in order to prevent the escalation of this matter to litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any further public comment in the Zoom room? Not seeing any, and I'm going to go back to the boardroom just to make sure. Public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Okay, I see any, so we will move on to the next item, our 6.2 item, our 9:06 a.m. item, consideration of update for COVID-19. And I believe we have Director Portney here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Joe.
And we also have Dr. Charlie Evans here, Madam Chair,
Okay,
for the report.
so whoever's going to start, we'll give you the floor.
So, thank you to the entire board for inviting me back to speak to you. I wanted to first start out with the presentation, the EPI update report, and I'm not sure, is Sarah on to speak to that?
Sarah was not able to attend, but her slides are showing now.
Okay, So let's go to the first slide. So this is showing COVID positivity throughout the state of California. The top line is the state of California, the blue line. The bottom line is the Rural Association of Northern California Health Officers, which is most of the rural counties in Northern California. So you can see that the state of California looks like it has reached a plateau in the number of infections. The line for the rural counties, however, is still creeping up. We have not quite plateaued. And, you know, I think we expect that to happen in the next week or two, but the rural counties are a little bit behind the state in that regard. Next slide. So this is tracking COVID throughout California. And again, you see the number of cases there declining for California. The cases for Lake County are down on the bottom. Actually, it's the Rancho counties in the red, still going up. Go ahead, next slide. And hospitalizations are still on the rise. This is for hospitalizations in California. And you can see, if you look at where we were back in September, which was the peak of Delta, we're well above that now. We haven't quite reached the peak where we were back a year ago. But the number of hospitalizations is still continuing to rise. Within our county, but within the Northern California counties, our cases are up this week by about 15 over last week. And although they're rising, they haven't done the rapid rise that we've seen in other counties to the south of us. So this is our test positivity in Lake County, and you can see that we're at 27.5% test positive. That's very, very high. It's the highest we've been by quite a long shot. Back in September, we were around 17, 18% with the Delta, and we're well above that. So very, very high transmission rate going on in the county right now. It's a 6.1% increase over last week. Next slide. And this is our case rate within the county. Again, very high, 89.4 cases per 100,000. That's the highest we've been. And next slide. And this is just numbers of cases. You can see how the numbers are quite high. We're almost twice what we were back with the pandemic and a year ago. Next. And this is cases by age group. If you look at the far right column, I think that gives you the most information. The age groups that have the highest case rate are those that are working. So 35 to 49-year-olds are 97.7 per 100,000, whereas the 65-plus-year-olds are only 31 per 100,000. 31 is still high. But the highest numbers are in the working population, and then, of course, the kids in schools are up there. Next. And this is just a graph showing the same thing. So the top group is the 18 to 49-year-olds. They have the highest rate of climb. Next, highest rate of climb is the 5 to 17-year-olds, and then the 50 to 64-year-olds, and then the 0 to 4-year-olds, and the lowest is the over 65 group. Next. So by ethnicity, the Latino population has the highest rate there at 72, and next is the American Indian and Alaskan Natives, and below that are the Caucasian. Next. So hospitalizations and ICU capacity. Fortunately, we still have capacity to take on more patients. When this was compared on the 24th, there were 8 COVID patients hospitalized on the wards and 3 in the ICUs. We were out of ICU bed availability. I heard yesterday they do have ICU beds and they do have ward beds, but we are in that steep rise, as you can see from the graph. Next. And this is just vaccine coverage by age. You can see we're not doing very well with our children. 5 to 11-year-olds, we only have 11% vaccinated. And those aren't fully vaccinated. In the 12 to 17-year age group, we have about 44%. And then you can see the other categories there. We are doing much better on the 50 to 64-year-olds and the 65 plus. Reaching 80% in the 50 to 64-year-olds is a real accomplishment. That's great. Next. That might be the last slide. Yeah. So Omicron has had a huge impact on hospitals throughout our state. Patients hospitalized with COVID-19 disease have skyrocketed in the last several weeks, though this has not yet fully materialized in Lake County. Our hospitalization numbers and our COVID hospitalized cases have increased in the past several weeks, but we have not seen the rapid rise seen in hospitals, say in Sonoma and Mendocino County, and we still have capacity in the ICU and on the wards. Our infection curve is a little behind the state, and I expect that we will see a surge in hospitalizations and a rise in deaths in the coming 2 to 4 weeks. Fortunately, patients hospitalized with Omicron do not tend to have the severe respiratory failure as often as we saw with the mother virus and with the Delta virus. But nonetheless, some people do get extremely ill with Omicron. I was working last Saturday and I took care of a young man who was 27 years old. He was not vaccinated. He had been sick for a week. He came in full-blown respiratory failure, one lung collapsed, the other full of fluid, gasping for breath. He required chest tubes, intubation, and I think it's unlikely that he will survive. On the same day, I also saw a young woman, 40 years old, who's a mother of 2 who had COVID and had signs and symptoms of an acute stroke. So although in the news they say that Omicron, you don't get that sick, we still see severe illness with Omicron in the unvaccinated population. Hospitals throughout the state are having quite a problem with staffing as nurses and physicians go out with the COVID infection on a daily basis, leaving already overworked staff to fill in for them when they are out. In order to cope with these shortages, many institutions have asked EMTs and paramedics to help staff the ER and care for the large number of patients. Patients who are ill but do not require hospitalization are encouraged to go to testing sites that get tested through their physicians' offices rather than using the hospitals and the ERs so that they don't overburden them. At the same time, those who are ill and are having difficulty breathing should proceed directly to the emergency department without delay, because there are things that we can do early on to help you prevent some of the severe complications of COVID-19. Schools have also been hit very hard. Our vaccination rates for kids of school age are low, as I went over with Sarah's slides. With the high infectivity rate of Omicron, many students have been out ill. At the same time, many of the staff at schools have become ill. There is a tremendous amount of transmission going on in the community and in the schools. The schools that have closed because they don't have adequate healthy staff to come to work. Lake County Public Health is committed to keeping schools open. They have assisted in outbreak management and encourage students to arrange themselves in pods to mitigate some of the transmission risk. Vaccinating all school-age children is the best tool we have to prevent further school closures. Effective masking with tight-fitting N95 and KN95 masks will also curtail virus transmission. Lake County Public Health requested masks from CDPH for schools, and they have been allotted the following: 20,000 KN95s, 110,000 surgical masks, 12,000 gloves, 15,000 N95s, and 200 pairs of goggles. Those should be distributed as soon as they arrive. Los Angeles County most recently change the requirements on masking and require all children who are attending school to wear a surgical or an N95 mask. The cloth masks have been clearly shown to be inferior, and they are not considered adequate protection. Indoor sporting events is another area where super-spreader viral transmission can occur. Effective masking with N95 is essential at these events. Those who are unvaccinated or who are immunosuppressed should consider avoiding such events. Nursing homes have also been hit hard with Omicron, with numerous outbreaks in our multiple homes. Fortunately, to date, we have not seen deaths, and this is because of the high rate of vaccination within the homes. Most of the infections have been brought into the homes by infected caregivers unknowingly. Businesses have also been affected by Omicron variant on numerous levels. Just as we see in the hospitals, employees in the businesses have had a much higher infection rate with Omicron. This has led to mandatory quarantine and isolation and time off work. The supply pool for workers was low before Omicron. And in addition to staffing problems, many businesses have been affected by supply chain issues. Supply chain issues have in turn caused significant scarcity in the markets. And as a result of the scarcity, we're seeing inflation on just about everything. If we broaden our perspective and look at Omicron internationally, one only needs to gaze at China to get an idea of how this can affect the supply chain. China has maintained its policy of trying to eliminate all COVID cases. Zero COVID cases is what they strive for. They have locked down cities as large as 13 million people for weeks at a time to try and control the spread of the virus. As the host of the Winter Olympics, they are likely to see an uptick in cases, despite the draconian measures they are instituting to prevent transmission. Currently, they have reported numerous cases in and around Peking. If they persist with the zero COVID strategy, this could have drastic further impact on our global supply chain. So what are our tools for battle for this virus? We've talked about masking. Please discard your cloth mask and upgrade to N95 or KN95 masks. They are tight-fitting and they cover all your respiratory passages. They really work to prevent transmission. Vaccinations, if you're not vaccinated, please discuss it with its advantages with your private physician. Although we are seeing Omicron infections in those who are vaccinated and boosted, we are not seeing the critical illnesses we see in those who are unvaccinated. The vaccine can save your life. It is extremely safe and effective. We spoke about boosting and its impact against the Omicron variant. It is clear that boosting significantly increases your immunity, multiple-fold. Eligibility remains 5 months after your Pfizer or Moderna vaccine or 2 months after your J&J vaccine. For those who are immunosuppressed, many specialists recommend a fourth shot. Please discuss what is safest for you with your personal physician. In Lake County, a vaccination van has been dispatched by the state to help with vaccines. This, I believe, will arrive tomorrow, and the schedule for that will be posted on the county website. And I encourage you all to take advantage of that. Testing. PCRs remain the gold standard for testing and are available through private physician offices as well as testing centers. Antigen tests have been made available at no cost to households and can be ordered through the U.S. Postal Service. Antigen tests are available at some schools, though the supply chain there is strained. There has been some concern over the accuracy of the antigen tests. Some studies have shown that they can be incorrect 40% of the time. This requires more study. If you test negative on an antigen test, you should still take the normal precautions of effective masking, social distancing, and avoiding indoor events. Antigen testing is recommended before and after travel. It is recommended if you intend to visit someone who is immunosuppressed, and it can be most helpful in the school environment. Treatments, monoclonal antibodies have been quite limited since the advent of Omicron. Some of the preparations used prior are not effective against Omicron, and the ones that are effective are in short supply. Paxlovid is the only antiviral treatment we have in Lake County for outpatient treatment of COVID-19. It is most helpful if taken promptly after infection. If you wait until you're very, very ill, it's not effective. North Lake Pharmacy is the only pharmacy in the county that stocks it currently, and supplies are not abundant. So where are we in this pandemic? Yogi Berra once said, "It's not over till it's over." And although the state has reached its peak, as we see in the media, most of the rural counties in Northern California have not yet reached their peak. We are likely to see that rapid rise in hospitalizations in the coming weeks, and unfortunately, a small percentage of these people will not survive. Although the rise in cases has come quickly, the backside of the curve is likely to have a longer tail and not to drop off abruptly as we went up so abruptly. With such a high measured prevalence in our community, it is wise to curtail gatherings and minimize risk in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Some individuals have taken a fatalistic approach and decided they're going to get Omicron eventually, so they are engaging in some of the high-risk behaviors that encourage transmission. I strongly encourage you to stay the course in your battle against this virus. The long-term consequences of infection aren't yet known, and some of the studies suggest that as many as 1 in 3, or 33% infected, will have some long-lasting effect, even if you just have a mild infection. The tools of masking, vaccination, testing, social distancing, hand washing, and plain common sense can keep you safe and keep you healthy. So what's next? No one can predict what variant will follow Omicron. Undoubtedly, there will be more variants. Might the future variants be more like the common cold? Might they be conversely resistant to the current vaccines, demanding that we get a different vaccine to protect us from the deadly effects of the virus? We don't know. The best experts in the world are unable to opine on this one, though they do all agree that there will be more variants to follow Omicron. I personally am optimistic about where we're going. I think that we can prevent serious infection, and we have more options to treat infection as time goes on. And with this time will help us to avoid some of the shutdowns and on all levels of society in the future, inching us back toward normal, but it will be inch by inch. In the interim, we must be patient with one another and tolerant of the vast differences in our opinions. I know families that have become alienated over their differing views of SARS-CoV-2. As a practicing emergency physician who sees the ravages of this virus day in and day out, I have a hard time understanding why we are not more vaccinated as a county, as a state, and as a nation. I treat unvaccinated patients every day, and I treat them with the utmost level of respect. I have not always received that level of respect in return. I suspect that is because of a lack of trust. Trust is earned not by words, but by actions, and I hope all of us can make strides forward in respecting and trusting one another. This is best done with acts of kindness and open dialogue to understand each other with particular focus on those differences. Reaching out to a family member with a difference of opinion is a great place to start, and it may save their life. So in the interim, as the brunt of the Omicron variant hits us, please use all the tools you possess to stay well. Masking, boosting, testing, hand washing, and avoid indoor gatherings for the next 2 to 3 weeks. Use your common sense and live your life. So thank you. I'll be open to questions.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Any of the supervisors have any questions for the doctor? Yep. Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. I so appreciate your updates. My question's for Director Portney about the van that we have coming from the state. And I'm just wondering how you're anticipating scheduling that van. And clearly from the slides that Sarah prepared, we have a lot of ground to gain with our pediatrics and our teenagers. And I'm wondering how we're going to kind of improve that access?
Good question and good morning. I just want to appreciate Dr. Evans' update. That was pretty special, and thank you for delivering that information on a public platform for everyone to hear. So for the mobile van, we are currently working with our health service department teams to work with, reach out to community-based organizations, school districts, and other partners to find strategic places to host pop-up vaccination clinics. We are meeting regarding this matter tomorrow, and we are working and communicating and reaching out to our fire departments as well, who have graciously offered to support as needed. And once we develop internally the strategic plan and identify the partners who want to support, we will begin to roll that out and promote via Facebook and our other social media networks to ensure that the public and the board is informed so that we can collectively promote this at the county level so that access is clear and reliable.
Thank you so much, and we really look forward to that rolling out and to having the media campaign as well. And once again, like we're looking for equity, we're looking for access, and for anybody that wants this choice.
Absolutely.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the update, Dr. Evans. I'm glad that right now Public Health is having that conversation with our fire districts. I know they were pivotal for both the testing sites and the vaccine clinics that started at the very beginning. Very thankful for their efforts on that. I did want to get a little bit more information. You talked about how there's only North Lake Pharmacy that has access to, I think you said it's called Paxlovid. I don't even remember the name, if you can provide that. But how do you get access to that? Do you have to go in and see your doctor and get prescribed? What's the steps? Because it sounded like it's available, but not necessarily. We were not provided the information on how to access the medication itself.
Correct. So the antiviral requires a prescription from your physician, and that prescription then be sent to the North Lake Pharmacy. That's the only pharmacy that has applied for the antiviral in the county. So to be a pharmacy that receives the antiviral, you need to apply for it, and none of the other pharmacies have applied. So it's very important that physicians know, patients know, that's the pharmacy they need to go to get it. And I think Dr. Pace told me we were allotted 20 doses, which is not very much when you look at the number of cases that we have. So those doses should really be directed at the people who are most likely to get sick. So that would be the unvaccinated, because they are much more likely to get critically ill, but also the immunosuppressed who have been vaccinated and boosted.
And so one of my questions to you, because of the answer you provided, is we don't have an urgent care necessarily. There are open slots, for example, at some of our clinics, but urgent care is a difficult thing here in this county. And so I believe that there's a very small window of opportunity where the medication can be taken before it's too far into the symptoms and the severity of the illness that it actually makes a change. What are the hospitals doing? Do you have to go to the ER? What is the best way to do this when there's limited access to urgent care for people to just pop in and get an appointment and get those prescriptions?
Great question. So the order in which you should try to get seen is one, through your primary care physician. I mean, some physicians will actually prescribe it for you if you call them over the phone and tell them you have a positive test and they know you and you have risk factors, they'll prescribe it for you. 2, if you can't get into your primary care physician, is to use urgent care. And 3 would be to proceed to the ER.
Okay, thank you.
Any other supervisors have questions or comments before I open it up to the public? So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. I'm going to start in the boardroom. Does anybody? He didn't raise it.
Oh, yeah, no, I just wanted to thank Dr. Evans and Director Portney for the report, especially in regards to the Omicron situation, that's one of the things I put. I wanted to see if we can discuss that. I really appreciate the highlighting the ICU beds. That is it's a real situation. I understand there's concern about it from the public. However, empirically, it is real. My mother is in the ICU right now and could not get in to the ICU because all ICU beds in the northern region were full. And that she went in 2 days ago. She barely got in last night, and now she's on an intubator. So we can look at studies from here and there, doctors here and there, but empirically, I went to the hospital outside her window because I can't visit her inside, and this is real. So I'm just letting people know. We can look at the studies, but let's look at empirical knowledge, things that are really happening, and it is affecting our county and our people. The elder that I asked for a moment of silence, my Aunt Covita, she didn't have COVID, but she couldn't get into an ICU bed because they're full because of people that have COVID. Now let's think, if there was an ICU bed available, would she still be here with us? Yes, possibly. But it's just time to really look at the reality. If I went to Iraq and said, these are blanks, I could just walk around and I might be in heaven one day, or that day. But no, I knew and took the chance that it wasn't blanks. Let's just be real about these things. Sorry for that. I'm getting a little emotional, but I just have to say it.
I'm so sorry to hear about your mom, and I wish her the best. But, what you're saying is absolutely true. This is something that, as an emergency department physician, we struggle every single day with trying to get people into ICU beds. We look as far south as Gilroy, as far west as Modesto to try to get people hospitalized. It's a struggle every single time we work. And the only way we're going to get through this is working together and doing those things that prevent infection, not trying to treat the infection after it occurs.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and back into the boardroom. Is there anybody in the boardroom wishing to ask a question or make a comment? Not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and go to the Zoom room. We're going to go ahead and start with phone 2689. If you could start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Christina Robertson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Most of us here have one thing in common. We would like to see our world experience healthy lives, free from the confusion and suffering this past 2 years has brought to us. And we have different ideas on how to bring healing to our communities. Many, too many people, have died over the past 2 years needlessly. And it is more important than ever to ask questions as to why. I don't believe COVID-19 is the culprit that brought all of this. Early intervention has been suppressed. Doctors with great success in treating people with inexpensive treatments have been suppressed and called quacks and lost their positions in many cases. People were told to go home and come back if they get worse. And I do believe in natural immunity, most definitely, especially for children. The media and some people here push fear and want the public to believe that if they get COVID, they will surely die or experience long-term negative health effects. If you take an objective look about this, you can see it is about money. Senator Elizabeth Warren has said the American people deserve to know the COVID-19 vaccine decisions are based on science and not on personal greed. Billions are spent on pushing the, quote, safe and effective vaccine mantra worldwide. The largest advertiser on television are pharmaceutical companies, and the media pushes their concerns by suppressing the doctors and scientists are speaking out against the narrative with their facts, their ideas. There should be discussion here, not suppression, not censorship. They also assist in suppressing the early intervention treatments many doctors have had success with, great success actually. The push for global vaccination goes against common sense and rational thinking, and is clearly driven by a few powerful and greedy people positioned to profit greatly in terms of money and power. These people have lost many lawsuits, but they're protected from legal responsibility when it comes to vaccinations, if that vaccination can get on the childhood vaccine schedule. Now, no healthy child needs this non-vaccine, but that is the goal for this non-vaccine agenda. Right now, the so-called vaccine is protected from legal ramifications because it is in emergency use action status. Think about that, and about the fact that all early interventions, as well as the doctors using them, have been suppressed. If there is an inexpensive, this is key, if there is an inexpensive and effective treatment, the so-called vaccine cannot receive
Okay, you've reached your 3 minutes, if you could wrap it up.
And the fact that, think also about Pfizer doesn't want you to know the clinical trial results. And lastly, think about Maddie DeGray, an active, healthy 12-year-old confined to life in a wheelchair from her vaccine treatment. And she is by far not the only vaccine-injured person not being talked about. And I thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
And I am very sorry for anyone's loss.
We'll go to Nikki Hind. If you could go ahead and start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Nikki Hind. I'm a Lake County resident and property taxpayer. First, I want to make clear that I fully endorse, both in content and urgency, all statements to the Board of Supervisors made by Dr. Will Tuttle, and I thank him for his initiative. After 2 years of nonsensical, contradictory guidelines, of logic-defying official explanations, of conflated statistics, distorted, cherry-picked data, and other chicanery, I am compelled to speak out too. It should not be necessary for citizens to have to provide the supervisors and health officers with essential information. But from the health officer's recent COVID report last week, there is an obvious lack of awareness, as well as an unfocused perspective. All COVID resolutions passed by the board and measures arising therefrom are presumptively authorized by the state of emergency issued by Gavin Newsom. But nobody seems to be asking the obvious question. Is there really cause for a medical emergency here in Lake County? In his report, the health officer expressed concerns around case numbers and ICU bed capacity. But if there was evidence to show that Lake County ICU beds have been strained beyond capacity, the health officer would presumably have included such data in his report. Instead, he presented ICU capacity data from London, England. This is absurd. There is no reasonable basis for comparing Lake County with London. London's 1,400 ICU beds support a population of 9 million people, living within a density of 15,000 per square mile. Here in Lake County, we have 8 ICU beds and a mere 51 people per square mile. Is the health officer going to compare Heathrow Airport with Lambton Field next? We call upon the Board of Supervisors to justify the continuation of any emergency measures with some real data, based on some real science, specific to Lake County, not statistically average case numbers from across the state, presented in units of per 100K. We only have 63,000 in the county anyway. It's about time our Lake County officials paid attention to information outside the carefully curated, highly censored bubble known as mainstream media, and beyond the corrupt global health authorities that seek to hype fear with their evidence-free variants of concern, and while their big
your 3
pharma
minutes, if you could
business
wrap it up,
partners
please.
make a killing on so-called vaccines, pun intended.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Julia Bono. You have 3 minutes, if you could start with your name.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Julia Bono. I have a background in scientific research. First of all, I want to offer my most sincere condolences to those in our county, like Supervisor Crandall and his mother, who have been personally or indirectly adversely affected by the COVID-19 disease that I in no way wish to make light of. However, I do wish to point out the risks that the presently available COVID vaccines present to healthy individuals like the two people I know who have been substantially harmed by them, and then offer some safe preventative and early treatment measures Lake County residents can take as an alternative. I also object to the highly questionable characterization of any of these vaccines as extremely safe and as effective, as we have just heard from Dr. Evans, since the CDC's own data shows otherwise. To minimize the risk of the COVID vaccines that essentially remain experimental, since long-term and multi-generational double-blind studies with a control group have not yet been performed, I offer a summary of information from the CDC Adverse Event Report System, or VAERS database. As of January 14th, 2022, we have over 1 million reports to this regarding the COVID vaccines. Includes 22,000 deaths, over 118,000 hospitalizations, over 113,000 urgent care events, over 164,000 doctor office visits, over almost 9,000 anaphylaxis events, and over 13,000 Bell's palsy. Adverse events also include over 3,000 miscarriages, over 11,000 heart attacks, including someone I know, over 27,500 myocarditis, pericarditis events, over 39,000 people permanently disabled, over 5,000 thrombocytopenia, low platelet events, over 25,000 life-threatening events, over 38,000 severe allergic reactions, and over almost 12,000 shingles events. Of the safer preventative alternatives to vaccination, a sizable peer-reviewed study showed that those following highly acidifying, low carbohydrate, high protein diets were 5.5 times more likely than those following alkalizing plant-based diets to suffer moderate to severe COVID symptoms that may result in hospitalization. The researchers concluded that a plant-based dietary pattern may therefore be considered for protection against moderate to severe COVID-19. Furthermore, numerous studies have shown the preventative nature of supplements like vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc, especially in combination. Another natural treatment uses pineapple, which contains high concentrations of bromelain and vitamin C that have been shown to result in both a faster decrease in mucus and a speedier recovery time in respiratory infections. In fact, one study showed using pineapple extract helped people recover from their respiratory conditions 4.8 times faster. In addition, the relatively natural and non-toxic antiviral known as colloidal silver has been demonstrated effective against both preventing and treating coronaviruses and is a potent inhibitor of SARS-CoV-2. A simple and inexpensive treatment protocol for coronaviruses that cause the common cold is to spray the nose and throat with colloidal silver. For lower respiratory infections, a patient can inhale a fine mist of nanocolloidal silver using an inhaler or nebulizer.
Okay, you've reached your 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up, please.
While prevention might be seen by ingesting lower colloidal silver doses of 10 and 30 parts per million, stronger colloidal silver concentrations in the 500 parts per million range might be required to treat more serious cases. If you oppose medical mandates in Lake County, please visit the website www.standuplakecounty.org and sign and share the link petition. I also invite our supervisors to do the
We're
same.
going to go on to Elaine Zacher. You have 3 minutes. If you could start with your name.
This is Elaine Zacher. Can you hear me?
Yes. If you could speak a little louder.
Okay.
There you go.
I have a question for Dr. Evans. Are Lake County urgent care facilities and hospitals using low-cost proven treatments like vitamin D, ivermectin, budesonide, and others that have been shown in published peer-reviewed studies and meta-studies to be effective treatments for COVID-19 if used early? And the studies show that if given early at appropriate doses, they are effective treatments. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Evans, if you wanted to answer that question.
So the studies on ivermectin were flawed and fraudulent. There's no evidence that ivermectin is actually helpful in the treatment of COVID-19 disease. What happens frequently with patients that use this is they overuse it and it has neurotoxicity, and people have been hospitalized with ivermectin poisoning as a result of it. So I don't recommend ivermectin. Ivermectin is used a lot in the third world for river blindness, and we have a lot of experience with it, taken in the doses that are typically prescribed. It is a safe medication, but it has not been shown to prevent or cure COVID-19. Vitamin D, vitamin C, and zinc have shown some promise, not to cure, but just to prevent or to help in the treatment. And I think the plant-based diets are also a great idea. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We'll go to phone 1113. If you could start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. This is Dr. Will Tuttle, and yeah, it's very frustrating to hear these things being said by the health director, Dr. Charlie Evans, because, and nothing personal, but I think it's well understood that if he said anything else, he would lose his job, because this whole thing is controlled from a higher level. It's well understood that ivermectin, for example, is being used very, very successfully all over the world, and that many countries like India, there's a state in India, Uttar Pradesh, with almost 300 million people, and they have basically no COVID at all, no problems, because everybody uses ivermectin. And there's same thing has been true for hydroxychloroquine. There's been many protocols that have been created. The Zelenko protocol, for example, where you had virtually 100% success using hydroxychloroquine and zinc and azithromycin and so forth. So there's been many protocols that have been deliberately suppressed by the NIH. So basically, what we have to understand here is that the COVID deaths are basically either murders or hoaxes. They're murders because there are many well-known and inexpensive treatments, like we've been talking about, which have been deliberately suppressed by the corrupt FDA and the CDC and the NIH, and many countries are using them. And they're also, if they're not that, they're hoaxes because, again, the corrupt WHO has deliberately approved the PCR test, which is absurd to say that that is a gold standard. It's been dropped by the CDC because it's wrong. I mean, it generates massive numbers of false positives, which were used to create all the hysteria of this whole COVID thing. And so even if people died from other things when people came into the hospital from pneumonia or a car accident or a heart attack, the CDC mandated that if they tested positive for COVID along the way, which they had to do, they would be listed as a COVID death. And hospitals, of course, have been given large financial incentives to test for COVID and to use ineffective and toxic and frankly deadly treatments like remdesivir and ventilators, which studies have shown have killed many people that otherwise would not have died. It's also keeps failing to be recognized that asymptomatic people do not spread disease. This is a fundamental, we've known this for hundreds of years. Asymptomatic people do not spread disease. We're healthy. The whole rationale for testing, for distancing, for lockdowns, for masking is based on this deception. It's also well known that natural immunity is far superior to vaccine-related immunity, which is now seen to be completely non-existent. The other thing we have to keep in mind is that, as journalist C.J. Hopkins has written in a recent article, these are the last days of a COVIDian cult. The whole corrupt and deceptive COVID narrative is collapsing everywhere. It should be obvious now.
You've reached your 3 minutes.
As you no doubt are
wrap it
aware,
up?
England has now completely put an end to the whole charade, and there's no more masks or anything in England.
Okay,
and
so we're going to go ahead and go to phone.
Wait, can I just
Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that Dr. Evans is not our public health director. Our new public health director is Director Portney, Jonathan Portney, who's just joined us. Dr. Evans is an ER physician who has been treating COVID over the past 2 years and has that direct experience, which a lot of our callers do not. So I just want to point that out. And also that Dr. Evans has encouraged people to communicate with their physicians for medical advice. And I would just hope that no one is getting medical advice on this call today, through this meeting.
Thank you. We'll go to phone 4627. If you could start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
This is Tom Slate. Jessica, haven't you been advising people to get vaccinated? Is that not medical information? I don't even know what to say to that, but I had a few thoughts. And Eddie, I'm so sorry, and sincerely, I think any of us would be to hear about your mom. It's your personal business, but you did make it public. And I would like to speak to that. It makes me feel bad, and about that. But listen to some of what we are saying. Look into this. Apparently, early treatments do work. But check these out for yourself, and you decide. Because I think at the very least, it will raise questions in your mind. And like Dr. Taylor, or Will, we all call him Will, said about the PCR test, has been, in a word, reasonable to say discredited. So much of what we say, and maybe all of them, is correct or good information for you to check out, Eddie. And please do that. We don't make this stuff up. So I'm just very disappointed. To me, the elephant in the room for today is that there are these treatments, and there's much credible research to show that they do work. So thank you all.
Just one more point of clarity. I'm talking about access and equity for those who want the vaccine. That's what I said today, and that's why we want to make this van available so that people have the option.
Okay, we'll go to Nara. Is it Nara?
Just real quick. Yeah, I did make it public, and like I was told before by one of my constituents, I ran for this position, and I understand that at times when things get brought out, that's what the job inquires, and that's why I brought it up, because it is important for people to know that this is empirical and this is life situations right now. It's unfortunate that it's in my life right now, but I know there's others that have dealt with it, believe me, I'll give anything to have my mom awake right now and whatnot. And I have read the book that you've given us, but either way, it neither weighs the fact that the ICU rooms are filled and all of that other, and things that other doctors are telling us are true too. So why can't we just meet in the middle and figure it out instead of being divisive about it? That's my point.
Thank you, Chair Crandall.
What was that? We just had a strange photo, Matthew. Did you catch that?
Nara, you have 3 minutes. If you could start with your name.
Sure. Hi, Nara Dalbaka. I'm a resident of District 1.
Hang on just a second. I don't know what that picture is, but I'd like to take that picture down while she makes her comment. Matthew, are you able to do that?
I think so.
So that's a photograph associated with the user's Zoom profile. I don't have.
Yep, sorry, that might just be my headshot is a cat. Is that?
Matthew, can you do something with that or no?
As long as Ms. Dalbaka has the ability to talk, the profile picture will be showing unless she removes it.
Bizarre photo.
Let's go ahead and do 3 minutes. You can start with your name.
Thanks. Hi. Yeah, Nara Dalbaka, District 1 resident. I'm calling in because I'm actually going to ask the Board of Supervisors if there's anything that you all can do to make have the unified school district meetings be available by Zoom, because I've tried. I wanted to attend several of the MUSD meetings when they were discussing COVID protocols, and the mask mandates were not being enforced there. The members of the school board were visibly scared and threatened by the people that were in attendance, and we're not getting an accurate view of the beliefs of the people who were not able to attend because I have an unvaccinated 3-year-old child. I'm not gonna, and a dad who's immune compromised. I'm not gonna go attend a meeting in person and risk my family. But all I was able to do was send it an email that I don't think was looked at until after the meeting. So those of us who are actually concerned about this virus and who do listen to science are being blocked from public meetings where they're making decisions about our children and our schools. And I moved to the Middletown School District to send my child to this school, and now I'm deeply concerned about the leadership. So the fact that this meeting is available by Zoom makes it so that my voice and my vote can be heard and counted. And that's not being allowed right now at the school board meetings because there is no Zoom access, and the people that attend the meetings are often threatening, are not wearing masks, are yelling at people who choose to wear masks at the meetings. And it's not a safe environment for those of us who are following the science and who are concerned about our family members to be able to comment. So I'm here on another item today, but I just hope that you all know that that's what's happening at the school board meetings. Thanks.
I appreciate that, and I agree that these meetings should be available by Zoom, but each school district has their own board and their own superintendent, and we do not have jurisdiction over the school districts. Supervisor Sabatier?
There's other ways to communicate your public input. You can always email it to the board members. You could always ask the board members to get stuff moving onto Zoom. I think there's definitely other ways to make sure that you are heard, and as elected officials, we should do everything to be able to read what is submitted to us so that we do hear at least the voices that aren't able to come to the public meetings.
Supervisor Pyska?
And I share your concern, Nara. I do know that Middletown hired a new IT director, and they did broadcast the meeting on Facebook Live. It's unfortunate because you can't participate remotely, but that is something that you could pursue with the district because I agree, it's important to have that access.
I'm going to go to the next caller, Jason Miller. If you could start with your name, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me? My name's actually, I have somebody else's phone, so it came up their name. My name's Jeremy Rarick. First, I want to start by talking about what Nara just said. She is a political operative. She said that it's white supremacy is why she wasn't able to.
Yes, we could stick to the topic at hand right now.
And talk to us, not about other public members, please.
Okay, well, let's talk to you. Let's talk about, since we're talking about personal experiences. My personal experience is I went to the hospital on November 28th, chest pains, couldn't breathe, and all they cared about was I vaccinated or not? After 4 hours of being there, and they said, are you scared of microchips, and ridiculing me, they sent me home with a pulmonary embolism and almost killed me. It wasn't noticed till a cardiologist relooked at my scans days later. And that's what this is doing. This is affecting people by this paranoia. If you get a political doctor, you're not going to get the same amount of care. And I believe Dr. Evans has shown himself to be a very political doctor. And just like Gary Pace, I mean, it's been unbelievable over the last few years. Since then, I've gotten Omicron or COVID, and it was literally the sniffles for a couple days, and I'm someone with some massive health issues. I think what we are going to continue to do, I mean, when the next variant comes out, are we all going to freak out again? Are we going to shut stuff down? Are we going to, test everybody? When I got COVID a couple weeks ago, we had to test all my kids. None of them had any symptoms whatsoever, but they tested positive. Not a symptom in the world. And for me, it was just a runny nose and a headache for a couple of days. So, for every person that's in the hospital, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands that it's a runny nose. And that's very similar to the flu or the cold. If you look at the new numbers, the mortality rate is very similar, if not, if you're under 45 years old, you have a better chance of dying from the flu than you do COVID. And, that's straight from the CDC. And now they're saying that the 75% of the deaths had 4 or more comorbidities. That's, again, straight from the CDC. And just one more thing, just yesterday, doctors met in Washington, D.C. that aren't allowed to speak. There's a 5.5-hour seminar where doctors from all over the country that are top in their fields said exactly the opposite of what Dr.
3 minutes are up. If you could wrap it up, please.
Yeah. Well, it needs to stop. Obviously, this is going to be a fun political season.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no new hands in the Zoom room, we're going to go ahead and go to the boardroom. Is there anybody in the boardroom wishing to speak on this topic? Go ahead and come up to the mic. If you could state your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Helena Brook, and it will be very short. I rather resent the fact that unvaccinated people are getting priority over vaccinated people in the hospitals. That may be cruel, but that's what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment. Dr. Evans or Director Portney, is there anything else you would like to add today before we move on to our next item?
I just wanted to say that we've crossed 850,000 deaths from COVID-19 in this country. You know, we've never had a pandemic in our lifetime that's had anything close to this. You know, this, although many people that get sick with COVID, it's a common cold. For many, it's a death sentence. And we need to take this very seriously, and we need to work together to get our way out of this. And it's going to be a step-by-step process, inch by inch. And I appreciate all the people who are working so hard to get us there. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. And then I saw Chair Crandall, you had your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to state that I empathize with a portion of what Mr. Rarick had stated. Being in the hospital is difficult, especially by yourself. I know pre-COVID, being in hospitals with my mother, since we've talked about personal experiences, I was able to be there with her and talk about her medications and whatnot. She wasn't able to have that now. And so I do understand and agree that there's a lot of other things that are affecting us on both sides of this. And either way, this is affecting our people. And people that are being careless about it is also reasons why people are getting sick. And so I apologize for bringing this personal experience out. I just want everyone to know it's real, and there's nothing more than I would love to see us all get past this. You know, I thought we were past it as well, but of course, it's something we're going to have to work with. And I do understand people are getting different symptoms. My granddaughter caught it. She's 1 year old, and she successfully came out of it. My daughter caught it. She's okay. But unfortunately, my mother caught it, and she is an elder. And so, you know, there's nothing I wouldn't give to have another, my grandfather passed at 80. I'd love to have another week with him just to learn some of the language that he knew that I didn't get to learn all of. I'm sure there's other people here listening, tuning in, that want to at least have their elders or people that have knowledge. Just think about the retiree that was Gordon. I mean, he was an elder, but he knew so much, and any type of knowledge we can get from that man is important. Now, we don't want to, make people like, in their senior citizen ages susceptible to this, or people that even have comorbidities. None of that. So I just highlight that, and I'm not trying to for or against anything. I just want people to understand. Let's just take it seriously. This is a real thing, regardless of what the news or anybody's saying. Let's look at what's happening in Lake County.
Thank you. And if there's nothing further from the supervisors, we'll go ahead and close this item and move on to the next one, which is our 6.3 item, 9:40 a.m., consideration of a follow-up presentation by Sonoma Clean Power Chief Executive Officer on a geothermal opportunity zone, and B, consideration of a resolution establishing county membership in the Sonoma Lake Mendocino Opportunity Zone. And I believe we'll start with Carol Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to recognize and introduce Matthew Rostein, who's been working with Sonoma Clean Power to bring this agenda item back to your board. This is a follow-up from a discussion you had in fall 21-21. So Matthew, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you, board. As your board will recall, on November 2nd, 2021, Sonoma Clean Power's Chief Executive Officer, Jeff Cyphers, introduced the idea of cross-jurisdictional collaboration surrounding exploration of new baseload renewable energy technologies through a geothermal opportunity zone. Sonoma Clean Power's board had authorized creation of the GeoZone on October 7th. Emerging technologies have the capacity to produce geothermal energy while using markedly less water than was previously required. You will be aware baseload renewables, including traditional and new closed-loop geothermal, are also expected to be of increasing import in the state's energy portfolio as projects such as the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant are decommissioned in coming years. An estimated 1,200 megawatts of new geothermal resources are required by 2030, and 2,300 megawatts by 2045 to meet statewide preferred system plan energy portfolio goals. And this is in addition to maintaining 1,600 megawatts of current production. To lend some context to those numbers, at their peak, the geysers produced around 1,500 megawatts. And now I'm going to display a resolution that will be for your consideration in Part B. As your board is aware, Lake County has a 60-year history of geothermal production. We have valued long-term partners. Should your board vote to join the GeoZone, it will remain a county priority to maintain relationship and appropriate communication with existing geothermal partners. Additionally, culturally meaningful lands and our communities must be protected as any exploration is undertaken, in addition to mitigating any potential environmental concerns. In consideration of these factors, at Supervisor Pyska's thoughtful recommendation, the highlighted modifications are proposed to the resolution that was posted with your agenda.
Can you read those out loud? It's impossible to read that from the public perspective.
So there is a whereas added, which states, whereas geothermal energy production has been an essential part of the Lake County economy for 60 years, thanks to the geysers facility. And in the final whereas on the first page, it now reads, whereas the County of Lake is well acquainted with the potential consequences to the environment, communities, and culturally meaningful lands of new resource development, and expects to be directly engaged in the selection of projects with the aim of mitigating adverse impacts. And then one item has been added to the resolution content, and item 3, and it states, Lake County commits in our participation in the GeoZone to maintaining relationship and appropriate communication with existing geothermal industry partners. So those are the changes that have been made. And continuing, Jeff Cyphers and Ryan Tracy of Sonoma Clean Power, who have been instrumental in development of the GeoZone concept, are present today, and we've asked them to be prepared to discuss what the structure of the group working on GeoZone would look like and what involvement they expect from Lake County as we move forward. And Jeff and Ryan can also answer any other questions that you have. As referenced in the memo associated with this item, staff believes Lake County being involved in the GeoZone and remaining aware of possibilities for new resource development will be beneficial. And Lake County will retain the authority to review any projects located in our county as they arise and weigh any risks associated with proposed activities. Now, if it pleases your board, I will turn this presentation over to Jeff Cyphers and Ryan Tracy of Sonoma Clean Power.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, supervisors, for asking us to return. I think as we explore how we can best steer this wave of coming geothermal power in California, I'd like to ask Ryan Tracy to recap what's happened since we last met on November 2nd, and then I'd love to dive into some of the opportunities and concerns that have been raised and make sure that we're adequately addressing those. And we do have a very short slide deck, if that's okay for us to share. Let me tee that up. Is that working?
Yes.
Okay, super. So Ryan, maybe you could begin with the recap of kind of what's been happening over the last couple of months.
Excellent. If you don't mind, go to the next slide real quick. And Matthew actually provided a great summary. You know, it's been 3 months, but I just did want to add a couple of things to the board to consider on the GeoZone specifically. One of the reasons this is so important, as Matthew alluded to, is we're looking at trying to navigate the energy transition in California. We're really on the leading edge, and solar and storage, we're finding there's certain limitations, especially when you're looking at the winter time and trying to design reliability through cold and windless spells. And geothermal is an essential resource for making that work. And the state's starting to identify that. And as you heard on some of the quoted, megawatts of planned capacity, we expect there to be a lot of demand in new geothermal coming down the pike. One thing that's got us really excited is there's been a lot of technological evolution since geothermal development last happened in the geysers. It really increases the flexibility of how the technology can be applied, whereas the geysers geo right now is located over a very unique geologic characteristic where you not only have hot rock, but you have permeable, you have a permeable reservoir where fluids can flow through. The new technologies that a lot of companies are offering don't require that permeability. So it allows us to look just for hot rock. And there's hot rock is present over a lot more of the region than just the unique characteristics that the geysers have. So that not only increases, the opportunities, but it increases the flexibility. So when we're looking at trying to find places that we can put geothermal that are more compatible with the community, these new technologies really offer that advantage. And as Matthew mentioned too, the other thing that we're really keeping an eye on is that there are now technologies that make geothermal a lot more water efficient. The current geysers facility is very dependent on imported water from both Lake County and from the city of Santa Rosa. And certainly that type of supply is something you got to keep an eye on with climate change and drought risk. So these new technologies allow not only new geothermal to be more efficient with water, but allow us to look at the current operation and figure out ways to be more efficient with our water use. So with all of this context, SCP, looking at our region, which has a world-class geothermal resource, and we've got, compared to other places in the world, just a great setting for this type of development. We really wanted to look for opportunities to look, across the region for the communities to get together and understand and explore if there's an opportunity for us to pursue geothermal development and help contribute and take a leading role in solving this really important challenge for climate change. I can go to the next slide, Jeff. So since we met back in November, there's a lot of valuable discussion and ideas we captured and concerns from the community. So one focus area was understanding how we can capture those in the resolution, and Jeff's going to speak to that in just a bit. So I'll leave that to him. But since then, we've also had the opportunity to present this collaboration to the County of Mendocino, and they approved unanimously in December to join the GeoZone, and we're currently on the agenda for joining for Sonoma joining the GeoZone in February. We've also continued to really continue our outreach to local experts, including people who've worked in Lake County government and been really involved and on the ground with historic geothermal development and understand some of the hurdles and different issues and trying to incorporate that feedback in the way that we're pursuing the GeoZone. We've stayed politically engaged. We've been talking to regulators about what we've been up to, and also really building our network with developers to make sure that when we start looking at partners from the private world in this initiative, that we understand the types of different technologies that can be applied and the different benefits that they could bring to the GeoZone.
So I think maybe even before I touch on this slide in the resolution, I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that with the CPUC's order recently to rapidly build 1,000 megawatts of new geothermal in the state, and expectations that order could expand in the future, as Matthew alluded to. We conceived of the GeoZone as a way to help our region organize and determine what local counties want to see built instead of just responding after receiving permit applications. And as we've explored this GeoZone concept, to Ryan's point, we did meet with a number of people with important history and knowledge, but we're learning about more. So some of the letters that we got in response to this item has introduced us to new names that we absolutely want to connect with and learn more from. And most notably, I think we've learned a lot about some of the problems with the older existing geothermal plants. And so we're hopeful we can steer developers toward less impactful technologies with lower risks of seismicity, lower water use, lower visual impacts, smaller footprints. And I want to be candid, there's no way that I know of that we can prevent developers from ignoring us and the geozone altogether and going straight to each of our counties asking for permits. But I do think if there are ways we can lay out a welcome mat for the projects that the public prefers, that may help us get better outcomes as we move forward. So I think some of the key things on this slide, we heard the board's concerns that we shouldn't commit to a project this early, and frankly, that makes perfect sense to me. So we worked with your staff to revise the resolution to be clear that this is about exploring for opportunities and finding what is available. We also took your request to clarify how Lake County can retain control over projects in your jurisdiction and explored that. So one idea at the last time we met in November was to invite Lake County onto the Sonoma Clean Power Board. And we explored that, but it actually has some downsides for Lake, I think. It would, in some ways, be one vote out of 12 for issues that might be related to Lake County. And I think it would elevate the importance of the Sonoma Clean Power Board in this process in ways that, frankly, even the other two counties, Sonoma and Mendocino, may not find appropriate, given that each county wants to retain full jurisdiction over any projects in its boundaries. And it also would put whoever is sitting on the Sonoma Clean Power Board from Lake in a position of voting on efficiency programs in Mendocino County or rates in Sonoma County. And it felt awkward. So what we'd like to do is kind of think about a solution to this and have proposed that we agree that any projects in Lake County must be specifically reviewed and approved by Lake County itself, which is just a clarification of things. But further, agree that throughout the entire feasibility process and exploration, that Lake County staff and this board would be active participants in any Lake County projects with frequent meetings and briefings, with feedback and intelligence, and agree that any negotiations for community benefits actively involve and ultimately require the approval of Lake County for projects within Lake County. And I think we've also heard from this board and from recently the Sierra Club Lake Group noted that when renewable energy is produced in Lake County, there's really some value in having Lake County residents and businesses able to utilize that energy and benefit from it. And we do agree with that. And it speaks to the ongoing dialogue we're having with Lake County about if and when it's in your interest to receive service from Sonoma Clean Power, or stand up your own community choice program. And we're wide open to assisting with either. So far, this board has determined in the past that having rates at or below PG&E's rates is critically important. And right now our rates are just a hair above PG&E. And so we do expect that situation to change right around the time that PG&E's most expensive power plant, the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, shuts down in 2025. And that reduces the fees that PG&E places on customers entering programs like ours. And so we want to keep that welcome door or that welcome mat out for Lake County and make sure that when it is appropriate, that we consider extending service. And if you choose to stand up your own program, we want to be there to help you do it. And I think mainly that covers the material that we had here. There are some next steps, but I think I'd be interested in hearing from the board about questions or concerns at this point and whether we've done a good enough job in addressing them. We can also talk a bit about the rhythm of engagement, about how frequently we're meeting with staff and that sort of thing. I know Supervisor Peiske had some good comments on that between the meetings. But I think it might be good to turn it over, Matthew, to the board, if that works for you, to check in and see. We can certainly talk more about what's coming up in the future should Lake County vote to proceed in terms of reaching out further to the community and to developers. And thanks for, I think somebody stopped the screen share. Thank you. And let's check in now.
Okay. Supervisor Pyska?
Great. So thank you for kind of talking about the Sonoma Clean Power Board and explaining how you got to that. I think, you know, it was my question earlier at one of our other meetings, and I think it would be a great time for you to describe what the GeoZone collaboration looks like if we sign this resolution. You know, are we having meetings? Are we collaborating with other counties? Are we just sitting and waiting for Sonoma Clean Power to bring us opportunities? Can you just kind of describe that for everyone, please?
Absolutely, and this is something that needs to be flexible and evolve as this board and the boards of the other counties have further input. But the starting point that I'd like to propose is that we routinely meet with your staff to talk about the activities that are ongoing in terms of building a coalition and partnerships potentially with developers in terms of community outreach and that sort of thing. And then finding opportunities probably every 2 to 3 months or so to do a quick update to the board. Again, subject to the board saying more or less as things go on. I expect that over this calendar year, we'd have a fair bit to report in 4 to 6 months or so in terms of early identification of potential properties, in terms of potential partnerships. And so I think that will be of significant interest. I know that Mendocino County has already adopted their resolution and is interested in a similar kind of level of engagement. And I think getting the counties together to have a conversation probably would be most fruitful when there are specific projects to discuss in terms of the relationship between who's utilizing the energy versus who's producing it and where it's located and that sort of thing. But if there's an appetite to convene the 3 counties earlier to talk about a vision, that would be welcome as well. So we're happy to convene that. And I think, but starting with, you know, we routinely connect with Matthew and several staff that work with him roughly weekly and give updates on that. And I'm also happy for revisions to that plan.
Oh, great. So I know that you received some comments from the public with concerns about geothermal in general, and these are also concerns that I've shared with you in our other meetings. And then you brought up today about, you know, what would be appropriate in the resource area with our existing industry, which we value our partnership and we value tremendously that the geysers have been, you know, involved in our economy for the past 60 years. And so certain things are appropriate in the resource area and certain things are obviously not appropriate when we go into the communities. And I think that, you know, I think that's what our constituents are very concerned about. And you know, we've had those conversations before, but I think this is also a good time for you to kind of discuss that.
I'm sensitive to that. And frankly, I think this is a situation where the county and the community are driving the process more than we are, in a sense. We can identify where there's a thermal opportunity, but because I live in Sonoma County and am less familiar with Lake County, and because I'm not a supervisor or an active community participant in Lake County, I can't know the suitability of those sites. And so that's where this conversation needs to go. And so I think our job, as I see it, is to do the technical research, to speak to the experts in your region, as well as the other 2 counties. We're starting to see some opportunity in the Sonoma Valley as well, and learn about where there's potential. And then I think the first layer of discussion, as I am envisioning this, would be with the staff of Lake County, because they might be able to weed out sites just automatically, saying don't even bother. Like those 3 sites are just not worth doing because there's sensitive habitat, or it's too close to housing, or whatever the situation might be.
Or it's a culturally sensitive area.
Absolutely. And then I think we come to the board and the community after the first pass by staff and have the conversation again. And I think my hope is that we can identify sites that make sense, but it's within context. So it's within the context of what's really honestly available in terms of, even though these are much lower water technologies for geothermal, there is still some water, and water is a pretty critical concept right now around the whole Western US, and Lake County's no exception, I'm sure. And so being really candid about where is there genuine resource potential, not just from heat in the ground, but from the all-in proposition. And then addressing the concerns this board and others have raised about what are the community benefits. If there isn't a manner where Lake County residents and businesses can use the energy, then what? And I think that's a fair conversation, and one that we want to help be involved with and support.
Great. So the article in the North Bay Business Journal mentioned there was a few items in there that raised concern with our constituents, that 3/4 of the area of our county, you were looking at opportunities. And when we've had conversations, I've asked you what areas you're looking at for opportunities. And I'm wondering if something's come up recently, if you have identified areas, or if you just want to speak to those quotes in that article.
Yeah, sometimes it's frustrating when an article picks a few things that we say out of an hour-long conversation. So I apologize that I didn't have better control over that. So when we are looking at opportunities, the first pass that we have is really the history of test wells that have been drilled throughout the region. And that's the first data that we get. And so we've pulled those well logs. We know a bit about things that have, about the thermal gradients throughout a fairly large portion of Lake County and some of Mendocino and some of northeastern Sonoma County. And that is a fairly large area. That is not anything like the area that we would propose for development. I think what we need to do is have that conversation about what the appropriate properties are. We did have a first pass at looking at Lake County owned properties, and that's an interesting conversation to have in terms of what properties you already own directly. There are a number of privately owned sites where there is potential for geothermal outside of the traditional resource zone area. And so I think that conversation should be had at some point. But we have no projects to propose yet. We're far from that. I think we have quite a few more conversations about where it's appropriate to look first. And we are looking outside of Lake County as well, in terms of southeastern Mendocino and northeastern Sonoma and the Sonoma Valley. And we're also, frankly, separately from this effort, looking at geothermal in Nevada and elsewhere. It's not our preference to construct projects that far from home. And it's also, we have less relationship with those government entities as well. But in terms of the geozone effort, there's a fairly big resource potential area, but then that has to get narrowed quite a bit. One of the quotes in the article that I said, but it was a little bit incomplete quote, is to use the early projects as a proving ground. And that came across pretty cavalier. And I apologize for not trying to work in the entire quote, but it was more that we believe that the early projects in very low water use in either binary or closed loop type technology is a proving ground to the Western United States for how to have baseload renewable power. And it wasn't intended to say Lake County is a proving ground. It was intended to talk about the technology of very low water geothermal. And I think the reason that needs to be proven is there's only a handful of those types of facilities in the world today. And it is a somewhat experimental technology in the sense that the drilling technology used to create those wells is still fairly new. And the ability for them to be located in regions like our own is still something that we believe is correct, and the science tells us it's correct, but we still need to have a proof of concept constructed somewhere. And my hope with that effort and the geozone broadly is to demonstrate that the extremely high water use of natural gas fired power plants can be replaced megawatt for megawatt with a lower water use version of geothermal. And so greatly reducing emissions, but also reducing water use. And I think that if we can demonstrate that, that's going to have application in Southern California, throughout Nevada, and potentially more broadly around the Western US. So that was what was meant by that in that article.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that. And also in the article, you talked about how the geozones hope to produce over 600 megawatts by expanding the geysers geothermal production area. And then earlier, you mentioned with the current operations, it being more efficient. And so I'm just wondering if you have projects that you're considering for the resource area now.
Not yet, but I do think engaging with Calpine and some of the other smaller producers in the geysers complex area is important, and for so many reasons. One is they know a lot about geothermal. They operate facilities and they're key partners. But also for a reason that if there is an opportunity to reduce the environmental impacts of an existing facility, that could actually be paired with the production of a new facility nearby. So for example, and I'm not promising this because I don't know this is an opportunity, but I want to explore this opportunity. If there's a way to reduce the amount of water that an existing facility at the geysers uses, could we use that water in a secondary site nearby to expand the amount of power output? And it's a question that I think is worth asking. I don't know if that's an opportunity, but I think we need to explore it. If there's a way to reduce the leakage of hydrogen sulfide gas or methane from the existing facility, we should explore that too, because there are some impacts from drilling a new facility. So I think the idea of partnering with Calpine in some way, whether it's with land or existing resources, is something I'd like to keep on the table unless the board really strongly disagrees. I think they could be a key player.
Yeah, we encourage that collaboration and cooperation because we have an existing industry, we have existing infrastructure, and so that's, you know, that I think that's going to be an extremely beneficial collaboration for everybody involved. So I really appreciate you answering all my questions. I don't know if anybody else has questions. I'll put my pen down.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the conversation and the opportunity. Definitely want to be on the at the table for the discussion rather than not being at the table at this discussion. However, there's definitely some concerns, and so I'm glad that this is not a approval of a project. This is approval of discussing to see what projects might be available and then coming back and seeing what that project looks like. Definitely concerned about added seismic activity, definitely concerned about added use of water. I know that not only do they receive up at the geysers the full circle treated sewer water up there, but they also have a 7,500 acre feet uptake of lake water as well. And so the more we continue to experience droughts, the more that's definitely something of concern, as that would be added added pressure on the resources that we have. I want to clarify something that you mentioned. It sounded like you are letting us know that it's not possible, or at this moment it is not recommended to open up a seat at Sonoma Clean Power for the County of Lake. Is that just during this process? Because once there's a project, it would seem to me that it's an absolute must from my perspective that we have a seat at the table to decide how rates are going to be changed, how service is being provided, and that not being at the table, I don't see that as an advantage as you painted it, but maybe I misunderstood. So wondering if you can clarify that.
So the Sonoma Clean Power, as it exists today, serves Sonoma and Mendocino counties with power generation. And what I would like us to think about is if as soon as there is a body that is determining what projects to build, how to build them, what the community agreements are, and so forth, I think it has to be, that body has to be the county where those projects are constructed. I don't see us forming a new entity. So the GeoZone, as I envision it, isn't so much creating a new government agency. It doesn't do that. There's no new JPA. There's no new decision makers created. It is a partnership of existing agencies. So we have a power provider currently of Sonoma and Mendocino, Sonoma Clean Power, and then the partners, so far Mendocino County, we expect Sonoma will join, and we certainly hope Lake joins. And so 3 counties and a power provider. I'm wide open about a seat on the Sonoma Clean Power Board for Lake County. I don't think that serves the goal here, because Sonoma Clean Power would not be the deciding entity for determining which projects are green lighted. It would still be Lake County that would do that for Lake County, and Mendocino for Mendocino, and so forth. So maybe if it's okay with the board, let's leave that conversation open, and let me come back to the Sonoma Clean Power Board and keep the conversation alive as this proceeds, so that when it gets to the point of exploring specific projects, if we see that there is a gap that needs to be, that there's some power that Sonoma Clean Power has that Lake County wishes to be involved in, let's reopen that.
And I just want to clarify, I want to clarify before we get too deep into that, and I thought I stated it and maybe I misstated it. If there is a project that occurs in Lake County, at this point is where I would assume that a seat would open up on Sonoma Clean Power for Lake County to get on, because a project already exists. Because at that point, Sonoma Clean Power would be serving Lake County, and I see that you have the city of Petaluma, the city of Rohnert Park, the city of Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, Mendocino County, and to not have Lake County on the board would seem to me like we're lacking a voice on what direction Sonoma Clean Power is taking to serving and providing adequate service to a community that does have a project. I don't think that, I think there has to be a project before that request is made, but I just wanted to make my point be heard that once a project is in place, we absolutely should have a seat at the table in making sure that Sonoma Clean Power is serving this area adequately and appropriately.
Understood. And frankly, if we were serving customers with power, that would be automatic. And there would be an extension of board seats to Lake County coming with that power service. What I'm distinguishing is if there was a geothermal project that Lake County determined was in its interest and wanted to pursue, and service from Sonoma Clean Power had not yet started to Lake County, that might be a situation that we want to revisit the board seat on and see if Lake County still has an interest in being on the board in that situation, or just overseeing the project. Did that make sense?
Yes.
So in other words, I'm 100% clear that if we're serving power to Lake County, you're on my board. There's no question of that. And I would like to do that. I think that is partly a rates question too. And so, or at least it has been in the past.
And I hope that when projects are brought to the County of Lake, that it's very evident if power will be provided to Lake County residents, or if it's simply a facility to provide more power, to provide power to your current customers. I think that's going to be an important part of the discussion during the approval process.
Excellent. Understood.
Yes.
Supervisor Simon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation today. Appreciate you coming back and looking at the resolution. You keep, one of your biggest conversations you keep bringing up, or your topics, is the use of water. And it's a little hard for me to wrap my head around, because we're not going to be, we're going to be supporting our partners at Calpine, which have been a great partner here in Lake County. Well over 300 jobs, here in the local area, very well-paying jobs, and they have been here for the last 60 years. But any exploration in geothermal, whether it's a better system or more new evolved technology, is going to require more water, correct?
Each site would require some amount of water. The closed loop technologies can be dramatically lower than the existing geysers type technology.
My point was,
yes.
We have the existing geothermal fields here and the properties running and using water, which was just stated by Supervisor Sabatier. So now if we had another project, even with the new technology and the closed loop system somewhere else, it's going to increase the water use above and beyond the current Calpine geysers use that is currently happening at this point. No matter what, it's going to need water.
Potentially, yes. Okay. Unless we can reduce the amount of water the current facility uses and use that in a new way.
Which I think is a great point. Obviously, partnering with Calpine, who is a good partner of the county, they've been here for a long time, is having those conversations, I think, is real important. As I sit here on the board and we talk about these, we have geothermal. Myself, I think that we should be looking at other diversification energy projects here in Lake County. There's the FLASH program that's potentially being talked about in Hidden Valley. Yes, that is water use, but it's a continual loop process, but also addresses fire concerns in that area, I think, in the long-term deal. Also produces energy without things. And I think for myself, we have the geysers in the area here. We have our geothermal partners. I think that we should look at different energy options. Bioenergy, I think, is something really good. The biochar facilities, other things like that, which are attempting to come into the county. I think that technology is important. Very minimal water use on those industries, as we move forward. So solar, wind, and bioenergy, I think, needs to be that. I understand the CPUC is talking about enhancing geothermal here in Lake County, and I've always thought it just doesn't make sense to me as a customer of PG&E here in Lake County, why our energy is produced here in Lake County, but we don't get to benefit any of it from the geothermal. I think our conversation should be with our partner that is here. How do we keep that energy in Lake County, and how do we form that from our own side for a Lake County utility that is buying from geothermal instead of building something new? So those are some of my thoughts. And so I guess in my comments, at this time, I'm not in favor of moving forward with the resolution to explore the geo zones. I think we have what we need, and we should go in a different direction. But greatly appreciate the presentation, and obviously it's a vote of the board, but I just want to lay it out there on what my thoughts are when we talk about alternative energy options here in Lake County, because I think there are so many, and we have a great partner in our geothermal opportunities that are here now. So that's where I'm at.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I did miss one point. I wanted to ask, you haven't spoken about something that is definitely, our air quality district does a lot of work with our current geysers to test and check in on hydrogen sulfide emissions. Just wondering what the new technology offers and how much more we should expect on a per project basis. I know you don't have the specific details, but that's something of concern to me. We have a very clean air here. We take pride in that, and that's just a potential emission that we do not want to see having a larger and larger presence in our air here.
Yeah, we've met with some of the air districts already, and there's more to meet with, but we've met one of the experts, Barbara Lee, who oversaw some of the permitting in the northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District, which also was hired by some other regions in the Geysers complex to oversee air pollution permits there. And the good news about the new technology is because they're closed loop and you're capturing the steam and then condensing it, you're also capturing any gases and re-injecting it into the ground. And so from an operational standpoint, there can be little to no hydrogen sulfide gas emissions or leaked natural methane. There is some emissions during the construction phase. And so those have to be appropriately mitigated so that you don't have any unnecessary leakage during construction. So it can be dramatically lower than the open style systems that have cooling towers like at the Geysers complex today. So there's a good news about that. And I hope that we can find technologies where the construction phase itself is actually radically lower as well.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to add that on top of the other concerns that I have as we move forward and look at potential projects, that's one of those concerns I wanted to add in and discuss. So thank you.
Chair Crandall, do you have any comments or questions on this item?
No, just that I, would like to see a lot more solidified benefits and assurances to Lake County before moving forward. But we'll see how the board goes about it and see how the public feels.
And I'd have to say I agree with that. I think I was under the idea that we were going to be producing energy and it was going to benefit Lake County. I would love to see, we have a couple different projects that are coming in producing energy and it's benefiting Lake County. I really think those are the projects that we need to be looking for. I think for too many years, people have taken from Lake County and we've just put our hands up, and I think no more. I don't think this board is willing to do that. We need to make sure that we're protecting what we have here and providing to our residents. With that, I will open it up to public comment. Is there anybody in the boardroom wishing to ask a question or make a comment?
Do you mind if I just add one more thing? And I apologize. I think that this is only a discussion, which could potentially lead to an outcome that we don't agree with or an outcome that we do agree. And so I think the discussion still has merit. But we do need, I think we're all on the same page that if it's not going to benefit, all it does is take resources out of Lake County and provide resources to another county, that's not necessarily something that I'm going to be very excited about. I know it does have the potential to create jobs, but there has to be a limit of how much we create that only benefits those outside of the area. I think we need to look at, and I think Supervisor Simon was hitting on it a little bit closer to the idea of energy independence here locally rather than continuing to be dependent on someone else to control our outcomes on access to energy. So just wanted to put that there.
Great. And then to the boardroom, is there anybody in the boardroom wishing to ask a question or make a comment on this item? Seeing no movement, that I will go to the Zoom room, and it looks like we have phone 4627. If you could start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Tom Slade again. All I know about this is what I read in the agenda, and so to emphasize, I'm just skeptical. I don't know, but some points have been raised, thanks to Supervisor Bruno, that apparently, which is what I thought all along, that the geysers is being supplemented with water from our lake. I think that is not widely known. It's not, a lot of people don't talk about it or know about it, so thank you for pointing that out. And Supervisor Moak, when you were talking about the same thing about water, and this person responded that might potentially reuse water. Well, if you have hot rocks with that word that's been used, how can you not use more water? And I'm quite familiar with how those plants work. And so I'm wondering, would these be new plants? Because the other plants use cooling towers to cool the water through evaporation because the turbine condenser operates in a vacuum. And those cooling towers dissipate a huge amount of heat. And I don't expect an answer today, but what kind of a device, heat exchanger, could replace a cooling tower, which makes me wonder that maybe this isn't for the current geysers. maybe new plants. So that is a concern. Is this about new projects? I don't know. But anyway, this whole idea of water, it seems to me, is what several supervisors have already read, seems to be something of major concern. And so thank you for listening, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else in the Zoom room wishing to make a comment or ask a question on this topic? Seeing none, then I'll bring it. Oh, sorry, Matthew.
And Anita Grant had her hand raised first, County Council.
Anita.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification question. Throughout the resolution, there's a reference to the counties. The counties includes what? Is this the geothermal zone that the county would be, the opportunity zone that the county would be participating in? The reason I'm asking is that the purpose is to facilitate the use of renewable energy output by customers in the counties. Activities shall not include any final commitment to develop geothermal energy resources at any site, which shall only be made by the counties. So that decision isn't solely Lake County. It does say that Lake County retains its right to review and approve any project within its jurisdiction. That's essentially permitting. So I'm just wondering how counties is intended here. You might want a little clarification in the resolution.
Supervisor Sabatier.
And I know that at the top, it talks about the 3 counties and ends with counties, but it does not say, like I've seen in other contracts, now known as counties, so that when we do say counties, it represents that. But it would be nice to hear from maybe Mr. Rothstein on if that is what counties represents on that.
I'd be interested too in what Sonoma Clean Power has to say about that, but my assumption in references to counties was that it would be the counties that were that had adopted resolutions to be participants in the GEO zone, which at present would be comprised of Mendocino County only. And if your board chooses to adopt the resolution, Lake County would join those, and Sonoma Clean Power is expected to consider joining the GEO zone in February. But I'll yield to Sonoma Clean Power if they have any further information.
That's accurate. Yes.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
People in my profession have jobs because of assumptions other people make. I would just clarify it. As Supervisor Sabatier said, it's just easy. You put in parens counties, here and after counties in quotations at the first opportunity in the resolution so that it's clear. Because again, it does say, though this is to me less clear, that activities shall not include any final commitment, which shall only be made by the counties. So I'm assuming that's just to go forward. Again, I'm just seeking clarification so your board knows exactly what you're agreeing to should you decide to adopt this resolution today. Obviously, if you're not prepared to do that today, then this has no moment.
And I'm comfortable with that change and the way that it's written, as we still have the capability to approve or deny projects based on the project itself, too.
I'm comfortable with that change, too. I wanted to get your thoughts on the amendments that I made that really, okay, you got your thumbs up. I meant Sonoma Clean Power. I know it was it was a last minute change, but we really need to recognize the relationship we have for the last 60 years with the geysers, and that we have highly culturally sensitive lands, and that needs to be included with environmental and community concerns as well.
I'm good with those changes if it passes, but I've made my statement where I stand.
Okay. Looking for action.
I'll offer the resolution as amended with the comments from our county council and the changes made yesterday.
Resolution's been offered. Johanna, please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
No.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
No.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at,
It didn't. No, it failed. It failed.
it failed.
Yeah.
It failed. So we'll come back at 11:15, and then we're going to take up item 6.4.
Thank you for considering it. Take care.
I'm going to go ahead and go back to our meeting. We're going to go to item 6.4, which is a 9:45 a.m. item. Public hearing continued from January 11th, 2022. Consideration of resolution regarding vacating a road known as Dillard Avenue. And I believe we'll go to Director De Leon.
Good morning, Board. There were a number of issues and questions at the previous meeting regarding the value and other issues related to this vacation. We've done additional research, and I don't know if County Council is prepared to offer anything. I certainly can, but I'll defer to County Council at this moment.
Anita?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think that the research, I think since it was Scott and his office that did it, they should speak to it. I can say that the resolution has now been redrafted, just simply to incorporate more of the history of what had occurred and when, as well as to ensure that the any existing easements, whether private easements or utility easements, would remain in place, and that, there would not be any landlocked properties, because it would be conditioned upon easements of reasonable scope and description not yet granted to neighboring property owners, would be given easements to prevent that eventuality. So those are the changes essentially that were made, and again, just some pro forma legalese, if you will, in terms of how this proceeds from here with the recordation, etc. It's not unusual to put any of these things into the resolution. So again, Mr. De Leon had provided additional materials, and I used those materials to add some information to the resolution, as you'll see here. All of the things that, other than value, which your board had spoken about at the last hearing, I believe are largely addressed. The one thing I can say is that when you're talking about value, the acknowledgement of the easements does have an effect. The individual who's seeking the vacation of the road, as long as these easements are in existence, you're not going to be able to plant oak trees or put part of a swimming pool or anything else that would interfere with the grant of the easements. So that does respond to some degree to the question with regard to value, but I will leave it to Mr. De Leon to speak further about that issue.
Thank you. I think the changes that were made to the resolution, as County Council has detailed there, address any issues related to property becoming landlocked. So I think we're in really good shape there. And then there were some questions and some discussion about the value. Could this land be developable? One of the things that I think is really important to remember, and Council just commented on that, is that the easements for public and private utilities, private access, those easements remain with the property. And so the property will forever be encumbered by those easements. And in fact, in our circulation of this request to the various utilities, PG&E, AT&T, special districts, all requested that their easements remain, and the resolution reflects that. So this piece of property will always be encumbered by those utility easements, and therefore basically is not developable. I'm hopeful that that answers the questions that were raised at the previous hearing, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
Is there any questions from supervisors on this item? Supervisors Batier.
Thank you very much. I feel, there was something that I think Supervisor Pyska either mentioned to me privately in the previous meeting before coming to the board or during the meeting, but there's others that are looking to do the same thing, and I would love to see a written process of how this works. I think that the fact that we are now discussing the easement for special districts and AT&T, I think those things should be on the list of making sure, because we could have potentially approved this last week and the easement's not been a part of that, and that would have probably complicated things where we would have had to bring it back to resolve. And I think that I've been really battling myself on this one because of, I think, how things are done versus what my assumption of how things are done. For example, this road, while it will continue to have an easement, will offer a very private setting for the landowner to be able to utilize it, to walk on and not feel like they need to watch for traffic as they will be gating the front area. So it will still be their property. They just have to allow certain access at certain times. It will not be 100% of the time. So I agree that that does devalue it to a certain point, but at the same time, it's still 0.2 of an acre or 0.22 of an acre, which is more than your general residential lot, and I feel that we need to create a process where there is a value that is created on these things, because I feel like we're giving away land for free. And I know I had a lot of conversations yesterday with Ms. Grant. I had a conversation with the Director De Leon. We're currently looking at expanding Soda Bay Road and been in that process for a long time. We're going to be purchasing that expansion. If Soda Bay Road is vacated, we give it away for free. I don't feel that is the right way for public funds to be used, where we use public funds to gain things, but then it eventually, because of a process, just kind of is absolved by neighboring properties. If there's multiple neighbors, it gets absolved by multiple people. If there's one person, it gets absolved by one person. And I feel like there really needs to be a process prior to seeing some of these other things coming to the board, rather than kind of piecemealing how we do it or maybe not do it, especially on our end as a Board of Supervisors. If I was in the shoes of the property owner, I would be requesting the same thing. That is absolutely an understood perspective. But because there's no value associated, because we haven't created a process, I feel in my mind, and I know it's not the case, but in my mind, I'm going to be stuck on the fact that we are giving away public land at this moment in time that will expand the acreage of this property, though not usable in a open sense as any property would be, but still becomes their property. And I'm very uncomfortable with that without putting a value. I will also say that I did find out, I believe last time that we were here in a meeting, that the applicant did provide a gift to me during the Christmas season. It was a flower, so it wasn't exactly a large gift, but I feel the need to at least be open about that to the public. But today I'm just not comfortable with this process, because how many other pieces of public land will we be giving away that is absorbed by a private individual or private individuals? And I think that I'm not comfortable with that idea, because to me it skins that possibility of gift to public funds.
Okay. Any further comments from Anita?
Well, perhaps Scott can speak to this too, but this is, I don't believe that the county owns this in fee, which means actually owns the entire property. Caltrans frequently does purchase the properties in fee. That's one of the reasons why, with a prior circumstance where there was a sale, because that's how the county received that property. Here, it is essentially a grant of rights. Now, perhaps Mr. DeLeon can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but I do think that somewhat affects the analysis.
No, you're absolutely correct. This, we don't own this in fee. The county doesn't own this in fee. What we're vacating is the public's right to access it.
And I hear that, and I've heard it multiple times from both you and Ms. Grant, Director De Leon. But the fact is that their property line at this moment stops where the road starts, and that road will disappear, meaning that their line will extend. Yes, there's an easement, but the easement will not create a rectangle, for a lack of a better term, of a piece of land that is called an easement. The easement is an overlay on top of the land that they own, and that's where my discomfort is. And I recognize that that may be the process, but I feel like that we can review that process.
So presuming they were to change their property boundaries to incorporate this 20-foot wide swath of land, what they would need to do is they would need to map that. It would be done through a process, through a record of survey, and they would have to dedicate or show on that map those easements, because those easements are not being vacated. So while the property line may move, the easement, and let's just presume for discussion that they put the new property boundaries at the center line of this swath of land. There would be a 10-foot wide on either side of that new center or that new property line. There would be a 10-foot wide public utility easement encumbering that property that would get shown on that map, and that would be once again recorded as a record of survey. So while what you are describing is certainly possible, the easement is still going to be shown, and it's going to be on a recorded map, and it is going to affect the ability to do anything on that property. Because certainly,
I get that, but I'm thinking of future sense in the terms that if there is no need for a public utility easement, what happens with the vacating of a road? It gets absorbed within that property and no easement needs to be recorded. If there can be a process where we say because of the easement, the value is negated, then I would say that's the right process to follow. But I'm looking at the vacating of other roads and not just simply looking at this one. Not saying that we need to get top dollars or even any dollars, but at least a process that shows what is occurring, and because of the easement, there is no value, and then we're moving on. But for other purposes, there may be a value added without the ability to negate it because there's no need for an easement. So I'm just thinking of the future potential of what will be coming to us, because each one will be slightly different. And I think if there's a drilled down process, it'll make it easier to understand that it is not, in my opinion, scratching the surface of a gift of public funds.
Anita.
Thank you. If the board wishes to give staff direction on Supervisor Sabatier's proposal, I'm happy to work with Public Works to draft that kind of a policy. There are some nuances to this. For example, one of them is that in California, a presumption exists that a property adjoining a public road extends to the center line of the road. So I'm not quite sure, even in this case, since it's only an easement, how much of a boon this would truly be in actuality. But I think that if your board determines that a policy or protocol of that type would be helpful, I'm happy to draft it, because some of this does get very convoluted.
And Supervisor Pyska.
Did we ever figure out who actually owns the property? Is that, I mean, we're talking about the easements and we're talking about the road vacation, but that was one of my questions. But I agree with you in principle, Supervisor Sabatier, and I think for next time, we can make our processes a little cleaner. But this applicant has gone through the process that we have right now, and she's done everything that we've asked. And I think it's unfair to change it as, at this last moment.
Is there anything further from the supervisors before I open it up to public? Seeing none. For myself, I agree. I think we need to be looking at our processes moving forward. I'm thankful that staff came back, changing up the resolution, and I agree with this, and hopefully we'll be moving forward on this, but we'll be looking further as they come down the pike, having a process to follow, so we know that we're making sure that we're doing everything proper here in the county. So I will open up to public comment. I don't know if Ms. Noreen has anything to add. I know she's here with us today, or if there's any other public here in the boardroom that wishes to speak.
Lori Doreen, I appreciate your comments. This started out over a year ago, so I've been pretty diligent in everything that has been asked. I think an issue here, just in this particular project, maybe not speaking to the future, but the county has a responsibility for that road, to maintain it and to make it, a safe thoroughfare. And that road has been anything but. So from the street going down, that drops 14 inches. And the road has been composed of like broken D&G, old asphalt. It's not navigatable for a bicycle, for a wheelchair. It's taken its toll on my car because that is where I go. But it's also a liability for, accidents that happen, or for people. It's like the county is liable for that. So it may not be viewed as an exchange, but I am taking over the maintenance of the road. I am going to make it safe. And I am also taking over the responsibility of it. So the county isn't going to be liable for accidents or lawsuits or maintenance for the road. That's all.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in the boardroom? See, okay. Go ahead, come up to the microphone. You have 3 minutes. If you could start with your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Manch. I'm reading on line 14 here, because the approaches from each of the dedicated streets is identified on the maps on which rounded corners for the purposes of this decision, the streets. So this is a lawsuit that happened back in 1970, 1930, 1929, and a few other times. And the decision that you're talking about here is going to deny the owners access to the promenade. And that was brought up last time I was here. And Lori said, well, they can just use one of the other streets. That's not the way the lawsuit reads. So you can get a copy of this upstairs. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the Zoom room. Is there anybody in the Zoom room wishing to ask a question or make a comment on this item? Seeing no hands, then I will bring it back to the board.
I'll offer the resolution.
The resolution's been offered. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Nay.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Okay, we will move on to our, hold on here, to our 7.2 item, consideration of resolution requesting state cannabis cultivation tax reform. And I believe this goes to Carol.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I want to introduce and welcome our tax administrator, Patrick Sullivan, who has prepared this agenda item and will be presenting it to you today. Go ahead, Patrick. Thank you.
Morning, Board. So this presentation is regarding the state cannabis cultivation tax reform and the resolution that's before you for your consideration. Just to provide some background, the state taxes cannabis on two different levels. There's a cultivation tax and an excise tax. The cultivation tax is by weight, and it equates to $161.28 a pound. What's happened over the last year is, as market conditions have changed, that price of cannabis that cultivators are getting has fallen. And so that state tax rate is grown disproportionately high, especially compared to where the price of cannabis was when Prop 64 passed. So many cultivators have expressed at both the local and state level a concern that this particular state tax could really lead to the collapse of their business and the industry as a whole. Local industry groups have actually been circulating this resolution that's before you to different cities and counties for each jurisdiction to consider and sent to the state, sort of emphasizing each jurisdiction's support for reform of that cultivation tax measure. There has been support expressed by both the legislative branch and the governor's office. It's been reported that Senator McGuire is working on potential reform. Governor Newsom has indicated he believes that this state cultivation tax should be reformed, but there's no specific proposals out there yet. It still seems to be early in the works, and we don't have any real detail on what they're going to offer. But at this time, local groups have asked that your board consider this resolution and what's in it, which is basically explaining that market drop and how this tax is impacting their business. So at this time, staff's available to answer any further questions you may have on this.
I will open up to the supervisors if you have any questions or comments for staff. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I think that the state definitely is going in the wrong direction, actually increasing it quite a bit. I want to say it's close to 8 to 10% just in the last year or so, as the market has been crashing much more than 50%. And so I want to say that the ask is incomplete. I think we need to ask for greater support for the illicit market. I think that's what's also hurting the industry. I think just looking at taxes is not enough. I think also asking them to completely eradicate the taxes is, in my opinion, a little bit, it feels hypocritical when we look at the next agenda item when we're trying to stay and keep taxing them on the local area. I think that we're not asking what we want to do. I think those are two vastly different things. Yes, the California tax is high, and it needs to be lowered. It doesn't make sense with the current format of the industry and the current pricing. But I think that our ask for our community should be similar to what we're asking the state, because if we're not willing to do here what we're asking the state to do, then I don't think that works. I think it needs to make a little bit more reasonable sense as to what we're asking the state to do. So I'll leave it at that and then listen to what the public has to say. I think that there's some benefits to it. I know we see some of those cannabis taxes going towards our sheriff and other things like that. And we're for example, we're paying for the high definition satellite imagery to be able to keep track of what's happening with our legal grows and use it. I'm really hoping this year it will be utilized to keep track of what's happening with illicit grows. And I want to be able to keep getting some of those funds to be able to help us to have the tools to combat things here locally. And so to ask them to drop it as much as we're asking, and from what I understand, unless I'm incorrect in how I understand it, the way it's written, I think is too much. I think it needs to be dropped drastically, but not negated.
Thank you. Anything further from the supervisors before I open it up to public? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up to public. If we can make sure that we are keeping on topic, that we are on 7.2. We're talking about state taxes and not the next item that we'll be talking about. So if you could come up to the microphone, if you could state your name, and you have 3 minutes, and I'm going to start in the boardroom.
Hello, Board. My name is Richard Durham. I agree. Obviously, some taxes need to be paid to the state on the cultivation. I'll address that also at the next item. But for example, right now, people are offering you $300, $200 a pound, and the tax is $161 or something. That's like ridiculous. If you went to buy a car for $8,000 and they say your taxes on it were $4,000, you'd walk away without a car. So with that, I just think that it has to be thought over. It wasn't thought over. Everybody thought it was going to stay at $1,200 a pound, and that's not the case. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I'm an owner-operator of Magic Meadow Farms in Middletown. Thank you, Bruno, for getting back to me this past couple weeks. On the state level, I can't speak for anyone else but myself and what I've experienced since I've moved to Lake County, but we do need the money in Lake County. We need, this reformed at the state level, because without the industry's support of our local government, we have no voice at the state. The state needs to understand how Lake County needs this industry to be lifted up. Unfortunately, most of our time is spent, in the stigmas of water use and not in the stigmas of what having a small business or even any business under 50 employees operates, what goes into it. So I think I agree with Bruno that the ask needs to be defined at the local level with an ad hoc committee which is going to be talked about in the next point in the next agenda topic. But I feel like as a county, we need to come together, and I really feel strongly about this board. I think this board is affiliated with a lot of knowledge and education, and we could come together with a resolution to the state that would actually make a lot of sense, and we could be the leaders like we were the leaders when cannabis, we were coming to the table, and I was in those meetings in the beginning. So I feel like at the state level, we need to come together in this next resolution with an ad hoc committee that would put together a resolution, suspend the taxes for now at the county level, at the farm, because we are the only cannabis is the only industry in the entire agricultural community that taxes at the farm. So when we're talking about reforming the taxes, how do we put that structure together? And I'm asking the Board of Supervisors for help with this. How do we put together a committee that we can actually brainstorm? And I've actually laid out, and I talked to Bruno about this, a bunch of tiered approaches for our county that would also put us ahead as the leaders, because we have such an amazing growing region. And I would love to see our county be able to take in the credit of what a beautiful place this is to live. And I'm so happy to be a part of this community, and I would just want to be of service to this industry, because I really feel strongly for it. And I'm hoping that the leaders here could consider a committee that would be put together to put together a better resolution for the state. Tiered cannabis taxes based on the types of businesses that were operating in these use permits. And really, really focalize on producer models and vertically integrated companies and those taxes assimilated to those structures of that business.
Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Tyler. Live in Kelseyville with my wife, license holder. I just wanted to say a couple things. I don't know if this is the right topic or this is the right item or the next item.
We're talking about California taxes.
California taxes, yes. Kristen, who just spoke, is one of the most brilliant minds I've ever met in my life. So if there is a committee that you guys work with locally, please include Kristen on the board. I myself would like to help. At the state level, I just wanted to make a comment as far as it's going to be tough. The unions in California, the labor unions, are fighting the state on the tax. So all the lobbying money from all the unions across the state are fighting to keep the taxes high. I haven't figured out why, but that's going to be really tough to overcome the unions. So this county, if there's a way to organize with beautiful minds like Kristen's and focus our energy collectively to make a difference at the state, we need both. We need tax reform on the state level and a local level. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mary Draper, and I think that this is kind of a urgency issue. I hate to see it have to come back, and I think ad hoc committee's good, but that takes time. It seems like maybe you could change the resolution now, as what was suggested by Bruno, and go ahead and pass it. Because I don't think we have a lot of time to waste in this. And we need the counties to get the information to the states, to the state as soon as possible. Thank you.
Is there any further comments in the boardroom?
Hi, my name is Helenia, and I agree that Lake County really needs to provide support to lower the taxes to the state because they seem unfair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I am Christina Torres with Stella Green Farms. I just want to thank your attention to this very unbalanced situation. I, along with other members here, are very willing and happy to help with any type of committees, ad hoc going forward in the future to further reform and assess equally taxes at the community, state and local level. I understand the sense of urgency that Mary Draper also presented because I am a small farmer, completely mom and pop. It is only my husband and I that work our canopy area each and every day of our lives. This is our business. This is everything that we've given into it. And I am required to pay $62,000 in total to local and state entities in order to continue my very small business, self-sustainable, regenerative organic cannabis, in which I'm happy to contribute to the community. However, I appreciate your attention to addressing the reform and urgency of the taxes as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Travis Nito. Thank you for your time. We are asking you to please follow Humboldt and Mendocino's lead in the suspension of the cultivation tax. The cannabis industry is on the verge of total collapse, and the current tax structure in the county and the state are not sustainable for anyone. Immediate action is required, not only at the state level, but also at the county level. If the county accepts this resolution, suspension of the county square foot tax needs to be included. The least the county could do right now would be to postpone the 25% late fee tax that we're all going to incur.
Let's make sure we're staying on topic. We're talking about this resolution with California tax.
Sorry, that's it. I kind of bundled it all together.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from the boardroom? See no movement. I see our sheriff would like to speak. Sheriff?
I would, thank you, and I apologize for the blurry camera. I'm not sure what's happening with my webcam. A couple things. I think I'm hearing a lot of what I was thinking from the public comment, and I want to echo what Supervisor Sabatier said about not necessarily eliminating this tax. I think it would be a mistake to eliminate the tax. I don't think there's anybody on your board, and certainly speaking for myself, that doesn't deal with issues related to illicit marijuana cultivation on a daily basis. And what I think what's important to remember is that when the legalization aspect came about, it was with the idea that there would be some sort of revenue that would be generated from this to help us combat those people that aren't participating in the legal market. Those monies come from taxes. If the taxes are overburdensome, I would absolutely support a look at getting them to a more manageable level, but simply supporting a complete elimination at this point, I don't think would be the most responsible thing for the county to do. This cultivation tax is, Lake County is a source county. We're with Mendocino, Trinity, Humboldt counties. We produce a lot of cannabis in this county. And in listening to an earlier discussion at the board today, we talked about entities coming in from outside the area and maybe taking advantage of the resources within Lake County to provide services or products for people that aren't within Lake County. Those taxes that are generated from that activity, from this industry, go towards helping us mitigate those issues that come with the illicit the illicit crops and help us to get rid of them and, pardon the pun, but to weed them out. So let's take a look at this. If we can modify this, if it is truly urgent, needs to be voted on today, I would strongly recommend that we modify it from a complete elimination of the state cultivation tax to something along the lines of re-examining it and try to adjust it and make it adjustable so we don't have to come back every time the price fluctuates for this product, and maybe make it a percentage of some fair market value as determined by, I don't know, I hate saying ad hoc committee, but it shouldn't come back every time the price changes, and it needs to continue to have this funding source available for those departments and those entities that deal with those impacts. The people in San Francisco, people in Los Angeles aren't dealing with cultivation. They're not dealing with the environmental crimes. They're not dealing with the human trafficking that goes along with the illicit cultivation. And we are here in Lake County, and those tax dollars in some way need to continue to come so we can continue to provide those services. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, we will now go to the Zoom room, and we will go to Michael Burlow. If you could start with your name, you have 3 minutes, and make sure we're staying on topic.
Great. This is Michael Colbruno. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank the board and Chair Crandall. I know you were responsive with all you're dealing with your families, so I greatly appreciate it. I want to put a couple things in perspective on this resolution. First of all, I agree that suspension, then elimination is probably the best route to go because that's actually the legal route to go under Prop 64. The state can suspend but not eliminate. So I think that change to the resolution makes sense. I've had the privilege to talk to folks in the governor's office, the legislature, and the attorney general's office, and they're all in support of this effort. And that is because, let me put a couple things in perspective. The effective tax rate at the end of the day for a cannabis operator in the state of California is 45%. Right across the border in Oregon, it's 17%. And CDFTA just imposed this tax increase, which is mandated under Prop 64, unfortunately, which is what triggered this tax revolt, which is going on statewide. You're seeing this resolution in cities and counties throughout the state. It cost me, I'm in District 1, I have a farm, $350 a pound to produce right now with all my taxes and fees that I have to pay. And as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Durham, the current market rate is $300. So I'm losing $50 a pound for every product I produce right now just because of taxes and regulations. And this is all the state stuff. And to the sheriff's point, what's happening if we don't reform these taxes is a collapse of this industry, which is why this tax revolt is happening. And if you look at the papers, 3 years ago, 60% of the market was unlicensed and untaxed. Today, it is 80%. And why is that? Because people who were licensed and trying to operate in the legal taxed market are going back to the illicit market because it's just not worth it. People who have been in this industry, legacy operators, are losing their farms. The LA Weekly reported of people committing suicide because they've lost everything they own. I can tell you, we are 6 figures in the hole this year because we are paying employees, and we have 26 people we hired out of our own personal pocket because we have made no money because of taxes and fees that are imposed at the state. So this is a crisis. And if the sheriff thinks he has problems now in the illicit market, wait until more and more people move into the illicit market. And it's going to be, the entire industry is going to be outside of the taxed, licensed, and regulated market. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Patty Lanier.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Patty Lanier. I'm owner with my husband, Ray Lanier of Noble Gardens. And we are one of the smaller farms here in Lake County. We're just operating with 5,000 square feet of permitted cultivation. And, you know, for us, from our perspective, the state tax is probably the most prohibitive of all of the taxes, right alongside the square footage tax here in the county, which I know is another item. But at the state level, you know, Prop 64 allows for a suspension. I think that it would benefit everyone who operates within the county of Lake at this time to at least suspend and revisit how cannabis can be more fairly and appropriately taxed, because right now, like Michael said right before me, it is prohibitive. And when you have a situation where a farm is growing, if say for instance, if I had 500 pounds of finished flower that I'm going to put out into the marketplace, I am going to pay $75,000 in taxes on that 500 pounds of product before it leaves, but at the time that it leaves the farm. That is assessed by a distributor and paid to the state by the distributor at the time that my flower is sold. $75,000 leaves Lake County and is no longer available for me to hire staff. Think about that. 500 pounds is almost nothing in the marketplace. That we are a small operator. So if for us, $75,000 is out of Lake County in the hands of the state is operating with a huge tax surplus right now. The state is not hurting for money. Lake County is. And additionally, the cannabis industry is not on the verge of collapse. It has collapsed. I haven't spoken with any farms at this point in time who have sold any of their product. I can't even really fully finish my harvest because I don't have any money to pay anyone. And I'm afraid to finish my harvest because last year's product didn't even sell. And I already paid to have that processed. So I'm sitting on product, looking at it, uncertain of what I even have available to enter the marketplace with, because I can't even fully process it because I don't have the money. Because last year, the marketplace crashed. So I'm really hopeful that Lake County can continue to forge forward and be a leader in the cannabis industry. We were just featured in the Press Democrat. I don't know how many of the board members read the Press Democrat's assessment. Bill Swindler wrote an article
3 minutes if you
about
could wrap
Lake
it up.
County being a mecca for cannabis in the county. I'm sorry to go over my time. We are being touted as the best place for cannabis in the state. Please continue to be a leader, but continue to represent us.
All right, I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Sean Connell.
Yes, thank you, Board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I want to first start by thanking Ms. Hutchinson and Mr. Sullivan. I would like to bring attention to everyone involved that when we are uploading documents to the board, these are public documents, and naming them things like getting in front of cultivator pressure on the BOS definitely doesn't exactly inspire a lot of hope that this board and this county government has our best interests at heart. So I want to start there. And then, I think you've heard a lot that this is about the state tax reform and the resolution of Lake County signing on to this resolution that has been circulated by the majority of the counties that surround us for at least the last year. I'm reading in this resolution, this has been on the state's mind, on the district attorney's mind, on everyone's mind since 2018. And yet today, here we are at Lake County Board talking about whether or not we want to sign on with this because it says to repeal and eliminate the cultivation tax. And we're talking about whether or not we're going to be able to sustain our benefits from the state government. We're not LA, as the sheriff has pointed out. We're not San Francisco. We don't have the population count to get that level of attraction from the state. So I think what we definitely do need to do is we need to align ourselves with partnerships that mimic our situation that we have here in Lake County. That'd be signing on with the other counties, Humboldt, Mendocino, Sonoma, Trinity, Glenn, Yolo. A lot of these counties are already petitioning the state. 2 weeks ago, there was a protest held on the board at the state capitol. And this board didn't bring anything ahead of that, as if they were out of touch with reality. The state of California set forth to establish a legal, well-regulated marketplace. That single statement is the intent in which everyone was expected to follow. And we have lost sight of that in developing regulations. The state imposes a tax of $9.25 per ounce of flour, $150. With an average going rate of $500 pounds, that cultivator loses over 30% of their market value. For most agricultural places, which Lake County happens to be home of agriculture, we all know that 150 to 200% in profit gives us the ability to stare next year down with confidence that we will be able to contribute and continue our way of life. The county has been sought after to cultivate due to its established permitting process, it's pretty clear, and its availability of lands. By signing onto this resolution, you're strengthening your commitment to a legal, well-regulated marketplace, and you're providing the industry with the backing and power of Lake County government. The cannabis program is expected to bring in, according to your budget, over $10 million in tax revenue.
3 minutes, if you could wrap it up.
Absolutely. I want to say thank you for bringing this forward. I want to see this board sign on wholeheartedly with this resolution and join the multiple other counties fighting the state for imposing regulations that are going to destroy its industry. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you at the next one.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next person, Sam De La Paz. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for hearing our public comment today. My name is Sam De La Paz. I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager at 421 Group, cannabis consultancy based here in California. We're based out of Sebastopol, California. I'm also the Vice President of Hessel Farmers Grange, who has rallied the support of the state, the California State Grange. I also spoke on the steps of the Capitol this last week, or I think that was a week before, actually. But it is very important and imperative that we move collectively as local jurisdictions to push on the state for tax reform. I know that there are tax dollars going to some very important places, but these tax dollars will cease completely if we continue to snuff out the legitimate market and the operators who have stepped up to the plate, trying to do the right thing, trying to legitimize and be above board operators. And many of them don't know if it's worth transitioning or if it's even possible to keep operational with the looming tax structures that be. And I understand it's a hard hit on the county. I understand it's a hard hit, to expect this money and then have it start to come in and then not have it. But it will disappear completely if we are not very, very diligent in, again, moving together to push on the governor and the state for tax reform, for prioritizing equity applicants, landholders that are losing their generational properties and their livelihoods, their investments. This is a major issue. I call it, borderlining a human rights issue at this point. We cannot allow the big operators, that have been allowed in the state of California with the lifting of the 1 acre cap to come in and completely squelch out the existing market, because what that does is that drives the illicit market further underground. And that creates a very, very trying experience for our local law enforcement and for all of our county staff. I just want to urge this emphasis because also I know that local county staff in all counties and all jurisdictions need the support of funds that can and will come and support from the state in moving applicants through the permitting process. This is incredibly important. That is everything that I would really like to emphasize. Again, we have rallied the support of the California State Grange with 5,000 membership, the oldest agricultural organization in the state of California. And they stand next to the fact that this is the only crop that has ever been levied a cultivation tax. It's unacceptable. And I really urge Lake County to support these efforts. Thank you.
Go to the next person, Sarah Boner. You can start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Kill that.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. This is Sarah Bodner. I'm Policy Advisor to the Lake County Cannabis Alliance, and I want to begin by thanking the board and staff for bringing forward this critical resolution. I think this is about recognizing that the taxation structure that was set out when Prop 64 was adopted just doesn't work anymore. The world has changed, the industry has changed, the reality of cannabis farming has changed dramatically, and it's time that policy changes as well. The Lake County Cannabis Alliance would urge you to pass and accept the resolution as written, simply to send a clear message to the state, joined by many jurisdictions across the state, that they need to rethink it. The governor in his budget has signaled a willingness to look at tax reform, and we have local legislators lined up in droves across the state, recognizing that the old tax structure is actually one of the main obstacles in participation in the legal market in cities and counties across California. We've already seen this tax resolution adopted by the counties of Mendocino, Calaveras, Monterey, and today by Santa Cruz and Alameda. And it's also been adopted by the cities of Rio Dell and Oakland and Desert Hot Springs, and I'm sure there are more. And what this is about is really asking the state legislators to go back to the drawing board and come back with something that will work so that money can continue to be generated by this industry for the people of California, and so that we can actually pay our local taxes. Because where we stand now is not a question of, losing this tax revenue because we're going to suspend it, but losing any future tax revenue because there will be no industry left. Thank you so much for your consideration and for taking this up, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you. Move on to the next person, Crystal Thomas. You have 3 minutes, if you could start with your name.
Hi, I am Crystal Thomas, and I am in Lower Lake with our farm, and I just wanted to take a moment and thank you for
Must have a couple
actually
of different,
hearing.
There's an echo.
Can you hear me
so I don't know
now?
if you have two things going.
Is that better?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to take a moment and just say thank you for hearing us speak to possibly reduce the tax. I do understand that an elimination is something that would really change the industry, but a reduction at this time to allow us to continue to put our best out there for the industry and to make it possible for this industry to stay afloat. So thank you very much for talking about this tax reform.
I'm going to go to the next person, Jessica Penner. You can start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time to let me speak. Thank you also for introducing the resolution to suspend or eliminate the state cultivation tax. As a farmer at Ghost Dance, I have been in the county for 12 years, and as a cultivator, this is the first year that I have not been able to pay my bills and to get through. So I do appreciate you guys taking this into consideration. For myself and all the farmers out there, we really need this to survive and keep bringing money to the county. Thank you so very much.
Okay, Ryan Durham.
Hello, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to, my name's Ryan Durham, and I'm with Lower Lake Organics. It's a small family-owned farm. And I'd like to echo the statements of other people who came up there and said that, especially the small, local family-owned farms are suffering disproportionately at this time. And I want to implore you guys to take action on this resolution and suspend or eliminate the state tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair, you have 3 minutes, if you could start with your name.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak a little louder.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and my name is Blair Gue. I'm a partner at Rockaway Log Group, which is a firm that assists predominantly cannabis companies in the regulated cannabis market. And I want to thank Chair Crandall, the board, and staff for having this item on the agenda today. I ask that you execute the proposed resolution urging the governor and the California legislature to eliminate or suspend the state cultivation tax and work to reform cannabis policy and its taxing structure on a state level. If you vote to execute the proposed resolution today, you will be joining, as you've heard from many other people, Many other localities such as Sonoma County, Santa Cruz, Mendocino, Calaveras County, Monterey County, City of Rio Dell, Oakland, and the list goes on, who adopted similar resolutions urging the government to take, or the state to take such action. The need for state cannabis tax reform is undisputed throughout the industry, whether it's legal professionals, operators, even people on the state legislature understand that. And that's why we've had so much action surrounding state taxes lately and for the last year. The industry has been turned on its head, and more operators are being forced to close their doors due to their inability to pay taxes. And as you've heard today, this issue is even pushing operators that have been legally operating into the illicit market just so that they can survive. So realistically, this isn't an issue of cultivators not wanting to pay any taxes. Nobody's coming forward and saying, we never want to pay taxes again, please get rid of all the taxes. This is an issue of saying we need to go back to the drawing board, get the tax issue corrected, given the status of the market today, so that there can be an industry moving forward tomorrow and next year. So that, the sheriff's department and all of these other agencies that are getting funds through these tax dollars will have the opportunity to get tax dollar funds in the future. Because if this isn't an issue that is addressed quickly, the industry will fail and nobody will be getting any tax money from cultivators or other industry operators. So executing the proposed resolution is a great and necessary first step that the county can take to reforming cannabis tax policies that directly impact cultivators in Lake County. And so we ask that you do so without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, is it Belch? You can start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, this is actually Jennifer Smith. I'm on somebody else's computer. This is Jennifer Smith, president of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. We represent over 60 licensed cannabis companies in Lake County. I agree this ask from the state is not perfect. We have to start somewhere. That somewhere begins with municipalities across the state communicating to the legislature with one singular and aligned voice. That is what we're trying to accomplish with this item today. This resolution is that aligned voice. A resolution of any sort to the state saying, we agree there needs to be some reformation of the taxes is an aligned voice, and that's what we're trying to accomplish with this. We have been bringing this up since November with leadership of this county and with leadership of the state since the CDTFA announced the tax increase. It's imperative to acknowledge cannabis is the only agricultural commodity to be taxed at the production level. We're the only industry to pay excessively for the privilege to plant. That flat tax is regressive, it's punitive. And I think if you thought about any other industry that was charged an excise tax that became 50% of their gross proceeds, that industry would be supported by the community. Because at some point, we all need to acknowledge that we give back to the community. If we cannot pay our state taxes, we can't pay our local taxes, we won't be in business. So while you might not think this is a local issue, this is, because it is part of the overall business fees and taxes and structures that we have to pay. And if there are farms shutting their doors already, and there's more to come, there are farms that aren't going to cultivate in Lake County next year. They've already announced it. There are farms that no longer have tenants. There are farms that have already surrendered their state licenses. This is the 11th hour, and it's not brought to you intentionally in the 11th hour. We have been asking for conversations for over 2 months now. And so I appreciate that we're finally at this point. So I am confident and hopeful that you'll find a resolution that you can all agree to and put forward to the state so that Lake County's voice is heard and that the state hears, or their state leadership hears, Lake County acknowledges there's a problem and we have their support in changing this. To put these numbers into perspective, in 1 year, taxes, fees, and licenses have gone from 33% of my costs to 72% of my gross proceeds. That's a big change. And so we're asking you as an industry to support a resolution to the state that says, yes, tax reform needs to happen. And that's what we're asking for today. And that's what I hope that this board can come to resolution and find. Thank you.
Thank you. Nara, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, Nara Dalbaka, resident of District 1. I'm also a partner at the Milo Group of California. We work with cannabis industry members of every size and every type up and down the supply chain all over the state of California. I'm really proud to live in Lake County. And I will say that Lake County, though, is one of the only jurisdictions that did not put this resolution on their consent calendar, particularly of the production counties, who are seeing farms on the ground suffer, and have been seeing this for the last year and a half, as the price of cannabis has fallen. So I stand behind the comments from farmers who have lived here and are cultivating here. Cannabis, suspending the state cultivation tax, which is what this resolution is asking the state to do, does not stop the taxes on cannabis. These taxes are above and beyond already the regular costs of doing business in California, which I think any small business owner will say is already very high. Cannabis then, in addition to the state cultivation tax, is also taxed, has an excise tax on top of that. So cannabis products are taxed at every point down the supply chain, leading just a pound of flour to go from that 500 pounds it was last year to $7,500 by the time a customer walks out of a dispensary and pays the local tax on it. No cannabis businesses are making money off of this. The state counties are the only ones making money. And what you're going to have is a major collapse of this entire industry, and I'm seeing it. Our clients are laying people off. These are people who get some of the highest wages and best benefits of any industry in California who are losing their jobs. There are capital firms circling California right now looking to pick up distress assets from California cannabis businesses. Those distress assets are your residents, are your citizens, are the people who are struggling on the ground, who are trying to be legal cannabis operators in the state of California. And we're all learning how to do this. So all we're asking is that that the counties step up with some of the other counties in the state for major cannabis producers and ask the state to fix the regressive tax structure that they set up that is crushing the legal cannabis industry. We're not the ones on this call today. We're the ones doing the lake and stream bed alteration permits. We're not the ones diverting. We aren't the ones costing the environment and human trafficking. We aren't causing it. We're the ones out there trying to help it, and yet we're the ones paying for all of it. So.
Thank you. We'll move to Ray.
Hello?
Yes, if you could start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Ray Lanier, and I am the co-owner of Noble Gardens with my wife, Patty Lanier. And everybody else is, first of all, thank you for hearing us. I really appreciate having a voice to be able to have some possible impact on our destiny as a small farm. Everyone else has eloquently stated the situation, and I only have a please help. We are begging for mercy to add, and that's it. I have really nothing else to say. Just please help. Please have mercy. We are suffering. And that's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Craig.
Hello, my name is Craig Litwin. I am the CEO of 421 Group. We're a California cannabis consultancy. We've been doing work in permitting, community outreach for the last 5 years. And before that, I worked in the industry as a consultant on my own. And before that, for 8 years, I served on the Sebastopol City Council. And I had the honor of co-authoring our first dispensary ordinance. So I've been in this for the long haul and watched how it's changed over the years. And I've never seen anything like this in my life. I mean, the growers across the state are being raked over the coals. It's absolutely devastating. Anything you can do, including passing this resolution and providing it to the state, creating some urgency for action to suspend these taxes, anything that you can do to add weight to this is imperative. You know, when you look at the benefits of the jobs, the careers that are being formed, the fact that people have incomes, they can spend that money, there's sales tax being generated, there are all sorts of multipliers when you keep a robust local economy in place. And to watch it happen, not just in Lake, but in Sonoma County and Mendocino County, all over the state, just be destroyed, you know, we're going to see that long-term ill effect of that multiplier disappearing. So I'd urge you to pass the resolution. I'd urge you to, you know, form a committee to work with each other, to agendize this, to discuss what else you can do, to bring this to CSAC, to talk to the other county supervisors and work to get something even stronger at the state level. Anything you can do. Thank you again for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any new hands in the Zoom room. Is there anybody that has not had a chance to speak in the boardroom that wishes to speak on this item? See no movement, then I will bring it back to the board. Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, so we definitely understand that this is an issue. I think nobody, I think everybody understands how critical this is. My concern with the resolution, it doesn't reflect our needs, like Supervisor Sabatier brought up. We just received $2 million from the state from the cultivation tax to help with the very processing that we have. Over 200 applicants still in our queue, and we'll be reporting on that in a couple of weeks. So I did make a couple of changes to the resolution, and I think that can be shared. Supervisor Sabatier, you touched on public safety, and the sheriff did as well, and I think we could probably expand on that in this draft. But this is, this is our opportunity to share all of our needs, and I think that that's something that we need to move forward with the resolution.
Could you read something that you've changed? Because it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Can you read that, or do you want me to make that bigger?
Can you make it bigger?
I can't read it.
Give me a second.
And we got to scroll down too.
All right, is that readable now?
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor, do you want to direct me to a paragraph?
Yeah, scroll down.
Okay.
It's highlighted in yellow, I think. Oh, it's in red.
I'm not sure it's
Yeah,
highlighted.
keep going. It's down at the bottom of the page.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So here it says, whereas the state of California has awarded multiple grants to the County of Lake funded by state cannabis taxes, including $2.1 million to the County of Lake through a local jurisdiction assistance grant, as well as additional funding through the Cannabis Equity Grant and the Public Health and Safety Grant Program. And I think that just really recognizes that our reliance on this tax. I do agree that it needs to be reformed, and so if you scroll down a little bit, I had the word reform added there.
Yes.
So those are the changes that I've made, and I don't know, Supervisor Sabatier, if you have more thoughts or any of the other board members have thoughts?
Supervisor Sabatier?
I don't mind those changes at all, but I think the important stuff is in the now therefore be it resolved. I think everything else is just a summary of things that have occurred. I think it's all about the ask. I think that the ask should say, I personally would rather it say reduce, but I think we are very much seeing that in the wordage it says eliminate, and others are asking for suspension. Which is part of Prop 64. I think reduce is my preference, but I'm okay if it says suspension. But in my opinion, and actually I'm not okay with suspension, because if you suspend, it's not coming back. That's just my opinion. I think that once you suspend or eliminate, there is no way it's coming back. And I see this, I'm gonna upset a lot of people with some of the comments that I'm gonna make. This is a sin tax. We are not growing food here. And so I think that a tax is good. Should we be taxing wines? In my personal opinion, wine grapes are exactly made for that. Wine, same thing. I'd love to see that discussion come to the board at one point or another. In Napa County, it's $15 per acre for growing wine grapes. I think it's a a vast difference as to what cannabis is paying versus $15 an acre, but I think it's a conversation that should be had because it is a sin tax. And we should not, I don't mean to use your words, but I think that reliance is not the right word because I don't want to rely on a sin tax. That means I want people to go ahead and participate in it. If it goes away, it goes away. And I don't think that we should be relying on it. I think it's useful while it's there. But I want to see enhanced law enforcement tools to reduce illicit grows because there are laws that prohibit us, not prohibit us, but we can go catch anybody we want now. But what are the consequences? That's what's making it really difficult for law enforcement to make a difference. I also want to eliminate, let's be real, that the legal market has not gotten rid of the illegal market. And so to restate that is being blinded to the fact that the legal market has blossomed at the same time that the legal market has come into play. And it's not because the legal market is there, it's because the laws have changed that prohibits us from really having the consequences for those that grow illegally. And I think the word sustainable taxation needs to be in there. A flat tax is ridiculous. It does not, we have no crystal ball that can predict where the market is going to go. Some people believe that it might bounce back. I don't think it's going to bounce back to anything close to what it used to be. And my opinion is, I think that it's going to continue to go down. And also, I have no problems. My personal opinion is, if it keeps going down, hopefully eventually that gets rid of the illicit grow. And I think farmers are going to have to innovate and figure out how to lower their threshold or their overhead on a per pound basis in order to be able to continue to stay in that market. Innovation is going to have to be part of the future of this industry because it's difficult to continue at the price that it's at. But I think we need, my personal opinion is reduce, not suspend, but definitely get rid of eliminate. I think that's not the right term. And we have to request for enhanced tools for our law enforcement to actually make a difference in the illicit grow that's happening here in Lake County. And a sustainable tax for the industry is what I would ask. And I think that I don't have the exact wordage of what it needs to be, but I would request that we set this aside and bring it back up later on and see if maybe we can take an extra long lunch and ask council to utilize some of those terms and some of those comments made to come back to us with, it's just a paragraph, so it shouldn't take a huge amount of time. But I would like to see that be added in there before it comes to approval. And I think we have time today to be able to do that.
Supervisor Pyska?
Oh.
Yeah, well, I would agree with those suggestions on the reduce, not eliminate the cultivation tax. So, yeah, I'm definitely in favor of that, obviously. And ultimately, it's going to be a challenge, obviously. I don't think it was intended to, harm the businesses the way it is now, so it definitely needs to be looked at the state level. But I also want to think, long-term here. I know we're talking about local, I know we're talking about state. But the problem with this industry, until the federal government takes it off the Schedule I narcotic, it's going to be challenging, no matter what we do. We're going to be back at the table here. So I'd like to encourage the industry, who needs to have that fight at the federal government level, of making those changes. And that's big. That's long-sighted, for the industry to keep establishing itself. I know it may never happen, but that's the fight that needs to be had at the federal level to help this thing move forward. And that's the real fight. All this other stuff will fall in line once that happens. So I want to say that. If you're going to look at it for long term and you want to be in this industry, that's where the fight is. So willing to support some of those changes for the industry and agree with bringing it back today, because I would like to be able to get something on the governor's desk and in their hands to understand, what we're going through here at the local level. So those are my thoughts.
Chair Crandall, did you have anything to add to this?
Yes, thank you. I didn't know if Supervisor Pyska had something, because I know she was going to talk and then Supervisor Simon did, but it's okay, I'll go. I agree with changes and I want to get something done as well. I'd just like to highlight some things. I was on the Planning Commission when a lot of this was formed by the previous Board of Supervisors, and I think, of course, Vice Chair Scott, or right now you're the chair, but and Supervisor Simon were a part of crafting a lot of these initially, not these, but just a lot of being a part of initiating this when it was voted into legislation. And so a lot of the folks that are trying to be a part of this program, in essence, sometimes are demonized by the illicit market. And I just, these folks, I remember talking about these in great lengths. These chambers were full of people. And one of the main things that was discussed was the fact that, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but was we wanted to not only bring forth what the voters voted for, but also ensure that we stop the illegal grows, illicit market. That was the main thing. I want to make sure there's a balance to that, and I don't want to have something done immaturely, like let's just do whatever just because we need. I like that we're going to make some changes, and I'm willing to do that. So sorry for the long-winded response.
Thank you. I definitely agree with the changes, and I would like for us to bring that back today if possible. Anita.
Madam Chair, if I understand, I can offer at least an idea of what you're suggesting and then fine tune it. So now therefore be it resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors strongly urges Governor Newsom and the California legislature to immediately reduce the cultivation taxes and to establish a sustainable tax system for cannabis cultivation in the state of California. Be it further resolved that the Lake County Board of Supervisors strongly requests and urges Governor Newsom and the Lake County Legislature to provide enhanced and expanded financial resources to county law enforcement to address illegal cannabis grows. Yeah. Does that do it?
And I would say that the financial resource is not necessarily, I think it definitely would help. The issue is more so than reviewing the legal consequences of those that are taking part in it. It's a slap on the wrist right now, and they're right back a month later with a brand new grow, as we've been seeing and hearing from people in Spring Valley, but it's countywide. And so that's what I'm looking for is we need better legal ramifications for those who are not opting to join into the legal market.
Simply adding to that sentence then, and to strengthen the enforcement mechanisms, very good, mechanisms available to local law enforcement to combat illegal growth.
And may I ask, are we also keeping the changes that Supervisor Pyska recommended as well, that she showed?
I agree.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Got some head-ons.
The additional whereas?
Yes. And then Supervisor Simon, was there something you wanted to add?
Just a final comment that I do. Supervisor Sabatier brought up a good comment about, all ag in the vineyards, about the tax per acre on that. Our neighbors do that. We have resources being used, and it's something, and I know it's not a popular comment, just as Supervisor Sabatier said, but it's a reality, a conversation we do need to have at this board.
If your board is all right with those changes as read into the record by both myself and your CAO, you can approve it subject to those amendments right now if you like.
And if you're inclined to do that, I want to make sure Mr. Sullivan got it and is confident that the rewrite he would be doing. Any questions, Patrick?
No, I believe we could make those changes, so that's easy enough to do.
I have it written down too.
Okay.
Sounded good to me.
Yep. I'll offer the resolution as amended.
As amended. The resolution's been offered. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Sorry. Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall.
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, it is 12:34. Should we continue moving forward with our 7.3? Yes?
I think with the amount of
Okay.
people that are here to discuss it, I would say yes.
All right, let's move forward. Take up our 7.3 item, consideration of suspension of the CPI tax rate increase for cannabis taxes. Carol.
And thank you again, Madam Chair. Patrick Sullivan is also going to introduce this item.
Good morning. So this continues a lot of the same issues that were discussed before. The county, just to provide background again, has two different tax rates applicable to the cannabis industry. We have our cannabis cultivation tax and the cannabis business tax. Each of these taxes has built into the ordinance an automatic CPI increase that occurs each year. As we've said, generally in most counties, the primary burden facing cannabis cultivators stems from the state cultivation tax. That's still the larger burden on them. When we were comparing square footage, other counties do typically have higher cultivation tax rates than Lake, at least when you're looking at square footage taxes. It's hard to compare us when some counties use a gross receipts tax on their cultivation, and that's not as easy to compare directly. We know Sonoma County recently had a presentation with their Board of Supervisors that demonstrated the cultivation tax at the local level was representing approximately 21% of their tax burden for cultivators. In Lake County, when we applied that same methodology, it looks like about 14%. So one of the steps that that staff was recommending that could be considered is to suspend that CPI increase that is slated to automatically occur. Right now in the next billing, we would be applying that inflation-based increase to the tax rate. It would span across all of the different tax types applicable to the cannabis industry here. One of the recommendations is consider suspending that for 2 years. This is a step that the board could take at least initially to lower that burden going forward on cultivators, provide some sense of certainty, would also allow additional time to find out what reform the state is actually going to implement. We have come to learn in the last few weeks that the legislature and governor's office both have expressed a strong desire to reform tax on the state level. Also, in the meantime, that could allow your board to consider other options at the local level, including a potential extension of deadlines or penalty relief, which were where some people have brought up in earlier comments. For instance, it could extend to May 15th to payments are due on the second installment at the end of this month. The board could ultimately consider extending that out to a later date. And if that date was met, that 25% penalty could be considered waived. These are some of the other ideas that are out there, but in the short term, if your board chooses to, you could direct staff to waive this CPI increase or take the necessary steps to do so. And then at least on this next round of billing that will come out, it's not going to be higher, already higher after the state has already increased its taxes. So this was an initial step that staff brought to your board to consider, and staff is available for further questions.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on this, but 7.3, I'm going to ask Anita a question. So we are just at this point talking about the CPI tax rate increase. There's nothing else we can talk about on this, about extending taxes or eliminating taxes. We're just talking about the CPI, correct?
The only thing you could do in regard to any of those other items would be to direct staff to bring it back with a proposal. But no, this is a very narrow item for your board's consideration today. And even as to this item, your board can certainly make your intended decision, but I suggest you might want staff to bring it back the very next week with something in writing so it's very clear what you're agreeing to, just to avoid any confusion by anyone moving forward.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Well, I was planning to offer suggestions where the CPI tax rate is I think giving direction to staff of which direction to go should be broader than just a discussion of the CPI tax rate. And I want to make sure I understood that correctly, because that was my plan with today's conversation, is that we can have the consensus of what to provide to staff to come back for us next week. Am I correct on this? I'm looking at Ms. Grant through the screen.
If you want staff to come back.
Oh, microphone.
If you want staff to come back with additional information as to other possible mechanisms to address the county tax, you can give that direction, but it's not a discussion or consensus building item today. So you can say, come back and look and bring us information on XYZ. You just can't reach a consensus on XYZ today because the item is narrowly crafted.
Well, I think this was then very incorrectly positioned for us to have a good conversation. I wish it would just say discussion on cannabis taxes and direction to go, because just discussing the CPI tax rate increase, even if that is suspended, to me, that is a slap in the face to the farmers that are dealing with dire circumstances right now. So I guess the only option I have is to say this has to come back with some much better options than just this. And it needs to come back ASAP for the fact that taxes are being requested as we speak.
Anything further from the supervisors? I definitely agree with that, and I think we have to make sure that, public comment, that we're staying on topic. So I honestly think this would be better to bring back with other options, so it's a broader conversation on this topic. Supervisor Simon.
Well, obviously, each one of us can have something brought back, but today, this is an item here that was brought to us and suggested by staff, and I want to thank you for bringing it. Obviously, it's a very complex items that we're going over, our last item plus this item, but this is something I think, at least on this one item that's here on the agenda today, that I think we could address with this, not having it increase. I think that would be maybe a small step, but it's a step forward from my point of view, and prepared to make a motion once we hear topics or comment on this specific item.
For clarification, so you're saying,
Willing
without
to
putting
have a
words in your mouth,
conversation later.
agree or disagree with what's being offered and ask for more discussion to follow with different ideas?
Yeah, and staying within the realms that we have to not expand out. So, but would like to address this item today that's on our agenda.
Okay. Anything further from the supervisors before I open up to public comment? Okay, I'm going to open up to public comment in the boardroom. We have to make sure we're staying on topic. We're talking about a suspension of the CPI tax rate increase. So if you'd like to talk, come up to the microphone, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Once again, thank you for being here. My name is Richard Durham. I'm the owner of Lower Lake Organics. Yeah, to consider raising the taxes with inflation at this point is just a joke. And I don't know how this got put in this way, but it's literally a joke. We are on our knees. I'm a realtor. I'm a cannabis consultant. I'm a cannabis farmer. Those three industries are gone right now in Lake County. Every day, somebody's offering me a farm for sale. Every day. I mean, in the beginning, in 2021, in the first 4 months, I sold over $10 million worth of properties. That's it. My phone hasn't rung since. I talked to the other realtors that sell cannabis in this cannabis farms in this county. Zip. Not one phone call. I have properties on 420 properties. I used to get 100 hits every 2 days. I don't get one hit. So I'm asking you to not consider this because it's a joke, and to bring it back next week. We really need to come to a resolution. This is urgent. You're going to lose all your small farmers. I'm telling you, nobody has any money. There has been no sales this year. Zip. And we're facing doom and gloom. I've laid off my entire staff. It's me and my son. And I'm a lucky one. I made a ton of money last year. And I spent most of it just, finalizing, fixing up the gardens and getting them ready to go forward. But there's no forward right now, and especially with what we're looking at so I suggest that we don't increase the cannabis tax, and we please bring it back next week so we can discuss the cultivation tax. Thank you.
Is there anything further from the boardroom?
I'm Kristen from Magic Meadow Farms. I would urge you to consider what I have to say about this agenda item. Overproduction of cannabis across the country, from southern Oregon to Oklahoma, where you literally draw a picture to get a use permit. There's enough cannabis on the market right now to literally every buyer just walks right past all your flower, even if it's the best. Lobbyists at the counties, for the counties went to the state and they got these large-scale corporations going. Producer models have no way to sell their product because they don't allow direct sales at the farm. We have to pay upfront on what we may not produce based on mold, disease, pest, failure to thrive. Our industry, even to buy, clones because it's so backwards, if something happens and we sign a producer contract and the clones all die, we still have to pay for all the clones and we don't get our money back. Distributors and manufacturers take your product, process and sell at the time, return your product after its expiration date. The product comes back different than it's sent out. There's no enforcement or strategy to get your money, even with the lawyer, demand letters, small claims court, terms contract, and constant calling. The law leaves the distribution companies in charge of the farmer's destiny. The distribution companies aren't paid by the dispensaries because it trickles down. So 90 to 120 days, you're waiting from the dispensary at the distribution level to get paid to pay the farmer. So then the distribution company takes the money that they use to when they get your money for your flower to pay their bills instead of paying you. There's no enforcement. It's not federally legal, like Moke Simon said. So I had countless conversations. There's about 180 acres licensed in this Lake County area. I want to say that half are not going to plant again. So we have many farms that aren't going to replant. We have unpaid distributor bills. We have no way to get to our end buyers. This county could actually turn this around and create buyers, producers, guilds that would sell and collect sales tax in the county. Maybe you suspend the cultivation tax and you give the farmer a place to sell their product at a local venue that would support farmers markets and direct sales to their end buyer. I went to the Emerald Cup and was able to sell to my end buyer. It was like Christmas. I have never got to do that before. And people bought my product. It was horrible. It's horrible for the farmer. I'm asking this board to reconsider your thoughts on cannabis as an industry. I'm really disappointed in the last decision, and I don't want to be disappointed again because I'm going to have to leave this county. And I do a lot here for the kids and all the locals. And I'll continue to do so if I'm given the platform to help change these laws. These laws need to be reformed.
Reached your 3 minutes, if you could wrap it up.
Sure. I'm going to wrap it up at this. Magic Meadow Farms is a great farm. And all these farmers that came here today really believe in this industry. And we believe in all of you. And we need to fix this today. Not next week, today. Because we're not going to be here. I'm out. My family, back to the East Coast. See you later.
Okay. We'll go to the next speaker. And remember, we're talking about suspension of the CPI tax.
I know, very limited. Chris Jennings, I'm a vertical operator. I'm fully vertical. I think our problem is a lot more than taxes, but since we can only talk about taxes, I think adding more money to the tax is going to kill people, much like Richard Durham. I'm going into my personal assets to pay my workers. I personally believe the small farmers are better off than the larger people. I have a lot of mouths to feed, not like children, but like workers that rely on me, who have children or have people that need to, rely on them working every day. And it's about to get to the point where I'm about to lay everyone off, I own a dispensary, I'm selling the asset. In Moke, you make a comment about the outsiders coming in and taking what we have. Any local person about to buy Lakeside Herbal Solutions, it's about to be like Canopy or Tilray or GTI. It's about to be one of the largest companies coming in, buying up all the retail. I'm same position as the young lady before us. Like I'm liquidating assets. If I could sell my farm 2 years ago for the prices I was offered, I wouldn't blink an eye, and I wish I could go right back and do that, knowing where we're at now today. It's not just a tax thing, and I don't think we're crumbling and crashing. I think we've already crashed and burned, and I think at this point we need to do everything we can to try to like regather up everything that we can to try to like push forward and move forward. And I'd really love to hear the numbers of how many people pay their taxes at this second installment. I know everyone probably paid. I didn't pay my taxes in the summer. I don't grow autos. I don't believe in autos. It's not my thing. You know, there's too much BS with the auto flower stuff and like how the quality of product. So I feel like a lot of people this summer did pay their taxes on time. There was very minimal, but it'd be really interesting to ask the tax person that's hopefully listening in on this still to be like, how many people actually came back and made their second installment, or how many people are actually really like waiting to try to make some money to pay that second installment? Because I don't know, the numbers aren't there. You're getting offered $350, $400 a pound. I can assure you on a wholesale list for the dispensaries, the numbers don't reflect. There's not too much weed in Lake County. There's too much weed in the United States. Illegal weed's coming in from Oregon, flooding our distributors. It's not all the weed being grown in California. It's the weed being grown outside of California where they can go buy depths in Oregon on the hemp farms for $200 a pound, throw it in a semi and bring it down here and smuggle it into the distributors. And that's where the weed's coming from. It ain't coming from the farmers because there's too much taxes involved. So I think adding any more taxes on top of the chaos that we already have is ludicrous, and it's crazy, and we really should do everything we can at this moment to do all possible to prevent the further, burning of the industry. Like, it's not coming back. You're right, Bruno. Pound prices aren't coming back. Outdoor weed is the new field Mexican brickweed. And if you're not growing beautiful depths in greenhouses, you're not going anywhere. And that's why the conversation needs to go further from taxes. We need the buildings to dry in. We have ag exemptions for power. They lie there. Hopefully our new ag commissioner, who I know is not totally against cannabis, maybe she can help you guys work, but it's not just a tax thing where we need taxes reformed. We need a lot of reform in the community. The growers need to be the ability to have self-distro. They need to be able to do a lot of things. I'm sorry to get off subject, but it's just not, it's not taxes. It's not reform. That's a good starting point. There's just so much more that this, the ripple effect of it all is so much more than just that. There's a lot more we can do, and hopefully we can get immediate things taken care of. I'm not a big fan of ad hoc committees. We spend money to think of a way to spend more money, and a year later something happens. There's a lot more to it. We just got to be very creative when it comes down to it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the boardroom wishing to speak on the suspension of the CPI tax?
Hi, I'm Tamara Thorne. I'm the owner of Healed Eye Self Gardens. I am one of the only regenerative certified cannabis farms in Lake County, and I am unable to operate because of the taxes and the funds to enter the market. And so I heard a lot about, I'm a little off subject respects, but I heard a lot about the taxes going to take care of illicit grows. The reason there's illicit grows is because it's too expensive to enter the cannabis market. There are small farmers just like me out there, and when you're talking about the illicit growers, there's mamas and papas that are just trying to enter the fucking market, sorry.
Watch your language, please.
The market, and we can't. We just can't because it's too expensive. We've almost lost everything, and that's just where it's at. So if there can be no more cost or raising any more taxes, that'd be great. Thanks.
Any further public comment from the boardroom?
Hi, Board, Tyler again. Just wanted to say real quick, kind of back to what the sheriff said on the taxes. There's 0% and there's 100%, and it's called the Laffer curve. We have to find the sweet spot between 0 and 100. And then I think, just as a reminder, and I'm sure you're all aware, the ultimate goal of any economic policy is not to maximize government revenue, it's to maximize long-term economic growth. So if we could just kind of try to remember that, it'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment from the boardroom? Seeing no movement, I'm going to, go ahead, Mary. You can start with your name.
Mary Draper, and I appreciate you wanting to move this forward today. And I think that it's not much help, to say the least, but at least it's starting the process. Really appreciate you guys bringing it back next week because these people are dying. I don't grow cannabis in Lake County. I'm a distributor, and I have dispensaries, and I have indoor in Sacramento. But I know what my friends are going through and your constituents. I buy from them, and I know the tiny little bit of money that they're getting for their product. And they're not making money, they're losing money. And that's the way it is right now. And you are gonna lose them all if you don't do something about it in a big hurry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any further comment from the board?
Hello, Christina Torres with Stella Green Farms. I do certainly appreciate your attention to this matter. It is incredibly urgent. I would just like to express again and echo all of my fellow farmers and industry in the cannabis is we have already dipped into our absolute savings funds. I am selling my house to continue to go with my passion of my small business and cannabis growth because I believe in it and I am doing every single sacrifice in order to continue to sustain. I appreciate your efforts in being conscious in sustaining a community that can develop together. Thank you.
Anything further from the boardroom? See no movement, I will go to Zoom with Jessica Penner. If you could start with your name and then you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jessica Pender. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am here on behalf of the other women cannabis growers of Lake County, all over this county, because we come from far and wide. It's a huge county, as everybody knows. We have stayed in Lake County, and being that our county has the most women growers that I know of in most of the counties, we want to stay in Lake County. It's a beautiful county to raise our children, to have our homes, to make our farms. The soil is epic here. The growing conditions are amazing. We have no intention of taking our money out of the community. We have been here raising our families in the community. We have put all of our money back into the community. We have built communities inside the community. We urge you guys to really take this onto account and not to raise the taxes on something that we are no longer able to bring money to the community in. We're no longer able to take care of our families. We're no longer able to pay our bills. These taxes are wiping us out at 45%, and then another 30% goes to our costs of the year. We are not making anything. We can't even pay our house taxes that reside inside the community. So my urge to you is to really think about what you're doing, like Tyler said, to the economy within the community that you are trying to stand for. Also, as the wine industry goes, at $15 per acre, we're getting charged $1 per square foot. And that is ridiculous, saying to us the fact that we are like the wine industry. Why can't we be taxed like the wine industry? Do you guys do how many times do you raise the CPI taxes on the wine industry? This, I think, needs to be addressed more. I would like to stay in this county. I am the part owner and cultivator at Ghost Dance Ranch, and I have no intention of moving my business, neither do my partners, but we will be forced to if this is not considered and addressed a little bit sooner. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to Patty. If you could start with your name, and you have 3 minutes. We're talking about the CPI suspension.
Hi there. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to address the board on this matter. I just want to echo a little bit of what Richard Durham, had to say, and I think what Chris Jennings had to say. I don't know how many other farms have been able to pay their second installment of the cultivation tax that's assessed by the county. I know I personally am not able to. I haven't sold anything this year, and I had to borrow money from my mother in order to pay our first installment. My mother's on a fixed income. She gave me money out of her personal savings and it broke her. Now my mom has no personal savings because I needed to pay my cultivation tax to the county. I want to address something that came up, and I want to just very gently remind everyone that cannabis is not wine. Cannabis is not something that is utilized to intoxicate people. It can be used that way, as can cough syrup, but it is a medicine. And that is the premise under which we are even here today. That is the premise under which I started cultivating cannabis, because I have ulcerative colitis. Without this plant, I would be suffering immensely. And so would so many other people. To tax it at this high rate, when it is not it is a medicine. That is why it is here before us today. That is the premise under which it even arrived at legality, is on the backs of people dying of cancer and HIV. And we're sitting here discussing it like it's booze. It is not booze. It helps people get off of booze. It helps people get off of narcotics. I can't believe that we are comparing this plant to wine or beer. Please consider reducing, assessing, reforming all of the legislation that Proposition 64 dropped in our county's lap, in every county's lap. It was a poorly written piece of legislation that we have really worked it beautifully. Lake County, my goodness, the Board of Supervisors here, you guys have been tireless in your efforts to make this piece of legislation work for our community. And it has been, but right now it is suffering. And the only thing that Lake County has to cling to economically right now is cannabis. Don't crush this opportunity for our beautiful community. This is all we have now. Fires have destroyed us.
Okay, you've reached your 3 minutes. We're going to go to the next person. Michael?
Great, thank you again. Supervisors Michael Colbruno. I actually operate Ghost Dance Ranch, and I'll speak directly to the CPI issue. But I first want to say that in a prior iteration of my life, I was a chief of staff at Board of Supervisors in San Francisco and chief of staff at the California State Legislature. And I just got to take issue with the fact that it's got to be limited only to this CPI increase, because it has to be a broader conversation to even talk about that. Because what's going to happen on the 31st, this just cannot be delayed, because people cannot pay their taxes. We can't pay our taxes. We don't know a single person who can pay their next installment of their taxes, and you're assessing penalties on top of that. And I want to just give you a sense of what you're losing if you don't address this. I'm of indigenous, I come from indigenous people, and I want to talk about what Mia Bonta, the Attorney General's wife, said at the steps of the Capitol the other day about taxes, because this is a social equity issue, and I hear this Board of Supervisors talk about social equity all the time. But when Mia Bonta said that the people that you're preventing from getting in this business are people of color and women. And when you look at Lake County, and I'm so glad Jessica Pender spoke before me, the cannabis industry in this county is primarily women. Everybody in our operation, other than the two owners, are women. Our cultivators are women. Our attorneys are women. Our accountants are women. Our distributors are women. Our GA consultants are women. Our metric manager is women. This is who you're harming by these taxes. So it's very relevant to the CPI increase, because when you're increasing it, people already can't pay, and you're making it more onerous for people to get into that market. And this is why it's being driven. You're doing one of two things by not addressing this today. And I'm saying beyond the CPI increase, you have to address the suspension of this tax issue, because you're going to do one of two things. You're hearing it already. You're driving people out of business. People are selling their homes. People like us are paying employees out of our own personal savings. You hear other people tell that story, or you're moving people into the illicit market. And what I'm hearing from every supervisor is that's what you want to prevent. So you need to, A, today, stop this CPI increase from happening. And B, I would go to county council, because I'm telling you as a former chief of staff, I believe it's germane. It is germane to the entire discussion, and you need to suspend the tax. Or what you're going to see by the time you bring this back, more farms out of business, more people distressed, more people losing their homes, more people taking their families out of this county and out of this state. So I think the conversation needs to be broader, and I would encourage you to have county council speak to this issue, because it's absolutely germane. And what you lose if you lose this industry, and I know Nara Del Baca addressed it on the previous item, is you're going to lose
You've reached your 3
environmental
minutes. You
review,
could wrap up your comment.
and you're going to lose community benefits and revenue. Thank you.
We'll move to Sam De La Paz.
I'd like to respond to that before we continue with public comment. The Brown Act tells us that we need to prepare the public as well as the Board of Supervisors for what discussions will be have. It's the same as public comment. Just because it is a conversation we should have, it has not been prepared 72 hours in advance so that everyone can be ready to have this conversation. That's why it's important that when we put an item on the agenda, that it allows for discussion on the topic of what is being impacted by the greater discussion. It could be in the details that we wanted the CPI decrease or increase to be discussed, but the fact that it's simply about CPI, I wish we would have not done so, because that is not the discussion we should be having at this moment in time, but it prohibits us from having that discussion because nobody has come prepared to discuss the entirety of it based on the fact that the agenda details those things.
Sam, you have 3 minutes. If you could start with your name.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sam De La Paz. I spoke on the previous item, Vice President of the Hessel Farmers Grange and Sales and Marketing Manager at 421 Group, cannabis consultancy based here in California. And, you know, when it comes to the issue of local taxes, again, you know, we need as much reform as we can get, and we need to really work together to accomplish that. I would like to support mainly LCCA's asks for a minimum of 180-day extension of tax deadlines so that the county can take action on its tax requirements. And we just did that here in Sonoma County as well, and we need to see that implemented in every county across the board, to just put a pause and then have a further, more robust discussion, as the previous speaker or Board of Supervisors representative just mentioned. I believe that it does involve a more robust discussion, and it involves more robust stakeholder engagement. Again, we are going to see these businesses dwindle. We are going to not have funds, you know, for any battling of the illicit market. And you shouldn't be putting funds and efforts toward battling the illicit market when we don't have viable pathways to legalization and to legitimate operation. That's a problem. That is prohibition and taxation without representation. When a provisional licensee has not been granted an annual permit, they have no constitutional rights in a court of law. That is a major, major problem, and that is devastating. Again, this tax issue is devastating to livelihood, to generational land, to savings and family, family models. It can be very disruptive. I've seen families split up, and I've heard of people in Northern California committing suicide over the current state of the industry. So we need to work closely together. I just want to advocate for that, and again, echo the comments left by LCAA to move the tax to even canopy only. That does not work in Sonoma County. I would say a gross receipts tax or net receipts or net income. Something like that is a better model. But yeah, I think I'll leave my comments there and just show my support, mostly for LCCA's submitted comment letter. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Aaron McCormick. You can start with your name. You have 3 minutes. We're talking about suspension of CPI.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yes.
All right, Aaron McCarrick in Clear Lake. Thank you, Board Chair Crandall, and sitting in Chair Scott for this conversation. I'll keep it very short and brief. Definitely support the suspension of CPI. This is one step in the relief and reform of tax in the county and a necessary conversation. I have absolutely been an advocate of taxes for this county since the beginning of commercial cannabis, advocating for increase in money to the sheriffs and money to the CDD. But it's pretty simple. If there is not this relief and reform urgently, there will be no tax base. There'll be no cannabis tax base in the county. You've heard all the stories, no need to go into that again, but it's, you'll go from, 13 million or 9 million of revenue to $1 million. So there wouldn't even be a tax base for all the stuff that is, all the beneficial things that are coming back. That's it. Thanks again.
Thank you. We'll go to Crystal Thomas. If you could start with your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Crystal Thomas. Thank you so much for allowing us to have this platform to speak again. And I would just like to say that as a mother who has to provide and in a market where you're talking about increasing the tax on something we can't even already pay the current taxes on, it's very scary to be in this position, to be faced with no income for all of our blood, sweat, and tears this year. And the increase in taxes, the inflation and the market, everything has come together to provide us with the lowest market and to leave us in this position that we simply beg of you to consider no raise in this tax and other reform in multiple areas of the taxes. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Nikki.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start with your name.
Hi, hello, my name is Nikki Carboni, and I have been an employee in the cannabis industry for over a decade. I've lived here in Lake County for 13 years, and I absolutely love where I live and would hate to have to leave. But this tax, I have watched employers let me go along with the rest of their staff. We are among many people who have become unemployed in an area that we never thought we would lack employment. We worked with a great friend of ours for many years, 5 years, and this past year, he suffered a heart attack in his garden at the age of 36. This is how serious of an issue these taxes have become. Without any help, I seriously fear for not only cultivators in the industry, but employees. We simply cannot pay our bills. We cannot pay rent in this lovely county. We don't want to have to leave. We don't want to have to get welfare. We want to be productive members of this society. But in this industry, it has become impossible. If we cannot work for a living, we cannot live. And I do have a family that I need to provide for. Many other people have families they need to provide for. My unfortunate friend who passed away had a lovely family that he was providing for. But I think the stress of not being able to do that in this industry led to his untimely death. And I am begging you, along with all of these other wonderful growers in this county, wonderful people, to please consider the elimination of this tax. The increase in the tax is a joke, and it's only adding insult to injury for these people who are already struggling way above their heads, and they are drowning. Sorry if I'm not super professional, but I am facing unemployment. Currently, I work in Mendocino County, and I would love to bring my work back to Lake County. But without any help, these farmers are just shutting their doors one after the other. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll go to Nara.
Hi there, Nara Dalbaca, District 1. Definitely the absolute least that the county can do is stop the increase in the taxes. And that, since that's all that's agendized, yes, please move on that. This would not be agendized like this if cannabis industry had been listened to or responded to properly. I don't know that there's another industry that puts as much money into the county that gets as little response from the county. We've been reaching out for months to try to get meetings to discuss this impending collapse, the existing collapse, and we have not heard back. I've worked with multiple cities and counties and jurisdictions on developing and updating their ordinances, as again, we're all learning how to implement cannabis legalization in California, and we're learning together. And the people you're hearing today who are brokenhearted and incredibly passionate, they're like this because they've had no access to speak to their elected officials. We've had so little response back when we're just trying to educate about some of these fantastic farms and farmers and the hardships that they're facing right now. So I know that people are impassioned right now, and that you're hearing that, and that's again because it's been pretty hard to get a response. I've been involved in stakeholder processes. They come to the people who are permitted in the county and they say, hey, we're updating our ordinance. We want to talk about this at we want to make this a better partnership for all of us together. We want to update some things, and let's reach out and let's talk and let's update this ordinance together. And that's not what we're seeing here. You have a huge cannabis cultivation industry here in California, and the county is open 5 days a week now because of cannabis money, right? And what I can tell you is that this collapse is, and I think asking for some dollars last year versus this year, or the 2-year decrease, you're going to see something because in the governor's budget, the last line of the governor's budget around cannabis this year reflects an over $30 million decrease in the buckets of money that go to that enforcement, that environmental stuff. That is a reflected decrease because that is the market collapsing. That was budgeted over 30, and now that money's gone. And I think you're going to see that in Lake County too. And that's because you're not listening to us. And again, you're here. We all love this county. Most of us love and support all of you all, and all of the other work that you're doing, and the leadership that you're showing in this gorgeous county.
You've reached your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up your comment.
Absolutely. We just want to be part of the conversation.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next person, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. Sarah Bodner, Policy Advisor to the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. And unequivocally, yes to suspending the CPI increase. Absolutely. And it's so not enough. And thank you, Supervisor Sabatier, for saying that right from the onset. And I think we need to ask, why are we having such a narrow conversation when we're facing a tax deadline of next week that we know cultivators cannot pay? Why are we not having a more broad discussion? Why is this coming up in the final hour? We need to look at immediate action and figure out a better mechanism for moving forward. The request is to extend that deadline, that January 31st deadline for county taxes by a minimum of 180 days so we can have the discussion we need to have. I hope you will bring that back without delay. Secondly, we need to have a much bigger discussion about tax reform locally. And that discussion should include every single available option, including changing the way we tax square footage, like every other county that uses a square footage tax, and align with state law to only tax canopy, or to move to a gross receipts tax. So when you bring back the next agenda item, please make sure that we don't repeat today's process, that we're having such a narrow conversation that we can't even have a conversation, and ensure that we can work with you to explore every available possibility. And I would also suggest consideration of forming a cannabis tax ad hoc. I know ad hocs can take a lot of time, but it seems like this is so imperative that we need some focused energy, and we definitely need a public process on it to make sure that we don't keep having meetings like this in the final hour every time taxes are due. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope your immediate attention.
Thank you. We'll go to Julia. If you could start with your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julia Jacobson. Thank you, supervisors, for considering not only suspending the increase of the CPI, but for also bringing this conversation back next week. I want to first, of course, say that I am fully supportive of the suspension of the CPI. I am also, as somebody said earlier, an advocate for taxes and for taxes being used to help continue to shrink the illicit market. But right now, as you're hearing from all of us today, we are on the brink of the end. This is the end. And not just next week, right now. The tax is due before next week. I am the owner and founder of Astor Farms. We were one of the first licenses in Lake County. The county asked us to redact our license, our application, and used it as the example for anybody who wanted to apply for a license in Lake County. People are talking today about how they were unable to sell product on the market, and that is a true representation of where our industry is today. But I want to give you another example of a business that did sell product this year. We did have sales every month for the year of 2021. But between the increased taxes, the falling prices, and retailers not paying, even if you are an example of success in this industry, you are failing. Because of the state of the California industry, investors are gone. There isn't anyone to back us up anymore when our margins are in the red and we have no choice but to pay the tax or potentially lose our license. 2 weeks ago, I contacted the tax department to see if there were options for extensions, for payment plans, for partial payment even, with the penalty only falling on the unpaid portion. But the response was that there is nothing in the ordinance allowing for anything other than full payment on time. And that needs to be addressed, not next week, but somehow earlier than that, because the tax is due Sunday. We had to reduce our entire employee base by 50% in order to pay this tax. And every day, we are on the brink of full layoffs across the entire company. These are your constituents who are going on unemployment. Please, please vote today to not increase the CPI, and please consider addressing the tax before it is actually due. It is due on Sunday.
Okay, you've reached your 3 minutes. If you could wrap it up.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Anita?
I'm sorry to interrupt public comment, and perhaps Patrick Sullivan, who's on, can speak to this. But I thought the tax ordinance made a statement that taxes are collected as any other county taxes. If that's correct, I'm not clear on why there couldn't be payment plans.
So there's nothing in the ordinance specifically addressing payment plans, and I think that's where the tax collector is coming from on that. So,
but I'm sorry if I may. Does the ordinance actually say taxes may be collected in the manner of any other taxes or in the manner of property taxes?
There is language in there that says in the same manner as, I believe it's all of their county taxes. Let me pull that up.
And from what I understand, though, even if you do, for example, property taxes, do a payment plan, you still have, it prohibits you from getting onto the tax auction if you're defaulted, but it doesn't prohibit the penalties.
So, and I think that was the major concern that was expressed by some of the people that contacted the tax collector, if I believe, was that how to avoid that penalty, that if there was some kind of commitment made, if there was a way to dodge that penalty. And they were getting at that in the ordinance. There's nothing that gives any authority to remove that penalty.
May I ask one more question? Yes. And the penalty is due for property taxes if you're paying on a payment plan?
The penalty, so for property tax.
There are penalties for property taxes.
There are penalties for property tax, and then there's the initial penalty for having failed to pay on time, and then there's a monthly penalty assessment, like an interest amount, 1.5%. So property tax is different. There's the initial penalty, and then there's a monthly penalty. The cannabis tax does not have a monthly penalty. The entire penalty is assessed when it is late. That's something unusual about our ordinance, I believe.
Okay. It would seem then, at least, Madam Chair and the board, that as far as a payment plan, and I haven't had time now to look at the issue of penalties, but at least if taxes are collected in the same manner of other taxes, I would think it arguable at least that a payment plan would be implicit among those options.
I can speak to the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office about that. I mean, if you believe we could move forward with payment plans based off that language. But just to be clear, that's still not addressing the penalties that if someone was in a payment plan,
I'm gonna
waive their penalty.
I'm gonna interrupt, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. I was thinking through how we can go about. I don't want to expand this conversation, but I do want to help something. So I spoke with Ms. Grant real quick. I'd like to put a motion on the table to add an extra item to discuss the postponement of the 25% fine until this conversation is over. Because Sunday is the day, therefore, before the next posting of the agenda, there will be action taken to add a 25% fine to taxes not paid. I thought, wrongfully, that this was going to be a broader conversation about local taxes. I'm very saddened to see that it is such a narrow conversation because it needs to be a broad conversation. And I think that today there was hope that there would be some sort of light at the end of the tunnel. So I'd like to offer the motion for the extra item due to the need to have action taken before the next posting of the agenda. And all I'm asking for is a postponement of the 25% assessed penalties until we finalize this conversation, which will come back next week on Tuesday.
Okay. Anita?
First, you have to take it up to determine if it qualifies.
Yes.
Your board is next.
Okay.
So the motion is on the table for the extra item.
Motion's on the table.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we need to open up to public comment, or how does, yes, so I'm going to open this up to public comment, but the comment can only be if this meets the requirements to take this up as an extra item, not the item itself. Narrow. So I know I had hands already up in the Zoom room, so if you could lower your hands unless you want to speak on the fact that of the requirements to take this item up before our next posting agenda, not the item itself. Is there anybody wanting to speak on that? And I see Jennifer's hand still up, so I'm going to call on Jennifer.
We're talking on the new proposed additional item, right?
Yes, but not the item itself, just if it should
Correct.
be.
Okay, so Jennifer Smith, Lake County Cannabis Alliance President, yes, indeed, we would support this additional item being added to the agenda today to talk about.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then Patty. you could state your name, you have 3 minutes, but we're just talking about the legalities of having this item put on before the next posting of agenda, not the item itself.
Okay, Patty Lanier again from Noble Gardens. Thank you so much, Bruno. Thank you so much, Patrick, for calling attention to those details that are so very important. Thank you, Anita, for bringing that question up about whether or not we are able to make installment payments. Absolutely, please put this on the agenda to please stop the penalty action today, so that we can continue this conversation and so we can continue to have a more broad scope conversation about cannabis policy in Lake County so that we can save our county's economic future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'm going to go back to our original item. So I was still going through the Zoom room, so if there's any hands that want to talk about the suspension of the CPI, that is this discussion that we are having right now. I know I had a couple hands up. We'll go back to Jennifer. We're talking about suspension of the CPI.
Jennifer Smith. I'm going to state the obvious when I say we're in support of suppressing the CPI increase. And while I understand this is the only thing that we're able to speak to now at this moment, again, this flat tax is regressive and punitive. However, I hope that you're hearing, and it sounds like you are hearing people like Chris Jennings and myself when we say we need more reform of local regulation. We've been asking for reform. We've been asking for alignment with state policy. We are asking for consistent tax calculations, and we're asking for a seat at the table to have these discussions. I am so encouraged by the conversation that was just had and the fact that we are going to be able to have a broader conversation today. And I hope that we continue to move this in the right direction. A CPI increase is going to be untenable at this point, but it looks like we're going to have further discussion, and I look forward to chiming in then. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, see no further hands up in the Zoom room. Is there anybody in the boardroom that has not spoken on this topic that wishes to speak on the CPI suspension? Seeing none, then I'm going to bring it back to the board for action on this item that we have before us, which is 7.3.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the suspension of CPI tax rate increase for cannabis taxes.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
With a year, 1 year, 2 year, what's your proposal?
Oh.
Staff was recommending.
One,
Staff was
two?
recommending 2.
2 years?
So I
For
just
2 years.
I just want to
Thank you for
clarify that.
asking for that.
You just said it.
Yeah. I rushed through that one. Yes, 2 years. Thank you.
So I have a motion for 2 years, still have a second. Johanna, please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
I totally messed that up. It was Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
Sorry, and then Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay. With that, it is now 1:32. Should we take a lunch before we come back with the next item? Okay, so.
And I just want to remind everybody that the next item is also narrow, and the fact that that other discussion is not a necessary discussion to have before the next meeting. It is narrowly about the postponement of the 25% penalties for not having paid the taxes in time. That is the only capable discussion. The rest can be postponed until next week.
Yes. Okay, with that, we will come back in an hour at 2:35. Okay, so it's 2:35, so we're going to go ahead and start our meeting up again, back from lunch. And we're going to start with our extra item, which was a discussion for suspension of the cannabis penalties for cultivation tax. Am I correct with that? Supervisor Sabatier.
If I may, I'm looking for a postponement, not a suspension.
Okay.
So that we can go ahead and have the discussion next week on a much broader scale of what taxation is doing to the industry and what is possible to do on our end to help maybe change some of those things. But today, I'm only looking at the postponement of the 25% fine and penalties that would be incurred if the tax payments would be late. That way we can go ahead and finish that conversation next week afterwards.
Okay.
Hopefully finish that conversation next week. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah,
I'm just looking for a postponement of the 25%, which would be direction to staff to go ahead and do so. And then afterwards, we will continue our discussion on the grander conversation of taxes and cannabis next week.
And Anita, is it as simple as that, as a discussion and a motion to do that? Or is there something more we have to do to make sure that we?
I think that I understand what Supervisor Sabatier is saying about a postponement. It's essentially, you can call it a postponement, a deferral of incurring that penalty till the board has a chance to consider its options next week. So it's a short term. You want to make that clear that it would just be from this Tuesday to next, so that people don't have a false sense of security, because until your board considers a new item next week, you won't know what action you may decide to take, if any.
May I change that semantic a little bit to say that the postponement is until the conversation is over, just in case, because if we don't, it's just a discussion, we will not have a final approval for a resolution or anything like that next week. So I want the postponement to at least last until the conversation and the solution that we either decide or decide that there is no solution, that there actually is a conclusion to that discussion.
I would defer to Anita.
Anita.
I think you can do that, but I would set, but in no event will it be later than, just because what's concluded and those types of words can be troublesome when you're trying to figure out what they mean later. So I think that you can do it as Supervisor Sabatier said, but in no event shall it be later than. And you can put it out to whatever date you want. It doesn't have to be anything near.
That's what I'd be comfortable with, coming up with a date with a longer time frame on that.
And I'd like to say maybe February 8th. That way that gives us next week for the discussion and the following week to maybe look at the action.
And then Carol?
And so on the part of staff, I want to get more clarification as to the breadth of the discussion you want to have. I think that's important so we can be ready. Today's discussion around the CPI, suspending the CPI temporarily was purposeful in its limits. That's what we brought to you today. But we also suggested in our opening remarks that you could look at other things, and it was suggested that you might want to consider an extension of the tax payments, so that, and also a waiver of the penalty, the 25% penalty, until some date in the future. That is a relatively easy discussion to have next Tuesday if you want to have it. If you're wanting something along the lines of payment programs, staff would probably need more time to flesh that out. We'd need to have discussions with the treasurer tax collector about how that would work from their purview or their point of view. We would also need to work with community development. Those two offices would need to communicate on some level so that we're sure that there's a way to measure that cultivators are in compliance with their payment plans and thus eligible to grow in the next cycle, and so on and so forth. So there are some things that would need to be fleshed out that I don't think could be fleshed out in a week. Some of the other things we've heard suggested in the discussion today are things that I believe would need to go back to the ballot and be considered by the voters.
So
if you have more in mind, we'd love to know so we can be ready for you.
I just had specific to the date of the suspension, because it is very complicated. Like you said, it's going to take 5 years to figure this out. And as said by CAO, some of the stuff we'll have to go back to vote out of the purvey. So appreciate what's come to us to this point and what is in our control to look at. So agree with the moving the deadline on the 25% penalty, but I really think it needs to be 30 or 60 days. I don't want to look at it unrealistic. And I'm sorry to say it, but I just,
So staff's recommendation, if we were making one today on the payment extension, would be, and the foregoing any penalty, would be to May 15th. So you could consider that date for the action you want to take under this extra item, and then it could dovetail with policy you may want to adopt further next week.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I'd like to have the conversation as quickly as possible, and I understand that there's some complexities to parts of the conversation, and I don't think that we should be having any conversation at this moment about any potential tax measure changes, because that's a very long conversation. So I would like to see if it's possible to do a 30-day deferral, and then coming back if we need to extend that deferral if we're not completed with that conversation in order to try to figure out what to do right here, right now.
Supervisor.
my only thought was to add on, it doesn't mean it's going to be that long. That is the drop dead date. So for me, it would be fine to say the May 15th date, but it could fall off any time before that as long as we're done. So that was, I really think, because we could be back here instead of going back and forth, we got other work to do. Let's just set that drop dead date. And then if we get it done, next week, it's done, so we can drop it off. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Supervisor.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, or, at minimum 60 days. I'm looking at the month of February, and it's a short month, and we have few meetings, so I want to give us a little bit more buffer time if we need it.
And I think we have to make it very clear of what our actions are today. Our actions are, or you're proposing, actions are to reiterate that, so everybody's very clear of what we are doing right now today.
To postpone any potential penalties that the tax measure for cannabis cultivation and cannabis business offers, so that we can have the full discussion on any changes that need to occur prior to having the continuation of the process that we've had in place for 3 years, 4 years.
Could I further clarify, Supervisor? You said postpone the penalties, but I presume you would mean postpone the payments and any associated penalties?
If people don't pay, there's no penalties. If they pay, there's no penalties either. So I figured that if the postponement of the penalties, once we cancel the postponement, then if you haven't paid by then you would have a penalty.
Anita.
And that's a distinct point. Payment of the penalties can be deferred, certainly, but that means that they're accrued and the penalty would just be deferred for a period of time. There's also penalties wouldn't be incurred until, which would be, there wouldn't be any. So there are two different ways to look at it. Payment is different than incurring the penalty.
And I was going with the no penalties incurred until the discussion is over.
Okay. So postpone payment, no penalty incurred.
And what date?
What date? The May.
I'm good with the May 15th,
May 15th.
and with the, and I
No
will,
later than May 15th.
and I will say that the earlier we can finalize this, the better off the people who want to have a season this upcoming year will be in preparation, because by May 15th, they're knee deep into their season already. And at that point, it'd be nice for them to know what is the status so that they can make the right decision. I also want to add to the conversation of potential changes to the amount of the tax. The tax measure does allow a decrease of the tax, but does not allow an increase of the tax. That was a specific section in the tax measure that was provided. And so if we can have that part of the discussion as well.
But not today.
No, definitely not today.
Not today. I'm just trying to make it very clear for public comment of what we're talking about right now.
Can I just ask a
I'm doing my
question
best.
of Ms. Grant?
Yes, Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, and this may be a next week discussion as well, but are we enabling precedent for other tax issues to be brought forward and asked to be postponed? Or is this covered under some other way? I just want to make sure.
Well, that's a very good question, because nothing happens in a vacuum, as I'm sure you know, Supervisor. You wouldn't have asked the question. In this case, this is a local tax. Now, obviously, you couldn't do any of this with regard to a state or federal tax, because you simply don't have the authority. But with regard to local taxes, and certainly, there's always that possibility.
Just ensuring, because just in case a citizen wants to come forward about another specific tax and then use this as a justification to ask for some sort of forbearance or, something along those lines, and using this as a precedent. So I just wanted to make sure it was said.
Okay, and then Supervisor Sabatier.
And I just want to add that I've asked for something similar before in the past for fire victims, or fire survivors, to see if we can postpone property tax because of typically our fires unfortunately hit right when property tax bills go out. And I always have tried through at least 2 separate fires in my jurisdiction to try and postpone those bills to go out in order to not put salt on the wounds of those who have lost a home, to see that they're paying a full tax payment. So it wouldn't be my first time requesting it. And I think that it's, as long as the payment is eventually done and there's a really good emergent reason for why the request is there, I think that it's within our purview.
Also, I remember there's something that came forward last year in regards to the public, I think it was the sewer or something like that. We were going to ask for some sort of delay or something like that, but we ended up working it out because of the COVID situation. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. Okay, so if there's no further from the supervisors, I'm going to open up the public comment, but I just want to urge that we don't need to rehash everything that we've rehashed this morning. If you have anything more to add to this discussion that we're having right now, I'm going to open it up to public comment. If you could state your name and then you have 3 minutes.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. I was just trying to sound relevant.
No, it's all good.
Hi there. My name is Tony Lamperti, and I want to say to all you guys, thank you very much for working so hard on all this. Honest to God, I've grown up here my whole entire life. I've been in Sonoma County working for the last 30 years of a business that I have down there. I'm coming back here for the rest of my life next year. And it's a chance for Lake County to be like it used to be. You guys, there's a chance to maybe make it a beautiful spot in the world again. Some kind of economy up here. And that's all I want to say is thank you. And we're trying. And I'm just a landlord. That's what I am. Do you know what I mean? But I want to say thank to all of you guys and EJ, and I've never really met the rest of you guys in person, but that's it. Thank you. Good job.
Any further comment in the boardroom? If we can make sure we have our masks on too, I'd appreciate that.
And next week, if COVID comes back, then we don't have to worry about that tax thing.
Thank you very much, Richard Durham. Yeah, this comes a little late for some people. Last fall, Will Dawson passed away.
That's all right.
8 days before his taxes were due. And during that whole time, his wife wasn't aware of it. So she had to pay something like $15,000 extra penalty. So maybe while we're discussing this, when it comes back, maybe there should be a provision for, like you said, the fire victims or widows, because it was really super painful for her. So I appreciate you guys considering this, and I think it was a great move. Thank you.
Hi, Board. Thanks again. Tyler, with all due respect to the item right now, just to try and prepare for next week's discussion, is there anything that, I know it's not a Q&A, but is there anything that we can do to bring something to you guys to help with the tax situation? Like, meaning, like, we'd really like to work with you guys to fix this. And I don't know if there's something that we can bring, whether it's legislation written or something, but we need to promote and protect agriculture. Bruno, I've talked with you about this. Jessica, I've talked with you about this. And if we're going to wait to vote, if we're going to wait to put all of this stuff to a vote, with all due respect to democracy and voting and all this stuff, if we're not promoting and protecting agriculture, we may lose a lot of business in Lake County. No tourism dollars in the future moving forward. Runs the gamut of issues if we don't further promote and protect the agricultural industry while promoting and protecting the health and safety and wellness of all the constituents here. So I'm just asking you, with respect to the Brown Act and all these issues, what can we do to work together? What can we do what can we, us in this room, everybody that didn't make it back after lunch, is there something we can bring to you guys that helps? I mean, anything. I know you're working with LCCA. My regulatory attorney that I work with is supposedly working with you guys as well, but things, I know that the purview of item 7.3 was like very narrow, like we kept talking about, but it needs to be more. The tax throughout the whole state it's a house of cards crumbling before our eyes, and I'm just really curious, like, how we can help. Is there something that we can bring to you guys to help?
Carol maybe wants to speak on that.
I did. So there was a lot of talk earlier about continuing the discussion next week. But what you're presently considering is something that postpones until May 15th. So if you act on that, then we have a little space to prepare for that discussion properly. What staff could bring back next week would not cover the gamut of possibilities for you. It would be limited. And so if you want to have the full body discussion, I think we should clarify the expectation for when that would happen. Because in my view, the soonest would be February 8th. Sorry about that. February 8th. Sorry.
February 8th is when we're having our CDD committee update as well.
Indeed, I think it is, yes. Let me look at February 8th here and see what else we have that day. Sorry about that.
Which is going to be another.
So here's what I think is coming back for February 8th, if you want to look at that as a possible date. You have the Sabaloni matter coming back, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have an investment report. We have a COVID update, if the chair wishes one. And I believe we have the CDD committee report. Or is that the following week? Actually, I have that on the following week.
Oh, is it the following?
Except, yeah.
15?
And, yeah. And Supervisor Sabatier, I also misspoke. The way February falls, the meeting that the board skips is the 22nd. So the board meets the 1st, 8th, 15th, skips the 22nd, reconvenes March 1st.
And if I may respond to your question, I'm hopeful that while we provided some guidance for staff to be prepared, that the conversation as written on the agenda allows for a very generic tax conversation about cannabis being taxed, so that it doesn't limit the type of conversation we can have. But I would suggest participate, be here, lend your voice, and possibly work with all your fellow peers and have some unified voice. It doesn't mean we're going to go exactly in the direction that your voice is giving, but at least we can hear you loud and clear that this is what the industry is saying. And I think that's what LCCA has done time and time again, but that's my best that I can provide is participate, be here, or be present.
I appreciate that. I think the industry wants to give you guys, the county, something. Like you said earlier, Bruno, the county has an ask and the industry has an ask. And it'd be nice to formulate a plan so we can act on the plan efficiently, and instead of having a discussion and then going back and having more discussion. I mean, I love having discussions, and I'm trying to become involved. I just really, we were talking at lunch, we need to be efficient, because, like, for example, today was a great step forward with postponing this tax, but we still have so many more issues, tax issues, and a lot of issues, but we have so much more to work on for the taxes to promote and protect agricultural industry and make sure that these cannabis businesses don't leave. I mean, everybody in this room at lunch was talking about leaving this county. I mean, every speaker today, was talking about leaving this county. I mean, it's kind of serious. And I think that if there's not an efficient means of fixing the problem, again, getting the county what the county needs and getting the industry what the industry needs and working together, I don't, again, timelines and Brown Acts and all these things that we gotta.
And we've gone way past the 3 minutes.
We're way past the 3 minutes, and this,
Sorry,
And way past the item.
yeah, this item is about
sorry, my apologies. Thank you.
the suspension.
Okay, and Supervisor Simon?
I won't extend it on, so let's just go.
Okay, so if there's no further comments from the boardroom, I'm going to go to Zoom, and we're going to start with Nara.
Hi there, Supervisors. Just wanted to say thank you for hearing us today. Look forward to working together to craft a sustainable and equitable industry where we're all really proud of each other and the work that we're doing. So appreciate your work.
Then we'll go to Sam.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to really reiterate the last speaker's sentiment, and I think that, living in Sonoma County and seeing the impact that it's made here, even though we have clients across California, I see Lake County as really embracing and working with the industry to forge ahead. And in terms of, sustainable practices and so many different things that can be focused on and implemented across the board between industry and policymakers alike, being in a state like California, we really have an opportunity to lift each other up and highlight the potentials for progress here. And I just really appreciate everyone's openness here on this board and the willingness to compromise and communicate with the industry. If I've seen anything in Sonoma County, it's been a significant lack thereof. And it's really been a detriment to the entire industry in Sonoma County. So I really just commend those efforts and emphasize, again, that it really does take cooperation and collaboration with the industry. It sounds like LCCA is doing amazing stuff to bridge that gap between the stakeholders and policymakers. So I just wanted to reiterate that. That's really it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Patty.
Hi. Hello. I just wanted to, just come forward and thank the board for making all of these concessions and for hearing us today and making real tangible changes that we can see and feel as we press forward with this conversation. And also just to echo what Tyler was saying about the continuing conversation to use the influence that Lake County has, because we have been so open to cannabis as an industry. We have real power in making all of cannabis throughout the whole state heard by our governor and by our state. And I hope that we can take what we know about what's happening with cannabis and the operators and at the county and local levels to boost our economy with this industry to the state conversation and have that influence. And I just want to thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to Julia.
I beat up so much zombies.
I was on.
There's the ball, right?
Hi, everybody. Julia Jacobson. Thank you again for the time. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for working with us. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for hearing our employees. And we just really appreciate this time today and for you hopefully taking this action today. So thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the postponement of cannabis tax payments and incurrment of penalties until no later than May 15th, with a follow-up discussion coming to our board to discuss cannabis taxes in a more general sense.
Second.
Okay,
Hope that was.
I was just making sure it covered it.
I got it.
Can't see her eyes when I'm not looking.
Is there anything you want to change in that, Anita?
I didn't understand the last part about in a general sense.
That it's not just specifically talking about CPI, we're going to be talking about cannabis tax. And with some of the stuff we requested that staff come back prepared to discuss.
Okay, that's better, thank you.
Within the board's
Within the purview that is.
purview of the board, because I just want to make that clear.
And it's about local,
expectations
not
set.
state. I'm extending my motion.
Sorry.
Second, as amended.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to 7.4, and then if we could, after that, maybe go to our pulled items from our consent, so we could get that department head on board while we do 7.4, consideration of changes to the Board of Supervisors annual calendar for 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as you remember, on January 11th, you canceled your special meeting that had been set for January 20th. That was going to be used for an in-person annual governance workshop of your board. But given the Omicron surge and the fact that the capacity of the boardroom would be challenged, if not exceeded, you decided to forego that. And you also directed staff to attempt to come up with another meeting date to substitute for that cancellation, hopefully on the other side of the surge. After doing a doodle poll, we weren't successful in coming up with a date that worked for all 5 of you. And so today I'm making an alternative recommendation to try to address the need for those meetings. And what we're talking about are special meeting dates that had previously been calendared for your annual governance workshop, and then also for department head evaluations. As you remember, the intention was that the workshop would take place, department evaluations would take place after that, and then the budget cycle would begin. Budget submittals are due in April for the July 1 budget. So it was all to be tied together. So what I'm recommending you do today as an alternative is to take 2 of the special meeting dates you had set for February 3rd and February 17th. Those were supposed to be for department head evaluations, and go ahead and cancel those. At the same time, because you wouldn't have had the governance workshop before those, to have those discussions with, related discussions with your department heads. And so then I'm recommending that you retain the special board meeting that you already have on the calendar. Previously, it was intended for department head evaluations, but my recommendation would be that you instead use it for the governance workshop on March 3rd to get started with that. And so then I'm also recommending that you retain the other special meeting date you have on the calendar for March 17th. That would be used for department head evaluations, as was the original plan. But with just one date there, you don't have enough dates to accomplish all the department head evaluations that we'd like to get done before budgets are due. And so alternatively, I'm proposing that we simply calendar those on your agenda to do on Tuesdays. And so the dates I'm proposing, and this doesn't take any action because you already have those meetings calendared, but just for your information as to how it would work, you would have evaluations on March 8th, 15th, March 22nd, which I errantly left out of the cover memo, and then on April 5th as well. So what the department head evaluation schedule would end up looking like is, for the dates that are Tuesdays, you would do 2 evaluations on those days as part of your regular agenda. So that would be March 8th and 15th, you do 2 each in addition to your regular agenda. March 17th is the special meeting on a Thursday, and my recommendation would be, with the assumption that the evaluations would take about 30 minutes each, that you attempt to do 9 of them, so you'd have a morning session, 4.5-hour session. And then back to the Tuesday schedules, March 22nd and April 5th, you do 2 more each of those dates, and that gets you through all of them. So in terms of action, what I'm recommending today really is that you just take action to cancel the special meetings you have on February 3rd and 17th. Because these dates are too early to do your board governance workshop because the Omicron surge is still going on. And it's also too early to do department head evaluations because you haven't had your workshop, if that makes sense.
Sounds good. Any comments or questions from the board?
30 minutes sounds rough, but we'll try.
We just did them, though.
Yeah, the thought was.
Longer than 30, but yeah, just did do them.
So would your board be willing if the 17th, if that meeting went somewhere between 4 and 6 hours? Is that going to work for everybody?
I think we should keep Bruno to the 30
March
minutes.
17th?
What did you say?
Yeah, that'll work. Have to.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
All right, I will open it up to public. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none in the boardroom, I will go to the Zoom room. Any comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
So we're deleting the,
You're just deleting February 3rd and February 17th special meetings from your calendar.
okay. Done?
Madam Chair, I move to cancel special meetings previously calendared for February 3rd, 2022 and February 17th, 2022.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will they populate our calendars?
Yes, in fact, would you like your calendars populated for all meetings or just special meetings? Would you like your calendars
Yes.
populated on Tuesdays as
For
well?
the board meetings,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
That would be great.
Okay, we'll have staff
stays
do that.
blank.
You get a million things to accept, but
That'll work. Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to, we're going to go back to our consent agenda items that were pulled. We'll start with 5.3. A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as agreed is tied to current 3-year Mental Health Services Act, MHSA plan. And B, consideration of the agreement between County of Lake and Resource Development Association for the Community Planning Program, CPP, process for former Nations project for fiscal year 2021 through 23 for a contract maximum of $112,350 and authorize the board chair to sign this agreement. And Todd? Director of Staff, I give you the
Thank
floor.
you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I kind of like 5.3. I think that we're probably at that point today, but anyway, so this agreement with Resource Development Associates is basically designed to help us continue our work with our Mental Health Services Act 3-year plan and subsequent updates to the plan. We are asking that the formal bidding process be waived in order to maintain some continuity of existing work that has already been performed on our Mental Health Services Act Innovation Pathways project and our community stakeholder planning program process. This is work that has already been approved by stakeholders and the Board of Supervisors in our existing Mental Health Services Act 3-year plan. And our apologies in getting this to the board so far into this fiscal year. But as the board memo states, this was due to some administrative staffing changes at Resource Development Associates that led to delayed invoice settlements from the prior fiscal year. And I'm not sure if Elise Jones is with us here, if she might want to add something to this in case I missed something. But this is why we are bringing this to your board for approval. But she might want to add something in case I forgot something.
Thank you, Director Metcalf. Good afternoon, your board. The only thing that I would like to add is that because we are in the middle of a 3-year plan, and as you're all aware, MHSA, Mental Health Services Act, rotate in 3-year plans, we've already begun the work of our annual updates. However, moving into the next iteration, our next 3-year plan of 23-24, I believe, we will be going out to bid for this and all MHSA-related contracts.
Thanks, Elise.
With that, we'll go to the board for questions. Supervisor Sabatier.
And I appreciate the presentation. The reason I pulled this item is I disagree with the waiving of the bidding process. I understand that it makes things easier, but there is a reason for the bidding process, and I disagree that the waiving is available to us at this point.
And thank you for that, Supervisor Sabatier. And I guess I'm just hung up on that, and I appreciate the question, but because this organization has been working with us on an already approved existing 3-year plan, we just thought that this made sense for them to continue this work until this plan is done. And as Elise Jones articulated, that then we would go out to bid in the new iteration of the next round of our 3-year Mental Health Services Act plan, if that makes any sense.
And I hear you. I think that there's always going to be the possibility of items being in progress where we need to switch over, similarly to staff being switched over, similarly to Board of Supervisors being switched over, depending on the results of elections. I've been looking for an RFP. I have not seen an RFP, and other than coming from the COC, I think the COC's done a fabulous job of doing the RFPs, and I appreciate that. But I need to see the bidding process being followed as the purchasing ordinance dictates. Other than that, I support the program and I support what needs to get done. It's part A that I can no longer,
With that, is there anything further from the board before I open up to public? Seeing none, I will open up to public comment on this item. There's nobody in the boardroom, so I'll open up to Zoom. Is there anybody in the Zoom room that has any comments or questions on this item? We are on 5.3. Seeing no hands raised, then I will bring it back to the board for action. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Yeah, that siren is a little ominous in the background there. I hope that.
Okay, I'll make the motion, we'll see. Madam Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code, Section 38.2, as is not in the public's interest due to the unique nature of goods or services, and B, consideration of agreement between...
We have to do them separately?
I apologize.
No, we can do them together. Sorry.
Consideration of agreement between the New Life Health Authority, DBA New Life LLC for substance use disorder, outpatient...
Wait.
Am I reading the right one?
No.
5.3.
Yes, we're on 5.3.
I'm on the wrong one, I apologize. I'm on 5, they all look the same.
It's all
Sorry
good.
about that.
That's why
All
we're...
right, there we go. Madam Chair, I waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as agreement is tied to the current 3-year Mental Health Services Act MHSA plan. And B, consideration of the agreement between the County of Lake and Resources Development Associations Community Planning CPP process and former innovations project for fiscal year 2021 through 23 for a contract maximum of $112,350 and authorize the board chair to sign the agreement.
Second.
Great, I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Nay.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
5.4, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the public interest due to unique nature of goods and services, and B, consideration of an agreement between New Life Health Authority, DBA, New Life LLC for substance use disorder outpatient drug-free services, intensive outpatient treatment services, and narcotic treatment program services for fiscal year 2021 through 22, not to exceed $400,000, and authorize the board chair to sign. Director Metcalf.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is truly a very exciting item. If this agreement is approved by your board, we will be able to expand substance use disorder services in partnership with New Life Clinic, in particular focusing on our tribal population. And not to steal any thunder from New Life Clinic, but I'm hoping, I believe, if they're still here, that we do have a representative from New Life Clinic with us in the meeting today who might wish to speak more about this amazing opportunity. Jennifer, are you here? And if not, perhaps our Substance Use Disorder Services Administrator, April Gambra, might be able to speak to this, because this truly is a very exciting opportunity.
Go ahead, April. We'll go ahead and give you, she has her hand up. There you go. And you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. So let's go to Jennifer. I see her here also.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Hello, it's an honor to join you. I'm Jennifer Kent. I am the former director for the California Department of Healthcare Services and used to oversee the state's Medi-Cal program. I have had the great honor of working with the Pinoleville Pomo Nation tribe to create the New Life Clinic in Ukiah. Obviously, as you know, substance use disorder, specifically opioid addiction, has been a significant problem in many counties, especially in Lake County. And this clinic, as owned and operated by the tribe, is a really unique entity in which they are recognized by both federal and state law as what is known as a Tribal 638 clinic. They have very unique legal distinctions about how they operate, how they're recognized by both the federal government, Indian Health Services, and the State Department of Healthcare Services. And I think we are really proud to be able to offer, really much needed opioid treatment services to the residents of your county. And so, would really appreciate the board's support in approving this contract, but also happy to answer any questions about the technical aspects of the clinic itself or how it pertains to Medicaid.
Is there any questions for Jennifer? Supervisor Sabatier.
So a similar thing, I know I looked it up online, there's a laundry list of NPTs throughout the state of California, including some in our neighboring communities. I believe it's Tribal 638, am I getting that number correct? That there's also a number around us, including Lake County, Colusa, but they don't offer the same type of substance abuse program simultaneously. And that the others, while not a tribal service through the Tribal 638, does not mean that they do not take tribal members to provide those services. It just means that the reimbursement is greater, but at the same time, without doing an RFP, it's difficult for me to know where we would get the best service at the best price and for the best outcomes for our clients. And so that was the reason I was pulling this, because again, the waiving of the bidding to me does not meet the guidelines of the purchasing ordinance. And that was throughout the state of California, not Northern California, but there had to be at least, I want to say 25 to 30 NPTs, or I believe that NTPs throughout the state of California. There may have been more. Just in LA County alone, there was a whole bunch, but I believe Sonoma County had 2, Mendocino had 1, and those were the ones that at least I could tell were remote. I think there was 1 in Humboldt as well, but it's not the only service provider available to us.
And see nothing further from the board. Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, EJ, go ahead.
Yes, hello, Jennifer. Just had a question about the partnership plan, healthcare plan. I know that is this stationed in Mendocino County, and because that's what I'm reading, it's kind of in coalition with that. Is this going to be amenable to Lake County when in regards to the partnership health plan? Because I don't think Lake County is a part of that program.
Yeah, sure. It's a great question. If I was to sit and bore you with all the details of how complicated Medicaid is, it would make your cannabis tax discussion look really easy and fun. So I will try to spare you some of those details, but Tribal 638 clinics, again, are recognized first and foremost by the federal government and by the tribal nation coming and asking for a 638 designation through Indian Health Services. And then the State Department of Healthcare Services in turn recognizes that federal designation. And so your supervisor is correct that there are a number of 638 clinics in the state, and they are all individually recognized and treated as the sovereign nations that they are. Partnership Health Plan has 8 counties in their 14 county service area in which they are administering the drug Medi-Cal program on the county's behalf. And Mendocino is one of those counties. You are not a part of that program at this time. And so the contract that you are executing is still fulfilling your county responsibilities to provide medically necessary services to your Medi-Cal beneficiaries in Lake County. And so the placement of the clinic is such that your residents are able to use the services in the county, but that is what requires a contract specifically between the clinic and your county.
Thank you for that. I've experience with folks that need treatment and have been denied because of that situation. And so I wanted to ensure that we had that discussion and just that it's stated. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then April, can we get you to unmute? Are we able to do that?
Yes. Good morning, board members and participants. I would like to say that one of the things that I wanted to add to this is that in my almost 10 years with the department, there has been an ongoing process of trying to figure things out. And through that process, our department has received invoices from surrounding areas, some as far as over 120 miles away, where we were asked by the federal government and the state government to pay said invoices. And through that process, I have learned that beneficiaries have the right to choose independently without the contract, as this is an entitlement service. And so if they choose to go 120 miles away or over to Mendocino, because their Medi-Cal does reside in our county, the county behavioral health department is responsible for paying those invoices. Another lesson that I have learned is that our auditor's office does like to have contracts in place whenever we are moving money around. And I'm kind of naive in this area. However, I know that this contract would ensure that a lot of people are happy and that we are able to be proactive in developing how individuals access services and how services are paid for. It really puts us in an advantage to be able to work more closely with New Life in developing processes to have individuals access these services. I am very honored to be a part of this. I am very much for developing contracts and developing closer relationships through contractual agreements so that our beneficiaries and county residents can get these services if they should choose. So that is all I would like to say. Thank you.
If there's no more comments from the board, then I'm going to open this up to public. Is there any public comment in the Zoom room?
Madam Chair, I see Dr. Kirshner's on. If he had, I know he's part of, isn't he part of the New Life or something like that?
I don't know. Dr. Kirshner, is there anything you'd wish to add to this agenda item?
I do not. I just was jumping on just to hear. I apologize. I couldn't be on for the beginning of the meeting. But no, I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move that we waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 38.2 as it is not in the best interest due to the unique nature of goods or services. And B, consideration of agreement between New Life Health Authority, DBA, New Life LLC for substance use disorder outpatient drug-free services, intensive outpatient treatment services, and narcotic treatment program services for fiscal year 2021-22, not to exceed $400,000, and authorize the board chair to sign.
Second.
And then hold on, Anita?
I just have one minor, it's not consideration, I realize that's what it says on the staff report, but it's approve agreement. You've already considered it.
Okay.
I amend my motion.
Second.
Great, I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Nay.
Supervisor Crandall.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
5.5, approve agreement between County of Lake and Adventist Health St. Helena and Vallejo for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services and professional services associated with acute inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations for fiscal year 2021 and 2022 through 23 for maximum compensation of $300,000 and authorize the chair to sign. Director Metcalf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, excuse me, and members of the board. As Supervisor Scott articulated, this is an agreement with Adventist Health, St. Helena, and Vallejo to provide acute inpatient psychiatric services and hospitalizations. I've talked about these types of facilities before and the importance in having existing contracts with these facilities in order for us to place our folks. And these facilities come from an approved list generated by the California Department of Healthcare Services. And these facilities are relatively close to Lake County, thankfully, which keeps us in compliance with the Olmstead Act that, yes, I'm still working on that presentation to your board, which mandates that mental health providers such as Lake County Behavioral Health Services ensure that client placement are as close to their home as possible. These facilities are in high demand with waiting lists miles long, and the need for beds in these facilities has dramatically increased over the last couple of years, while the number of available beds is decreasing. We frequently utilize these two particular facilities not only because of the services they provide, but also because of the proximity to Lake County. So therefore, I'm asking for board approval of this multi-year agreement for the reasons I hopefully clearly articulated.
Is there any comments or questions for Supervisor Pyska?
No, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So my reason for pulling this is, one, there is no waiving of the bidding. And I think that that is a requirement, especially for something that's $300,000. And I know that there's the potential of having to pay for where people went, but this is also going into the future, so we're definitely predicting that we will have a relationship with them, with patients that we send their way. And so I think that this needs a waiving of the bidding. I also, on the other hand, do not agree with the waiving of the bidding because I'm looking forward to that conversation about the Olmstead Act because I've done a little bit of research since you brought that up, and I don't see exactly where that mandate lies. It talks about community type of facilities rather than like state hospitals, that's the requirement, that they get the lesser of the services, not so much an institutionalized type of facility. But I do not see anywhere where that states the mandate of close proximity to home. I think that's definitely something I agree with on if we have a choice, but at the same time, I still think that the RFP process is an important one to make sure that we utilize the public funds in the best of ways possible. And again, looking forward to your delivery of the presentation of the Olmstead Act in case that there are things that I'm absolutely just not finding. But that is my reason for pulling this item.
I too am excited about the Olmstead Act discussion, only because in some instances I do understand having psychiatric help for nearby patients so they can get to their treatment and whatnot closely. However, in some instances, when it comes to mental health along with addiction, putting people close to their environment with addiction always leads to well, not always, but a majority of the time that I've dealt with it, especially on Indian country and with recovery, is recidivistic. So maybe we can, once we get to that, we can discuss that more, but I just wanted to highlight that for you. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you both supervisors for that input.
Is there anything further from the board before I open up public? We'll look into the public. So any public comment or questions on 5.5? Not seeing any public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Does this have to be waived?
I guess that would be a question for Anita.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The question would be, does this have to be waived? Formal bidding process is not on the agenda as that, but can we add that or should it be that?
Well, for the past payments, certainly it's not required, but going forward in the future, your board does have a competitive bidding requirement, so it would have to be waived. It's not on the agenda to include that item.
So do it without that, or how do we proceed?
Well, you don't want to be in violation of the competitive bidding ordinance either, so your choices would be to put it over for one more week on the consent agenda and just have the waiver included so that you can make both findings. Your other choice would be to, and this is not one that I'm even very thrilled to say, but I suppose you could say that the need for the waiver is implicit, but you really want to hesitate before setting that precedent because you'd no longer see waivers at all. So your safer bet is to put it over to allow for the waiver as to the services that are prospective as opposed to already have occurred.
Okay, I think we should be putting this over, but not on the consent, because I believe Supervisor Sabate would pull it anyway. So let's put maybe.
Put it on non-timed items.
Non-timed items, if that's okay?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, yes.
Yep. Okay. And we don't need to make a motion for that, we can just push it over. Okay. Okay. All right. Since I see the sheriff here, we will go to his items that are next. Okay, we'll go to 7.6. Consideration of a policy to waive the fingerprinting rolling fee normally charged for applicants for live screen fingerprint checks when the purpose of live scan is to satisfy the requirements to participate in youth services organizations serving the youth of Lake County. Sheriff Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think some of the board members have been contacted by members of our local Little League organizations. Little League, in compliance with a change in state law, is having to do full live scan background checks on any person that's involved as a volunteer or manager in any of these youth sports organizations or youth organizations at all. They've asked for a waiver of the fingerprint rolling fee. These youth sports programs, these other youth programs, civic organizations and whatnot, I think they're extremely valuable to the community. And I'm very supportive of waiving that fee. The fee is only $20. That covers the cost of our staff time for providing that service. It would be narrowly tailored to people that were getting their fingerprints in order to be approved to participate in one of these youth activities. The burden to our budget is insignificant. It's not going to cause me a whole bunch of grief, and I think the benefit to our community far outweighs anything we're going to lose off the $20. So I would submit that the board approve that waiver. If it was a one person was going to come in and do it, I'd probably do it on my own authority, but knowing that there's probably going to be several hundred people coming in for this with all the youth sports that we have in the county, I'd like to make sure that we're completely transparent and out in the open with this.
Wonderful. Is there any questions or comments? Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this, Sheriff, and it is really important. So many times the volunteers are asked to do separate live scans for every sport or different organization that they're volunteering for. So I appreciate that and that your department is willing to carry that. Is it just for sports or is it for other youth organizations like Scouts? I don't know that, maybe Boy Scouts has that. So I just want a little more clarity on that, but I really do appreciate you bringing this.
It would be for anybody that's getting the live scan check as a result of the requirement and the change of law. I can't remember what Assembly Bill the numbering was on it, but it made it a requirement that people participating in these activities are live scan background check. Just for clarification, this is only the $20 rolling fee charged by the Sheriff's Office. There will still be fees associated with the Department of Justice for running the checks at the state level. I'm not asking to waive those. Those are still going to have to be paid by either the organization or by the individual applicant. This live scan fingerprint check also triggers a notification if the person's ever arrested to the organization for which the background check was requested. So if somebody got arrested and they were in a good, clean background, no criminal history, and they started volunteering and they got arrested 3 months later, the organization that has them volunteer would be notified of that arrest. But probably a lot longer answer than just your question. So, yeah, it's available to anybody if you're working for the betterment of youth, I'd like to waive that fee.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Oh, sorry.
Supervisor Crandall?
Just Assembly Bill 506 is what it is. It's, you said it.
And Supervisor Sabatier, you're good. Okay. Supervisor Simon?
Just my only question, and I think you said it, how many folks you think this would be? A couple hundred, you think, a year? Or? Okay. That was really it. Obviously, I think it's a great idea. Number one, making sure that we have safe people around the kids, number one, but giving them an opportunity to, to waive any of those fees, just like you say, the economically disadvantaged, or as we all know, volunteering and working with the youth, there's a lot of time put in with that, and anything to help put that $20 in our gas tank to get from place to place always helps out. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea. Good job, Sheriff.
Is there anything further from the board? Supervisor Sabatier.
So I spoke to the sheriff about this, and we kind of ended the conversation with it's unnecessary. But just in case you happen to have more than 200, I would suggest please come back to us. We want your department to remain whole. I think it's more worth it to reduce the $20 to ensure that our youth activities continue in our county. We have, whether it's cannabis grants or whatever other funds that we can use to make sure that you remain whole, just in case you do get a larger group of people than you anticipate.
Okay, and with that, I will open up to public comment, and looks like Helen has a comment. If you could state your name, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Helen Mitchum, and I'm on the board of South Shore Little League. And I contacted Sheriff Martin to ask about this. I did check with the 4 little leagues that we have in the county, and it looks like our numbers would be 120 maybe to 150. And it'll be this year because we have several returning volunteers year after year who would not need the follow-up scan. So it's almost like a one-time thing because we've never required fingerprinting in the past. So I do appreciate Sheriff Martin bringing this. I appreciate all of your consideration, and we have a lot of things in the 4 leagues to do before we actually get to the place where we're going to go see Sheriff Martin. But we are doing that as we speak. This law just went into effect, or we just found out about it, right? Just before the first of the year. So thank you very much. I hope we'll get this done. I can't speak for any of the other youth organizations, soccer, basketball, anything else. So just Little League is from me. Thank you very much.
And I don't see any further public comment. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for action.
Sheriff Martin, I do have one more. Would this include the North Shore Youth program as well, or is this just specific to one? Or are you considering all?
If it's any organization that's running on a volunteer basis that has to have this requirement pursuant to the AB 506, thank you for finding that for me. Like I would support waiving the fees for those. If, like Supervisor Simon said, you got people that are volunteering their time. What will happen is if you start making it costly for people that are volunteer, they're not going to volunteer and they're not going to participate. And I don't know that you can measure how much of an impact that might have, but I think we can all agree that that's not what we want to see. We want to see responsible, safe adults that are willing to donate their time and develop our youth and turn them into people of character, people that understand teamwork, people that are productive. They're not hanging around getting in trouble. I was thinking about it earlier today. I'm like, hey, we could waive this $20 now and we'll probably save a whole bunch of time 15 years down the road because maybe some of those kids won't be coming to see me to get fingerprinted for other reasons.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I move that we waive the fingerprint rolling fee normally charged for applicants for live scan fingerprint checks when the purpose of the live scan is to satisfy the requirements to participate in youth service organizations serving the youth of Lake County.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. We'll go to your next item, 7.7, consideration of the purchase of communication equipment to be installed at various repeater sites in the amount of $283,000, and B, authorize the sheriff or his designee to issue a purchase order to Daily Wells Communications. Sheriff.
Thank you, and I do see Lieutenant Wells on here. Lieutenant Wells will join us if there's any questions on any technical stuff or operationally regarding these, but this item is brought to your board to authorize the purchase of a total of 9 VHF base station repeaters, 8 dispatch VHF base stations, and 2 UHF dispatch base stations, along with the other equipment required for their installation. There's, as you can see from the bid, there's all kinds of components that are required to put these things in, install them, and make sure they run properly. The purpose of this, these dispatch, all the base stations and the repeaters are aged anywhere from 10 to 16 years old. There's advances in technology. Some of these are reaching the end of their life, so they need to be replaced. As far as process went, this went out to a sealed bid. The department solicited bids from 5 prospective vendors, 2 of which applied or replied to it, and Daily Wells, I believe, is the lowest bidder, and no relation to Lieutenant Wells at all. The funding from this is going to come from Homeland Security Grant Program, Emergency Management Preparedness Grant, and there is a county match of around $60,000 that that will need to be made, and we're going to be using that out of some of the cannabis tax revenue. It's going to go into our mid-year budget request. With that, I would like to thank Lieutenant Wells, Chief Cepeda with the Lake County Fire Protection District, Mary Beth Strong, and Stephen Carter with their help in this process. These sealed bids and putting together the information takes a lot of staff work and a lot of technical expertise and know-how that, quite frankly, I don't have. So if there's any questions about the technical stuff, Lieutenant Wells is on, and I'm happy to answer any other questions from the board.
Is there any comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska?
No, oh, sorry. Nope.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Again, just want to reiterate a question that I asked, and I don't know if the board's interested, but with the armory swap that we are slowly moving towards, I asked Sheriff Martin if this was something, because they're looking to do some fixes on the current sheriff's department with the antenna, and wondering if that can be movable, and the answer was yes. So I think this is absolutely, I mean, obviously we want the latest and greatest technology to have the communication be as efficient and smoothly done and available. It's shared with other mutual aid and other OES personnel here in the area, and so I absolutely appreciate and agree with this item.
Okay. Looking that there's no further questions or comments from the board, I will go to the public. Is there any public comments or questions on this item? We're on 7.7. Seeing no hands up, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the purchase of communications equipment to be installed at various repeater sites in the amount of $283,000 and authorize the sheriff or his designee to issue a purchase order to Daily Wells Communications.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Scott.
Aye. Okay, I see that our treasurer tax collector is here, so we'll move to 7.8, consideration of resolution authorizing the chairman of the board to approve and direct the tax collector to sell at public auction via internet tax default properties, which is subject to the power to sell in accordance with the Chapter 7 of Part 6 of Division 1 of the California Revenue and Taxation Code and approving sales below specified cases. Tax collector Ringen.
Good afternoon. Currently, the tax sale is scheduled, is board approved for May 27th through June the 1st. And there are, I believe, 942 parcels listed on this sale. For this particular auction, there were, I believe, 87 properties that have been offered at a previous tax sale, and then we reduced those bids, at least one tax sale, some were multiple tax sales. So we do request authorization to move forward with this public auction for the end of May, first part of June.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I feel the need to share with you an attachment that should probably be on this item anytime it comes to us, because we're also approving the reduction of the minimum bids, and there's nothing there to show you what that reduction looks like. And so I'm going to share my screen because I asked Ms. Ringen for this. Where's my share screen button? There it is. And so this is probably going to look a little bit small.
Really small.
If I can do something to change that. Really hard to see.
I think we can see it on our home computers. It's just that screen's not good.
So you can see here, this is the deficit of how much was taken out. So originally, the amount due was $12,644. My cursor does work. And it's being offered for $4,500, so a reduction of $8,144. Some of them are larger. This one you can see is $21,000. And I need to move this. When you go lower, it does get much higher. This one is a reduction of $146,000. This is a property in Clear Lake Oaks. It looks to me as if there must have been a code enforcement abatement, a cleanup, or something to add that amount.
Or a couple of them.
Or a couple of them. Then this one's deficit of 40,000. There's another one later on for about 73,000. I believe it's in the city of Clear Lake. I just wanted you to be aware, there's one for 90,000 also in the city of Clear Lake. That adds up to a total of a deficit of 1.3 million. So I believe that the entire 942 properties that are on the tax auction have the potential, if sold, if all of them are sold at minimum bid for approximately 8 million, before the deficit sale, it could have been 9.3 million. And I think that there has to be reductions in order to make these properties viable properties. I just wanted you to be aware, since we are approving of these reductions today, and I wanted to make sure. My question for Ms. Ringen is that this has the potential to affect whether that's special districts, whether that's our fire districts, whatever agency may have placed a lien on the properties. Is this something that is discussed with those entities and agencies so that they're aware that they can no longer recoup this amount because of the deficit sale? Just kind of curious of the process and if that has occurred.
No, it is not discussed prior to setting the minimum bids with the districts. And going forward, that would not be something we would take into consideration. Our main goal is to offer these properties at a minimum bid. Now, granted, these at least twice, most of them at minimum once, most twice or several times these properties have been offered prior at auction. It's our responsibility to lower the bid low enough to stimulate the bidding, so these properties will eventually be productive properties within Lake County.
Okay, and one of the reasons that I ask, and thank you for the answer, the reason I ask is I know that there are some agencies that are curious as to previous deficit sales that have occurred. They seem concerned. I don't know if it's because they don't understand that, same as what you said, that these properties would not be sold if it wasn't for the deficit sale, and we've already tried to go through the tax auction. I would suggest a more open line of communication to make sure that there's not those concerns and that they're well aware, and a simple email could definitely help out with that as well. My other question to you is, what does that do, and I know it's probably a loaded question in a sense, but what does it do to the teeter to have the negative $1.3 million in deficit sale?
I see our assistant Liz Martinez is also with us. I don't know if she'd like to speak to that, but that question is probably better directed to the auditor controller, Kathy Taterlin.
That's correct. That's a calculation that's done by the auditor controller's office.
And I believe that the teeter is pretty important in ensuring that it can pay off the 1% to our cities and our county to remain whole when taxes are not paid. I'm just, it would be really nice to have that conversation prior to ensure that there is not a huge hit or damage to the teeter prior to doing this. I don't have enough information to say no to this today because I really want to see these tax auctions happening. But I believe that there could be some better communication and better arrangements to make sure that questions are answered prior to this coming to us, and making sure also that this does come to us rather than not being provided as an attachment.
Yes, it was our intent to get this attachment with the board agenda, but unfortunately, due to staffing, we did not have this complete in time to make it for that.
So my question then is, every one that's up for auction then has already gone to auction previous? So everyone that we're putting up has been to auction previous? Because I know a lot of times when we put these houses up for auction or these properties up for auction, half the people come back and pay their taxes. So that's probably not going to happen then with this section of houses or properties, because they've already been up for auction at least once. Am I correct with that?
On the ones that we've reduced the minimum bids, that's correct. majority of these people are just definitely not interested in paying the taxes on these properties.
So there are then properties that are up for auction that haven't been.
942 out of that, 87 are being deficit.
Oh, okay, it's only 87. Okay. Sorry.
It could potentially be more than 87. They chose to reduce it more for 87, but I believe the large majority of the 942 are definitely for the first time from what I've reviewed and looked at on our GIS tax default map.
But for some reason, if those property owners came back and they wanted to pay their taxes to get their item off, they would not get that reduced amount, correct? They would have to pay the full taxes that are due?
That's correct.
Okay. Any further questions from the board?
Yeah.
Supervisor Crandall, or Chairman Crandall.
Just more of a statement. I sent in a list, I want to say back in November, and I correlated it with the list that was in this item on the memo. And I appreciate that a majority of those were on there. And I know too that some of them, they get worked out. Some people pay theirs off and whatnot. So I noticed the differences in even on the map. So I appreciate you ladies getting to the default properties that I sent in. I know Supervisor Sabatier worked on the Clear Lake Oaks area because of the roadmap task force, because I know that's one of the initiatives over in that area. And I'm glad to see these coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing further from the board, then I will open up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? And I see one. Is it Justine? If you could give us your name, and then you have 3 minutes. And you will need to unmute.
Okay, unmute.
There you go.
Okay. Let's see. So yeah, my name is Justin Baldwin, and I'm one of the owners of one of the tax default properties. Been on the market for at least 12 years. I think it's gone to auction maybe 3 or 4 times. And it was because the county had assessed the properties at 2 to 3 times their value, maybe 10 times the value in the beginning. And I stopped paying taxes based on a dispute with the county, which was never resolved. Nobody ever seemed to understand that sometimes properties that just have very low value, and if they have very low value, then you should tax them appropriately. So I'm sure that there's other in that original 87 that are similar to mine, where the county just refused to budge, assessed them unfairly, and the property owner never paid the tax. So I'm sure of the 900 and whatever left, there's got to be a large percentage of people in the same position. And I'm sure the county of Lake is probably desperate for money, and if they can get what they can, sell them and get what you can. But it's still, in general, it's an unfair situation when assessors assess the property unfairly to begin with. The owner refuses, and then they languish in the auctions for a decade or so. That just seems stupid. I hope you guys can kind of get with the program and figure it out. And good luck. Have a good day.
And seeing no further public comment, then I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier.
I just wanted to respond to the public comment. The assessor is in charge of the appraisals of properties, and there is an appeal process within a certain amount of time in case that you disagree with the appraisal, which then has a certain amount of time to come to the Board of Supervisors. We've done a couple of those and reviewed some of those appeals as well. So there's definitely a process, and once that process is over, then at that point, yes, that person or yourself does owe those taxes.
Okay, so I'm looking for action.
Let me find it.
Offer the resolution.
There you go.
The resolution's been offered. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to item 7.5, consideration of the following advisory board appointments: Lake County Vector Control, Lake County City Area-Wide Planning Council, and Lake County Child Care Planning.
Madam Chair, if I could make a clarifying comment about these. Clarifying comment here. So of the applications that you have here, the application of Dennis Fordham is for the Library Board of Trustees. His application to continue, he has been an appointee. However, we neglected to list the Library Board of Trustees on the list of appointments, advisory board appointments. So my recommendation would be to forego that one, and we can put it on your calendar for the next week. But the rest of them do line up with the 3 advisory boards listed there.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the board? Yes, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just want to thank everybody that resubmitted an application to, again, be on the Child Care Planning Council. Just appreciate their time and energy towards that.
Wonderful. I will now open up to public comment. Is there any public comment from the Zoom room on this item? Seeing no hands, then I'll bring it back to the board for action. And we need to take these up separately, please. Correctly? Correct, yeah.
If nobody minds, I'll go ahead and get started. I will say I approve of Ronald Nagy being appointed to Lake County Vector Control.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Timothy Warnament to the Lake County City Area-Wide Planning Council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
It's been a long time since that position's been open. Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Soledad Aguayo, Jamie Castaldo, Megan Handy, Angel Copa, Sulema Perez Cruz to the Lake County Child Care Planning Council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second from Supervisor Pyska. Johanna, if you could please call roll.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, I think our calendars are the last thing that needs to happen other than closed session, if I'm correct. We'll go ahead and go to Supervisor Sabatier.
I have, looks like I have a Lake County Fire Protection District meeting going on tomorrow. Hopefully that's the case. Tomorrow I'll be joining the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion training. We had to cancel the Lake County Solid Waste Task Force as well. There is RCRC legislation call-in going on later on that evening, and as well as a CSAC call. The Economic Development Task Force will be meeting on Friday, and then we'll be doing a follow-up on the syringe exchange program to work towards getting all the data and information needed to come back to the board for discussion. And Housing Authority meeting on Monday, meeting with Lake County, what is this? I don't even know what that means. I have another meeting and then a meeting with our CAO.
You're talking about the 1 o'clock meeting?
I can't make what's SCWA. I forgot.
It's a water-related meeting.
Okay, gotcha.
Can't tell you the acronym, but.
Yep. And then coming back to Tuesday for a meeting here.
Okay, Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, we just have a couple things to report on. See, last week at the Disaster Council, the sheriff made an announcement that on February 7th, there's going to be a full 3-minute test of the sirens in South County, and that's not Hidden Valley. But, so that's Middletown, Cobb area, and then also the Rivieras, the Kelseyville Riviera Homeowners Association installed 3 sirens, so this is going to be their inaugural test. And the reason a 3-minute test is so important is because you get multiple rounds of the siren. So many times when we have tests, people, it goes fast and people miss it. And so this is 3 full minutes. We're going to really be able to appreciate the sound. And people are excited about this. Like, this is a big deal, and I really want to thank the sheriff and Lieutenant Wells for doing this. It might seem like a small thing, but it's really, really not. It's significant. So just I'm really grateful that that's coming together. Supervisor Simon and I had a meeting yesterday with Senator Maguire and Assemblymember Aguilar-Curry pleading our case about tree mortality. I know there was a request to bring that to the board agenda, and we will at some point when we have something to present, because right now we're just really we've done the research, we're trying to develop the ask and figure out the strategy, and we will bring it, we will. But we're focused on it, a lot of work's going into it. We had our CMAT meeting before the RRA yesterday, and we're really working, the CMAT committee is kind of focused on developing the Lake County Fire Safe Council. And then Risk Reduction Authority, we were talking about tree mortality. Okay, now my calendar. So tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with Sheriff Martin at 9. And then CDD committee. I have a meeting at 1 o'clock with Donna Davis from AT&T, and we're really going to be talking about the cell service that keeps going down in the Cobb area and see how we can remedy that. And on Thursday, the diversity, equity, and inclusion training. I have a question about that because we have the governing board meeting, the AAA governing board meeting that starts at 1:30. So will we be able to?
The diversity, equity, and inclusion training is supposed to wrap up by 1, I believe.
Oh, okay, because it's until 2, so I just wanted to check on that. And then, okay, that other Cal OES meeting I won't be able to attend because those other 2 are happening.
It may be a squeaker. But.
Yeah. Friday, I'm going to have to miss our weekly planning meeting with the home hardening because my Congressman Thompson is going to be dropping into my district, so I want to be able to meet him. And I'm meeting with a constituent, hopefully, and code enforcement in Kelseyville in the afternoon. Saturday, I'm going to be camping at Six Sigma Ranch because my daughter's on the mountain bike team and there's a mountain bike clinic there and trail building event. So I'll be there Saturday night to Sunday morning. And then Monday, I'm going to have my weekly meeting with Carol. And then I have a meeting at 1 o'clock with PG&E to talk about their responsibility in a specific area where there's high tree mortality and figuring out, which trees they're going to need to be responsible for around their infrastructure. That's it.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the Risk Reduction Authority meeting that me and Jessica had. Obviously, a lot of topics come up there. I just want to thank all the departments that are going and also encourage, I'm going to reach out to community development that we have someone from code enforcement. The conversation always comes up about a vegetation abatement, and I really want to get on track now that we have code enforcement or our new CDD director and making sure that they attend those meetings. But great attendance. I think there's great collaboration going on. The new CMAT implementation team, which Jessica talked about, we're implementing those things, and we're going to get some stuff done in 2022 to keep that momentum moving forward. So I also want to talk about the Best Fits Grants meeting. You want to make sure that anybody who wants to be there. I talked with Tammy yesterday about LAFCO, John Benoit going to talk about different issues too, especially with all the grants that are there. Maybe there's some opportunities that we can help point our water purveyors in the right direction. So these are all things that we're looking at, and I just want to thank everybody for that. And Supervisor Pyska for just being so energetic coming on the board last year and everything, so, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and she's done some great work with CAL FIRE, but I also want to make sure that we're not trying to fix the entire forest. These beetles are going to do what they're going to do in our forests, and we need to make sure that we have a plan going forward, but making sure we have safe ingress and egress out during fires and all those things, so we can really focus on that. So, yeah, that'll be a great conversation to have down the road. Also sat in the conversation with Senator McGuire. Tomorrow I have the meeting with Brian Martin also at 9 a.m., CDD committee meeting, and then later that afternoon I have the RDA Successor Agencies Oversight Board meeting, the first one of this year. And then we have the diversity and equity and inclusion training. Yeah, the same question. That goes from 9 to 1 or 8 to 1? Because on mine it says 9 to 2.
It's, the HR director advises that it should be over with at 1.
Starting at 9?
Yes.
Okay, just want to confirm. And then there is a grant, if I can jump on there for just to listen a little bit. It's Prepare California. See if I can catch some of that. If not, I'll definitely watch. Hopefully they'll record it. On Friday morning, I will attend the home hardening meeting, and then I have a meeting down in South County with a new potential facility that may be going into the old candle factory there, which I've never seen. So going to look at that project. And then later on that afternoon, we have the Economic Development Task Force meeting at 1 o'clock on my calendar is what I got. And then back here on Monday for our meeting. I mean Tuesday for the meeting. Sorry.
Chair Crandall.
Okay, just a quick update. We didn't meet last week, so the RCRC meeting that I attended, it was a Zoom meeting. The new chair of RCRC asked me to be on the regulatory committee as the vice chair. And so I guess I still haven't got to ask if Bruno's supposed to step in for me if I'm not able to attend, but however, it gives us more of a voice and it gets us more involved a little more on that end. Then I attended also the ad hoc advisory committee in which we had a report from some folks from the USDA and the foresters. It was Liz Berger and Tony Scardina, and I posed them some questions and concerns about the tree mortality and hooked them up with hooked Jessica up with their contacts so that she can move forward on that. And if there's anything I can do to help facilitate when it comes to, but of course I want to make sure Brown Act and all of that. So just any type of guidance is good on that, Ms. Grant. So I don't want to, I only just sent her the information and that was that. I didn't want to get too far into it or anything like that. So that was that. Let's see, tomorrow's agenda review. I'm not sure the right schedule tomorrow, but that might be a good thing considering my personal situation. Diversity, equity, and inclusion training. From what I understand, I need to be there to make some statements, and I'd like to be there. I know that we also have the AAA meeting at 1:30. I'm not sure if I'll be able to. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't conflict, so I'll attend the AAA meeting if you can't, Supervisor Pyska. And then Friday, I have a meeting with the supervisor, part of the RCRC. He's from Alpine County. We're going to talk about some policies that they would like to see revised in regards to tribal nations and whatnot. CAO meeting Monday, and then back here Tuesday on the 1st. So,
okay. Tomorrow, agenda review at 9 o'clock, and then the first 5 commission meeting tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Thursday, I'm actually going to be missing the diversity, equality, inclusion meeting because that is our pit count for Lake County. Last year, Lake County was one of the only COCs that performed their pit count, and many are moving forward this year. Some are still counseling, but this count is definitely needed to help those that are experiencing homelessness in our community to bring funding in. We have over 70 volunteers and 30 agencies here in Lake County that will be out doing the count on Thursday. So that's where I will be all day Thursday. On Friday, I have a Hope Rising Board meeting, starts at noon, and then a Smart Start Bright Future vision update at 3 o'clock, and then SEPA committee follow-up at 4. And then On Monday, I have meetings with constituents and then getting ready for Tuesday's meeting. So with that, we will now go into closed session. 8.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Center of Biology Diversity et al. Versus County of Lake. And 8.2, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate legal pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case. And with that, we will go into closed session.